So, John, the Wii U is 10 years old this year. I don't know about you, but the Wii U, I think people think the Wii U is my favorite console of all time. Far from it. I know it was a bit of a dumpster fire most of the time, but I do respect it in terms of just like looking back. I have oddly enough a lot of nostalgia for it. I get nostalgic over things that released like a year ago, where I look back at something like Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I'm like, that was nice. I just played through that and just had a good time. I just get oddly nostalgic. So I'm definitely nostalgic over the Wii U, and it's not because it was like the first console I ever owned or something, but it's the first major Nintendo system that I followed from absolutely day one, where it's just like I owned a GameCube, and I played systems, like I played all the systems to some extent. I played the NES at my grandmother's house, and I got experiences like Mario 3 and Duck Hunt, Excite Bike, all of that kind of stuff. I played SNES games at my neighbor's house, but I also had a GBA, so I kind of got a little bit of it there. And N64, my cousins, and GameCube I owned, but I wasn't following the game industry at the time. I was pretty much just playing the games, and I would buy like a magazine I would see on the store shelf every now and then. And the Wii, I paid a bit more attention. I was definitely paying more attention, but I paid pretty much attention like day by day news for the Wii and DS. More so like in the final year or two of their life cycle before their successor came out. The 3DS and Wii U, I was paying attention to them day one, pretty much consuming every single form of news I could about them, consuming as many games as I possibly could with them. And they were systems that I bought straight up with my own money. And most of the other ones I had to wait for, like birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, all of that kind of stuff. As lackluster as it was kind of fun, just with how you had to look at every, like it made it easier to just look at every game that came out and appreciate them and look at them for what they did, and see the unique things about them. And also, through their faults, through the ups and the downs of the Wii U era, weeks or months that would go by without new games or even like news, frankly. But it was a very interesting era. It's very easy to look back at it and be like, yep, they did that wrong. Like that shouldn't have happened. But it's an era that I remember nearly everything about. I blacked out last night, and I wrote multiple notes about the Wii U and the history of it. And I thought we could just discuss a year-by-year kind of play-by-play of what happened with the Wii U. But I'm wondering, what's your experience with this console? What do you?
Well, first of all, you're downplaying your notes. There's 7 pages of notes you've written about the Wii U.
I didn't even get to 2015. I ended at 2014 and 7 pages. It's mostly bullet points. It's good bullet points too.
My experience kind of mirrors yours. So we're of similar ages, and I mostly followed the Wii and DS through their life cycle. But when it got to the 3DS, I was dedicated. There was a site called 3dsblog.com that I'd visit every day and just refresh and see what they put. Go Nintendo, I'd go through every page just seeing what they post. And I had a part-time job when I was 16. And I think that's when the Wii U came out. Maybe when I was 17. And that's the first console I just bought with my own money. And I remember the sort of... The conversation going around was that the Wii U launch was bad. But I was having a party. I had Zombie U, Mario U, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, Batman Arkham City Armored Edition. I thought there was some really good stuff at launch. And I still hold the opinion that Zombie U is a legit good game that people just kind of undermine now. And it uses the gamepad in some really good ways. But I was always a big Wii U fan. And I think the fact that it wasn't popular, the fact that there wasn't a big flood of games, means it was really easy to keep up with. You're not going to miss any major releases, because they're kind of the only releases that you can play.
There's this inherent, just like, value to following the underdog console. Kind of like a console that isn't doing very well, but it's still hanging in there, That's why I'm playing a lot of the Vita now, and it's fun. Not like it's just like, damn, I prefer this to the PlayStation 4. No, but it's just fun to go back and see these systems that not that many people experience, frankly, and to just see it from like that perspective of like back in 2012, 2013, just experiencing these systems that, you know, you were like one of the only, you know, of a couple million that were really experiencing them at the time. And it just kind of felt like everybody would, you know, I wasn't really a part of any major like video game community at the time, you know, frankly. None of my friends were really into this kind of stuff. You know, a lot of my friends grew up with Nintendo games, you know, like they would play the GameCube, but then they fell out of it, you know, playing, you know, Xbox 360 and Xbox One, PS4. And I was pretty much the only one with the Wii U. I never really talked to anybody about the Wii U. It was more so like I'd come home and shut my door, turn off the lights, and play Mario 3D World in solitude. But I think it was always a fun experience. Like whenever I'd have friends come over, I would still like show them like, hey, let's play Nintendo Land. Hey, let's play this game. And they would still have a lot of fun. It was kind of like that feeling of like I was the only one. And, you know, I wasn't lonely per se, but I didn't really have anybody to talk to. But I would watch like discussion videos or reviews and podcasts about, you know, Nintendo at the time. And it just kind of felt like everybody was kind of unifying in like it was, everybody was united, where with consoles, you know, don't get me wrong, I think it's fantastic that the Switch has done so well, but I do miss that era of like the launch year of that system, of just like there's only a couple games a month, and it kind of made each game feel a little more special, and it kind of felt like you were a part of a smaller community of people that were like, yep, we're Switch heads, you know, something like that, where it's just like we're playing the system all together. We're this smaller community that care about this thing and like playing it. And I think the Wii U had that throughout its entire generation.
I feel like this was a really good system for my friend group, because I was the only one with a Wii U at the time. But we were, like, my main, like, focus was, like, a friend group of 5. And whenever we played multiplayer games, it was always like, okay, one of you just sit and watch and we'll rotate in. Whereas the Wii U, though, was like Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed had 4 people on the screen and 1 person on the gamepad. And a few games did that. It's like now we have 5-player games, and that was perfect at the time. And their sort of enthusiasm dwindled over time. Like the launch week was great. We all played like Mario U together with one person placing blocks. But as time went on, I think that 5-player focus kind of fizzled out. Not just like from their enthusiasm, but developers as well weren't doing that many like 5-player games. But it did give us some like brand new experiences, and like Tekken Tag Tournament 2, I will still say is the best version of that game. You've got all the Nintendo costumes in there, and like that Tekken Ball mode.
There's a lot of games on Wii U where even if the third-party version is inferior in some ways, it's superior in others. I think there was definitely merit to the system, but like I said, it's very apparent when you look at like certain things, how they happen. You're like, they should have done that differently, or that shouldn't have happened, because that could have changed the course. I don't think the Wii U would have ever sold nearly as much as the Wii, but I think it could have sold a bit more with a bit of a different direction. But E3 2010, one of Nintendo's best E3s. Donkey Kong Country Returns, Kirby's Epic Yarn, Epic Mickey, the 3DS with Kid Icarus Uprising. There is so much stuff. GoldenEye 007, which I will maintain is a pretty good game. I like that game. And Iwata was asked about the potential of a Wii successor, like a Wii HD, which is what everybody called it at the time. And I remember him saying, we'll make a successor when we run out of ideas. And then 1 year later, there were rumors of a successor coming out. So what did you think about these rumors when they initially came out? It was 2011. The 3DS just launched. And there were rumors of a new Nintendo system. The codename was Project Cafe. There was another codename being pushed around. There was a rumor called Project Butterfly. And this rumor was about a kind of a modular console, almost like you would buy, it would be like a PC, and you'd buy upgrades and all that. You would just, put it on and all of that, which is very much not Nintendo. But Project Cafe sounded much more like Nintendo, because it was pretty much a console with a controller with a screen on it. And there were some other rumors here and there where it was like, oh, it'll still have GameCube support. Oh, it's far more powerful than Xbox 360. Oh, it's basically just an Xbox 360. What did you think about these rumors when they were initially coming out?
So in the Wii era, I over time I had every console, so 360, PS3, Wii, and I was satisfied by that, but I also wanted Nintendo to move on. Like, they're definitely, like, it felt like they were losing steam outside of the core market. They're maintaining us at this point. Like, here's Mario, here's Kirby, here's Zelda. We weren't really focusing on the casual stuff anymore. and you could feel the wheels kind of burning out, even if there's some really good games coming. And I sort of thought, like, what I want from a Wii successor was not for it just to be a 360 and PS3, because that's kind of worthless. If it's just a PS3 with Wii games, or Nintendo games even, then that's not going to reach anyone outside of that Nintendo bubble. It's got to be something a bit different. And I was just thinking, like, what do I even want this to be? Because the Wii was such a different control scheme to anything else at the time. And what I wanted was kind of just, I guess what we have now, like a merge of motion and traditional, which is kind of what Wii U ended up being. But I remember there being speculation about there being maybe a second screen. I was just wondering, like, what could that add to a console? Because we had that on the DS already, and we already knew the functionality it could add. But could that work across the TV? Like, what could that even do well? And I mean, I guess we got the answer to that, but that was just something people were talking about back then. And I remember being like, I wasn't quite sold on what that could even offer.
One of my bullet points, I just remember somebody saying, what if the second screen was a rear view mirror in Mario Kart? And that was the only major thing that I heard, that I was like, okay, yeah, maybe. You know, leave it to Nintendo to kind of come up with, like, ideas like that. You know, you see it all the time where it's just like they make the most out of kind of like things with limitations, and they make the most out of like the hardware that they have to kind of make an experience that you never really would have thought about before. And they definitely did do that with the Wii U, where you know, it was kind of that question of like, what can you do with a second screen? And I remember all these Photoshop mock-ups and all of that. One of my favorite things to go through back then, where it's just like, I don't know, IGN originally like made a mock-up where it was literally just a classic controller Pro, but with just a screen on the top and whatnot. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that where it was like that feeling of like, that looks fine, you know. But I think there was that feeling where it was just kind of a logical step after the motion controls of the Wii Remote. You're like, what could they do next? And it's just like, well, just do another controller with a bunch of junk crammed into it, kind of thing. That's almost what it felt like. Nintendo responded to the rumors later on. They were like, okay, you know, we are working on a successor, and we'll announce it at E3. And I was pumped for this. I remember I was watching E3 on my TV, you know, through cable. It was on G4. The E3 conference started off beautifully with a Zelda orchestra, and they had a bunch of cool 3DS announcements. They had a bunch of... It was a great conference at first. And they kind of teased it throughout. I think Iwata came out on stage, and he was like, you know, like, we'll talk about our console soon. And then, like, you hear, like, you know, the audience go, like, oh, and, you know, then they go into 3DS stuff. But then Reggie comes out on stage, and the way he's talking, like, every single word...
speech killed me.
Yeah, every single word that he was saying, I was just expecting that word to be the surname, if you will, of this Wii successor. Because everybody was saying, like, you know, Wii 2 would have been the easy option. Super Wii was one that I was like, that one's good. Like, I remember Reggie said something like, the answer, like, you know, can this console do this and that? The answer is yes, and I thought it was going to be called
like Wii Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be called the Wii Yes. But you know, he then dropped the bomb. He said, "Welcome to the world of Wii U." What was your opinion of that name? Because I don't think anybody's defending it. I'll defend it a little bit, but I'm of the same. I'm of the same opinion of most people. But you go first here.
So I was watching this with a group of friends, because we had like this yearly tradition where we'd gather up and watch E3 together, and we were all so excited for this, because this was the next generation of Nintendo. And when that name was revealed, we just kind of went silent. Like no one acknowledged it. We just sort of looked at each other, and nothing was said. Like, I don't know how to respond to the name Wii U. I think we just knew it was a mistake, like, right from the get-go. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing Reggie said was, like, we wanted this to be about you, and it felt like even the name was closed off. It was going towards something that was totally different from what Wii was. It was isolating, and it didn't sound good.
I think it's a cute concept. I think it's, when you think about it, it's like, hey, Wii, all right, what's the next one? You. I think There's some Nintendo cutesiness and cleverness to that name overall. I don't think it's a horrible name. I don't think it's good, but I think overall, like, it rolls off my tongue personally, and it's just because I'm used to it at this point. Just saying Wii U, Wii U, Wii U. So like I think that is at least like a reason why it didn't get at least 50% more sales. But I think it was inherently confusing to people just based on how many accessories, how many things that they released for the original Wii, which were just called Wii Blank. You know, you had the entire Wii series of games. You had the Wii Zapper, the Wii Remote, the Wii Nunchuck. You had all these things that were called the Wii Blank. And I think that definitely didn't help because you have this thing where you're only focusing on the controller, which we'll get to that. I think the name itself is a little more clever than some people give it credit for, but I don't think it's good, and it definitely made things really tough for Nintendo. And they were really stubborn. They were incredibly stubborn about that name. They were like, no, it's staying. You know, people kept on asking them. They were like, can you do a name change? And there was a final nail in the coffin, like in 2012, where you know, they registered like domains and they registered like the official Facebook page name, and people were like, it's over.
Oh, well,
like, it's,
guess we're going with it.
It's a weird thing that they were stubborn about that, but I think they were a little cocky after the Wii, where they were like, no, we know what we're doing. And but after that, they showed the controller.
The new controller.
Yeah, the new controller. Do anything with the new controller. They show it for, like, they kind of take out a little bit of the steam in the room by just, they show the controller on screen first, and then they go into a reveal trailer. But they show the controller on screen, and I was like, whoa! Like, it was like one of those things that, oh my god, this thing is insane. You have all, like, it was massive. It looked massive originally. And that reveal
had 3DS circle pads as well, rather than analog sticks.
Yeah, the original prototype design had 3DS circle pads. It was a little bit different. It didn't have as many features, which I always wanted to try out the circle pads. I always thought they looked kind of looked a little satisfying. I knew it was the better choice to go with sticks, but they looked better than the 3DS circle pad. They looked meatier. They went into the reveal trailer, which what did you think about that? Because I was rather excited by this reveal trailer, but it didn't. I don't know. What did you think about it?
So I was on board for it.
Yeah.
I was on board. I could see where the confusion came from, though, because they showed what looked like... I mean, it wasn't Mario Wii, but it looked like New Super Mario Bros. Wii. They showed what looked like Wii Sports. It's just a bunch of Wii games again. And there's a few original ones. Like, there's that one where they've got the gamepad on the Zapper, which became Game & Wario.
Yeah. Othello?
But...
Yeah, Othello?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But, I liked some of the utility. I thought the golf one looked great, where you got the gamepad on the floor and you just hit the golf ball, and that was in Wii Sports Club in the end. I think a lot of it did show the potential of what it could do. It just wasn't great to just keep focusing on these Wii games, though.
I think it was rather interesting. I even passed it around to a couple friends that weren't interested in Wii stuff whatsoever, and they were like, "Oh, it looks pretty cool," kind of thing. I don't think they did a good job of, like, because they were all about, like, the Wii U is for everybody. It's for, it's not only for your grandmother, but you know, the hardcore gamer. And they didn't really show anything in that trailer other than the Zelda tech demo that was, like, you know, I think it was kind of weird to be like, we're making a game for the system for the hardcore gamer. And I feel like their perception of that was just making it HD. One of the core issues was that, they were showing off a bunch of games that were Wii U tech demos that fundamentally were just Wii games upscaled. They were rushing this thing out the door. Just the fact that the main tech demo that they were showing off was New Super Mario Bros. Mii. Which was literally just New Super Mario Bros. Wii in HD with a couple of Miis. That's all it was, and absolutely nobody was excited. It was just a tech demo, and I mean, they showed off a bunch of really cool uses. I think, like, one of the main ones was throwing the shurikens, across the TV. That was one that I was like, whoa. The golf one was cool. And they showed off various tech demos, stuff that would eventually become Nintendo Land, Game & Wario, Wii Fit U, Wii Sports Club, Art Academy. They showed off a lot of that stuff, and they also showed off, like, a Zelda tech demo at the very end, which I thought was weird considering Skyward Sword was coming out that year, and they kind of was like, oh, but look at this, you know. That was a little odd, and especially considering, like, the Wii U could never do something like that. Like, it was a real-time demo, but yeah.
It's funny because that was on the show floor. Like there's the actual demo, and you can change the time of day. So I don't know if it's actually running on a Wii U system, but people were like getting hands on with that. But yeah, nothing on the Wii U was close to that demo.
Yeah, because that was literally like a. I mean, Hyrule Warriors a little bit with like the character models up close. The character models and cutscenes look pretty smooth, but the environment's not at all. Like that looks like something that you would. I don't know. There was something somewhat uncanny about that demo. It looked like one of those like fan made. What if Mario 64 was an Unreal Engine 4 kind of thing?
Yeah, totally.
Overall, like I thought the trailer was interesting enough. It was something where I was like, all right, like you said, I'm on board. But it was just weird because they really leaned into that Wii aspect. And I think because they wanted the trailer to go viral, but they never showed off the console that well at all. It was always tucked away in the background, blurred out, and the design was so Wii-like that you couldn't blame anybody for thinking this was just a controller add-on, which was the biggest problem with Wii U, is people just thought it was just a controller.
I do think that there was some concern trolling over that. I think some people knew it wasn't just the controller. Because, I mean, there's people dedicated to the gaming community, like in this space, that are like, "What? I thought it was just a controller."
Yeah, I've seen
if you watched E3, you would know it's not just a controller.
Yeah, I think some people were being a little like, I'm like, come on, like, how do you not know that? I mean, I understand how like, you know, like a family member that's not into gaming wouldn't understand, but you know, if you just randomly saw a picture of it, 100%, you'd just think it's like, oh, that's just the controller add-on, because the Wii was all about controller add-ons. It's not unplausible at all that they do something like that. This year was pretty much just about tech demos for them. They just showed off tech demos. They didn't really announce many core games outside of a few. They showed a bird tech demo where they just showed a bird flying around. There was they announced Lego City Stories, which eventually became City Undercover, for Wii U and 3DS. I'll talk about this more when like we get to Lego City Undercover. I just think that was an oddball game for Nintendo to seek out to be exclusive.
It was like, this is our GTA almost. Like GTA 5 was sort of bringing up a storm on 360 and PS3. I was like, this is our GTA. Yeah. Here's our open world game.
But it's weird because like I feel like Nintendo probably, you know, partially funded it, of course. It might not have been made otherwise, but if it was made, it would have 100% come to whatever Nintendo platform was out at the time. So I just feel like that was an odd one to... And Lego games weren't like system sellers, you know, because they were everywhere. No. So I feel like that was an odd one to do, especially also when Nintendo was like, you know, this is the system for you, and we're making an exclusive Lego game for it. You know, it's something where it's okay, you know, but it's also like, that's something inherently, you know, more of a family game. It's something that, you know, we got a lot of in the generation prior. They also announced Smash Brothers for Wii U and 3DS, but it was the exact way they did it for the Wii initially when they announced it as a revolution. It's just a lot of saying Smash Brothers is coming, and everybody was like, you know, like, oh, you know, like clapping and freaking out.
The big info there was more 3DS than Wii U. It's like, this is Smash on a handheld. Like, that's the big announcement.
Yeah, it's bizarre because most people, I think people kind of forgot it was coming out on 3DS until they showed off the trailer for it at E3 2013. Tech demos and stuff that may come, and that's how Nintendo did like the Revolution when that got unveiled, and even the GameCube to some extent, but I think they did it a little too much with this one. I think we are getting to a point in the gaming industry where you can't do that as much. You have to kind of show like, yep, this is what's happening. And especially considering like the Wii U wasn't releasing until like a year and a half later. There was a lot of time where there wasn't much Wii U talk. Third parties, they showed off a decent amount. They really were pushing Darksiders 2. Like, they would always push Darksiders 2 with Wii U. I don't know why. It was always at the beginning of their sizzle reels. They're always like, and like they were like, Darksiders 2 is coming to Wii U. Like, they were really pushing that. Batman Arkham City was announced for it a year, like, and it was already releasing in 2011. So, and people already brought up the problem of like, well, this system is launching in 2012. And you're announcing Arkham City. That's kind of cool because it's the hot title right now. But when it releases on Wii U, it's not going to be. They did Tekken It was just called Tekken or Tekken Wii Successor, which I assume means that Namco Bandai did not know what the Wii U would be called until very late in the game. But they showed off very minimal gamepad functionality in a scissor reel, just like drawing on their faces and customizing your character and whatnot. Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, which they announced before Gaiden 3 came out, and Gaiden 3 did not launch well with good reviews. So people were really excited to see Ninja Gaiden 3 in that scissor reel. And then the game actually released. I found it very bizarre that it was always called Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, which implies that it was always going to be the updated version of Ninja Gaiden 3 before Ninja Gaiden 3 ever released.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the opposite of Batman, though. That game, they're announcing a game that's coming out too late. Yeah. But if they said it was Armored Edition, like, would that have been better or not?
I think it just would have been odd. We're just like, what does this mean?
Yes.
I think there'd be some concern that it would be kind of like a PS Vita situation or something like that, where they're like, they announced like, you know, Call of Duty is coming to the PlayStation Vita, and you'd think it's like, oh, this is gonna be a big boy title, and instead it was like a side weird version of like Black Ops 2 when that released, you know. I think if you would have said Batman Arkham City Armored Edition, it would be almost like how the 3DS and Vita got Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate. They also showed off a bunch of games in the scissor reel that never released, absolutely never released. You got Dirt, Aliens Colonial Marines, which was a big one. That was like one that Gearbox was really going like, it's best on Wii U, the gamepad is great, and then it got canceled. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Online, Metro Last Light, and they finished off the conference with talking about an EA partnership. Like, EA got up on stage, they couldn't have picked
unprecedented.
They couldn't have picked a worse company to do this with, considering this is the company that was this was the mainstream company that was the most critical of Wii U throughout its life. Developers made fun of it openly on Twitter, where they were like you know, like, oh, Battlefield 1 coming to Wii U, you know, and they would like do stuff like that. There was a rumor going around that EA was originally going to make like Origin like be a part of Wii U, like they were in talks, and Nintendo probably backed out, and that's potentially why they really became more negative and cold towards the Wii U. But overall, that was E3 2011, outside of like Ubisoft announced Killer Freaks from Outer Space on their own, which was a very strange title. But other than that, what was your response towards that E3 2011 overall?
I mean, it wasn't good. I felt like I was still a bit hyped just for a Nintendo console reveal. Like that alone felt big. But I was just deflated. I expected to kind of... I mean, I wanted to be blown away, and instead I was just kind of given something very loose to hold on to. I don't feel like we really saw a Nintendo game. That's the big problem. Like, when New Smash was coming, we saw these tech demos of these sort of Wii sequel games. We saw that Zelda tech demo, but that was it. And then just a bunch of third-party stuff that we didn't even really get much footage of, or at least like Wii U-specific footage. So, yeah, I just remember being a bit deflated by all this.
I mean, like, the possibilities of the gamepad was definitely intriguing, but those weren't games at the time. Those were just variants of things that we've already had. The Ninja Star game was basically just... It looked like the most basic tech demo. Like, it wasn't anything.
Yeah.
It was just like, it was just showing trees on the screen, and you were throwing Ninja Stars, and that was it.
One thing I used to say to everyone, like, who questioned the Wii U, I used to say, imagine a map. Because I felt like that was the most tangible thing. Like, just imagine you're playing Skyrim, and you look down and the map's down there, and you have to pause the game. Like, that feels like the best use they could have done. But I don't think they really showed anything like that in that presentation, though.
No, they showed, like, item inventory on the Zelda tech demo, and that was it.
Yeah.
The rest of it was pretty much just on the show floor. I personally perceived the response as pretty mixed and lukewarm. Most people were like, okay. I think most people were kind of like, there's potential here, but... You know, it was just like, it was kind of a wait-and-see attitude. The problem is, they didn't talk about anything in 2011. There was nothing about it. Like, absolutely nothing. It was just 3DS and Wii for the rest of the year. Every single opportunity Nintendo had to talk about Wii U, like a Tokyo Game Show, whatever, never talked about it. And even in 2012, up until E3, barely talked about it. Like, there was a shareholder meeting when they were like, oh, yeah, like, you know, physical games will be day and date on Wii U, or Wii U's gonna have NFC. We're gonna re-unveil the Wii U at E3. That was kind of like, you know, they were talking about that. The beginning of 2012 was I think myself as a Nintendo fan and a bunch of others, we're kind of getting excited because like E3 2012 was coming up, and it was like, all right, 2011 was like whatever. That was just to show that the system exists. Now is where the real stuff happens, and there's a lot of stuff building up to E3 2012. Rayman Legends was leaked via an internal basically test trailer.
That was big. There was big stuff in that trailer. They showed off, I guess, prototype amiibo for the first time. There's like a heart they put on the GamePad, which then replenished the health in the game. Yeah, that was big. That and Rayman Legends as an exclusive as well. Or at first it was exclusive. That was meant to be a launch game, I believe, until they backed out. But yeah, that trailer really did like ignite the hype for a lot of us, because like this is an exclusive platformer to a beloved game coming straight to the Wii U.
It was wild how that trailer appeared like Origins released in 2011. So it was like this trailer appeared like 4 months later. Like I was like, okay, I'm down. The initial like leaked trailer implied that they were like Wii U specific features. So it may not have been Wii U exclusive like originally, but then it became Wii U exclusive and then it didn't. But that helped. That helped because it was like, okay, this is cool. And then building up to E3, there were a lot of rumors. Miyamoto just decided to randomly say like, oh yeah, Pikmin and Mario are going to be at E3. Which was like, oh, Pikmin 3 was like something that we've heard about for years, but has never was shown. There was, everybody was like wondering what Retro Studios was working on. There was a whole there's that Metroid Star Fox crossover rumor that just was never a thing. But then E3 2012 happened, and I found more reason to be excited because Nintendo announced 3 separate press conferences this year, and I was like, this has got to be big. Like,
they're going hard.
They wouldn't be doing 3 press conferences unless they had a lot to talk about. And the first one was a Nintendo Direct beforehand. This was in the early stages of the Nintendo Direct where nothing really happened in them. They were just very they were very slow. There's some charm to them because it does very much feel like Iwata is kind of talking to the viewer as almost like a friend that likes Nintendo games too. Because like he would just bring up very superfluous things. Yeah, I'm in the Nintendo headquarters here, and this is what this painting means, and we do our meetings in here, and sometimes he would do them randomly in like random gyms or something. It always had this Nintendo awkwardness that I do like, and there is that missing from modern directs to some extent, where they feel a lot more like marketing tools. They feel a lot more like
they're highly produced now. Whereas then it was just like, it's like you're talking to a friend. One of my favorites was the Louvre Direct, where Iwata and Miyamoto just went around and looked at art. Like that was so cozy.
Iwata would just be he would talk very slowly, and he would like bring up he brought up how it's just like you had like Ravio in Link Between Worlds, and people would bring up how he looked very similar to Nabbit from New Super Mario Bros. U, and he brought that up in the Nintendo Direct. He was like, some people may have noticed that this character looks a lot like Nabbit, and I'm here to confirm there's no relation. It's just it's just like stuff that is just like they would never really talk about that these days, and I just think it's really charming how like he would kind of direct these Nintendo Directs to more hardcore fans, the fans that really cared about this stuff. They talked about Miiverse TV button functionality, the Wii U Pro Controller, the Wara Wara Plaza. That was it. It was 30 minutes long, and they pretty much talked about a bunch of very kind of minute Wii U stuff. But this is where they talked about Miiverse. This is where they revealed Miiverse, which was kind of like the big thing with Wii U system-wise. And what was your immediate reaction to Miiverse of all things?
I loved Miiverse. It sounded like it was something that could really connect Nintendo fans all together. I mean, like we had forums, which I guess that's what Miiverse kind of was, like just an official Nintendo forum. But it sounded like the way it was like incorporating into games had a lot of potential. And I love that they were doing this before E3 as well. It's like, here is all the stuff that we don't have time to show you at E3 because there's too much stuff to show. So let's just get Miiverse out of the way. Yes, I love this presentation. And like getting to know the console after like a year of silence was a really big relief. So yeah, just getting a good look at the Wii U's like UI and everything. Yeah, I'd love that.
I think they also had like a cheesy video where they had like this guy playing Zombie U basically.
Oh yeah, non-specific action figure.
Non-specific action figure. There's this guy that was talking to him from a coffee shop, where he was like, he was reading the Wii U, and he was just like, Todd, I'm gonna tell you how a real man plays Zombie U or whatever. And then they also technically showed the Wii U video chat via this too, because he contacts like an older man that was better at the game.
Yeah, Nintendo advertised that, didn't they? They advertised giving a stranger a call.
Which I don't think you could do that. Could you? I don't think you could.
You have to be friends with them, I'm pretty sure. I don't
Either
think you
way,
do
that seems like an odd thing for Nintendo to do, considering how fickle they are about like safety and all that. But yeah, I thought Miiverse was a really cool idea, and I think that did definitely help add to the whole like underdog feeling of like, this is a community, this is something where we're all in this together. It was just fun to browse Miiverse sometimes, and I think it helped to just kind of give you because there is sharing functionality on modern platforms. But I think there was a value to having just a dedicated forum, basically, for the game console, where you were talking to other users of the game console, where if you share something on Twitter via the Nintendo Switch Now, let's say I was just a regular, just whatever, and like I just follow my friends and family on social media, and I post a Nintendo Switch screenshot. I don't know how much, people are going to be responding to that, where on Wii U, you would get kind of like yas, as they said, or comments, fairly frequently, where people would be like, oh yeah, I like that game too.
And that was fairly new. Like, we're coming off 360 and PS3. We weren't in the PS4 capture era. Like, this was our first proper time we could really share that kind of stuff within the game. And I know like a lot of us have capture cards, but like your general person playing a Wii U probably doesn't own that stuff. So it's just so cool to be able to share that. And the art too, like just going through these communities and seeing people draw Luigi in different situations. Like, it's just cool to see that stuff.
It was definitely a pretty sound idea. Obviously, with just sharing to regular social media now, it's a bit of a better move for Nintendo, just because like, if somebody shares to Miiverse, it doesn't really do anything. It's something where it's just like, you're only really sharing that with other people that own a Wii U, which is cool for them. But, it makes more sense to be like, nah, share this to Twitter. And that way more people see Nintendo pictures on Twitter, even if they didn't sign up for this. There's something about Miiverse. It was also fun to browse it just because there would be some dumb stuff on there. You'd see like these young children struggling with games or something. Or like they're just asking like these wild questions. It was always funny. It was always charming. It was an inherently Nintendo way to do social media.
It was. Yeah, I remember just being on like the Mario U community, and I'd post stuff like, help, I'm stuck in debris, or just something dumb. It was fun.
Ubisoft later revealed some games on their own at their own press conference. They announced that the Killer Freaks game transformed into Zombie U, which got everybody talking. That was like, wow, like this looks hardcore. This looks like a big deal. And looking back at it, I don't know if it was the smartest move to like create this brand new game and craft its entire branding and identity out of a one Nintendo console, where like obviously Ubisoft eventually ported the game to like PS4 and Xbox One. I think it might have been a better idea to just call it Zombie. But they also showed off Rayman Legends finally, only on Wii U, and it was pretty much revealed that it is a Wii U exclusive, which was a big deal. I think everything was building up to Nintendo's press conference to be this big deal. Like, oh my god, this is gonna be huge. So what did you think about E3 2012?
I remember being happier than 11, somewhat, in terms of Wii U stuff. But in terms of what they actually showed, God, it wasn't much, was it? We actually saw the games in action, so I guess that's more promising than what they had the previous year for Wii U. But oh my lord, there was nothing really to latch on to in terms of Nintendo. Like we saw Mario U a bit more, we saw Pikmin 3, and I think that's pretty much it on the Nintendo side.
Yeah, there's so many expectations going into it, and Nintendo was kind of like, we're gonna re-unveil the Wii U, and I think we all expected it to be like all these new games that were like we've never seen before and all that. And E3 2012 was basically just a repeat of E3 2011, but with actual footage of the games. Like that's how I viewed it. Of course, we got Pikmin 3 at the start, which was cool. That was great.
It looks really good as well. I think that was like the showcase of what Wii U even was. Because Mario U, it obviously wasn't Mario Wii again, but it looked like it. Like unless you're comparing them side by side, they have a very, very similar look. Whereas Pikmin 3 is like, whoa, this is what the console's capable of.
Yeah, I think that was a fine way to start it off. But after that, I found it interesting that they kind of went into like a 5 to 10 minute section, basically recapping the stuff from their 30-minute direct the day prior or the couple days prior, where they were like, Reggie was on stage and he was like, and with Miiverse, the social media platform for Wii U, you can do this and this and this. And then they had this entire section where they showed off the Wii U gamepad. They had this 5-minute introduction video where you have the CGI gamepad swing around and then this is Wii U. And they made sure to always say the new console from Nintendo. Like that was their way of re-unveiling it.
I remember one segment where Reggie was showing off Zombie U, and there was like this AR mask that wasn't working. So there's a zombie like sideways on his face, and he was going, "Oh, I'm a zombie now." Oh, and it was so bad.
This conference had a lot of very strange interactions between the people on stage. Like they made sure to make it like whenever Reggie would be like, "And Warner Brothers Studios is out here to talk about Batman," and then like Reggie wouldn't leave the stage. When the head from Warner Brothers would come out, they'd be like, Reggie, it's great to be here. It's just like, well, I'll see you tomorrow, and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, oh, Reggie. He's just like, yeah, so what can you tell me about this game? Like, it was all this scripted banter. They had a lot of that, where it wasn't like horrible, but it was also like, eventually at E3, they just kind of realized, like, you just show the games. Just go game. That's how you do it. And in this one, they were trying to make it a big, like, oh, we need to show that Reggie likes these people or something like that. I don't know. But they showed off New Super Mario Bros. U. There was very little, like, interesting about it. It was very much like squirrel suit, the blocks, the baby Yoshis.
But they were pushing it, though. They were like, this is the first time Mario's launched with a console since the 64. Like, they were saying this is the first brand new 2D Mario since World launching with a console. It's the first HD Mario. And it's like, yeah, it is all those things.
But they also had New Super Mario Bros. U at the same time, which also was...
Right, they were months apart.
Both of these games looked so similar. There wasn't a ton... And there was more excitement going into 2 at the time, just because like the coin mechanic was the only thing really talked about, and they had the Super Leaf and all of that. So it was like this feeling of like, oh wow, this looks way more interesting than U. They didn't do a good job showing off U at first, which to be fair, that game didn't have much in general, but you know, it's just like they didn't do a good job showing that off. They showed off Batman Arkham City, Scribblenauts. They had a scissor reel showing off Darksiders 2 again, Mass Effect 3, which was kind of a bigger reveal. That kind of leaked beforehand, but they showed that off. That was like whenever you hear the audience go, whoa, and you're like, all right, that was a big deal. Which Mass Effect 3 was that Tank, which is kind of a fun. Yeah, I liked it. That went free to play randomly, later on. They showed off Tekken Tag Tournament 2 with the Nintendo costumes and whatnot.
That was exciting. That was legit quite exciting. And that also had the mushroom mode as well, where like you can grab mushrooms and get bigger, and there's like superstars and everything. It felt like a proper definitive version.
It always felt like Tekken was a bigger, like they were putting in more effort with their Wii U version. Just from 2011, like they just show like, draw on the face, and then you also have now they show like, hey, there's Nintendo elements in this game. It always felt like they did try with the Wii U.
Yeah, maybe it's because there wasn't that much to latch onto, but I remember being quite excited for Arkham Asylum as well. Like, just seeing the map on the gamepad, being able to switch items. I think it was more the promise of what other games could be, rather than Arkham Asylum itself, because that... Arkham City, even. Because that was a one-year-old game at that point, and that isn't exactly exciting, but...
It was weird, because Arkham City got this big portion on stage. They had Harley Quinn's voice going just like... oh man, introducing blah blah blah, and then they showed like the trailer. They had this whole section for the game, which was cool because Arkham City was a huge game, but it was also a 6-month old game at that point, and that was one of the core problems with Wii U that many people had, which is interesting because that is something that the Switch is defined by, is like all these legacy titles and these older titles getting ported, but they're embraced on Switch. But then they went into stuff that I think made it was an obvious problem that Nintendo was just not letting go of that Wii generation. In terms of like, I wasn't expecting them to, but they weren't doing a great job kind of showing off why this is the console for everybody. Because like, well, if it's a console for everybody, the only like M-rated or hardcore kind of titles are older games that, you know, the people that were interested in them mostly already played. Because they went into Wii Fit U. They showed off like the fit meter and all that. They went into Sing, which was like the kind of like one that people were like, come on. Then they went into Lego City Undercover, which, okay, again, it looked, you know, fun, funny, all that. Ubisoft came out on stage, showed off Just Dance 4, which again was not helping. Like they showed off the cool gamepad mode where it's called the Puppet Master mode, where you could pick the dance to show on screen, which is a fun little concept, you know, that's kind of cool. But, you know, like, I don't know why they keep showing Just Dance at these E3 press conferences on stage. Like,
yeah,
you don't need to.
A lot of this stuff just doesn't belong at E3. Like, clearly this stuff has a place on the console, but this is like the people who buy these games are not the people watching this conference.
Yeah, the Caesarea showing like Assassin's Creed was coming, Rabbids, all that stuff, and then they ended on Nintendo Land, which was the last 15 minutes. They only really talked about Luigi's Ghost Mansion in the game, and they ended with digital fireworks. A wet way to end E3.
That was built up as one more thing. Like they said, we got one more thing to show you, and we're all like, "Oh, here we go. Here's the new Donkey Kong. Here's Metroid. It's like, here's fireworks and Nintendo
Some
Land."
people assumed that like the Retro Studios game was going to be the Retro's next game was going to be like the big finale or something.
Yeah, it's probably always going to be fireworks.
They were saying like, oh, they pulled it at the last minute. I'm like, I don't think that's what happens. Like no.
They just thought they'd applaud for the fireworks.
I love Nintendo Land, but the way they showed it off here was not good. They did not show it off well. They only really showed off Luigi's Ghost Mansion, which is a good game in Nintendo Land. But that's the only one that they really showed off. And it was just a bunch of talking. When like you show off a trailer for Nintendo Land, you know what that is. Like it's very obvious what this is. Just show a 3-minute trailer at the most, and like people are like, oh, it's like Wii Sports. But that's why they went so hard on it, because it was their Wii Sports this time, and they wanted to be like, yep, this is our next big deal. And I think it inherently limited them by kind of going after kind of a more niche topic, like, oh, let's do a bunch of Nintendo franchises, mini games and stuff, you know, like that inherently makes it harder for grandma to understand. It was a disappointing press conference to me. It felt like E3 2011 again, but just with more footage. But they did show up Project P100, which would eventually turn into Wonderful 101 on the stage floor. They did not show that in the conference, which I thought was kind of dumb, especially because they showed off Sing instead. You can show that off, but I'm like, but you kept Wonderful 101 off the off stage, which I found very odd.
You know, even after 2 years of disappointments, I was still optimistic at the time. I think I just wanted this thing to be good. And I was latching onto a few games like Tekken and Batman and Mario and Zombie U and Rayman. Like, there was stuff I was excited for. I had a list of games I wanted. That felt like something tangible.
Yeah, I felt like the exact same. I felt like it was something where I felt it was more like I just wanted the thing out at the time. Like I was just like, come on, like not in terms of like I'm so excited, I need this out. It was more so like, all right, come on, because Nintendo had a really bad habit. Like you think like they keep talking about certain things now, they would just not shut up about certain games for months and months and months. It was very deflating. It was a very deflating press conference, but they followed that up a couple months later with a preview event in September of 2012, where they announced the price, which was $299 for basic and $349 for the deluxe set. I thought those were okay prices. It could have been better.
People laughed at the memory, I remember, because 360 and PS3 had already been doing like 250 gigabyte hard drives, and here's like the premium model is 32 gigabytes, and that can hold a few games. That wasn't really enough. But I think we all just wanted the black console. So we're like, yeah, we'll shell out.
There was no realm where the deluxe set was not the better buy. Like, it was just like, come on. Like, you're going to buy the basic set and you're not willing to spend $50 more to get the deluxe, where it's just like, you know, you're probably gonna get like a $60 game with the basic set either way. So it's just like they only add up. There was just so much stuff in that deluxe set. Okay, they had the deluxe digital promotion.
Oh yeah, that's
for a little
huge.
bit. I don't even know why they did that for a while, because it's just like you already have enough stuff. But it got people on the eShop. Nintendo Land was a $60 game at retail. Like that was a full $60 game, and they include that for $50. They just had a bunch of random stuff that they threw in, like stands and all this stuff. They announced Nintendo TV. Now I know this isn't your thing because you weren't allowed to.
We never got it. We had an icon that never worked.
Yeah, we did, and it was wonderful. Now it was something that it was a cool prospect at the time, where you get all of these streaming apps all in one. I only opened it up like once, but they really focused on it during this presentation. They really wanted Wii U to be kind of this all-in-one.
I opened it a few times just out of curiosity. Like maybe it'll work now.
You have more TV experience than I do then, and you didn't even get the damn thing.
Yeah, we had it there since launch, and then one day they just took it away, so that the icon was there for a few years, and then poof. Like it never happened.
It was pretty much only a major focus at launch. They only really focused on it at launch because like they showed it off in Wii U commercials, and they were making a big deal about it, but it never really took off because the Wii U itself, it was unbelievably slow. Bayonetta 2 was announced at this event, which this is what they needed at E3. I don't think it would have saved their E3, but it was a good job. It did a great job messaging.
This turns heads. Bayonetta wasn't huge. Like Bayonetta was like a pretty niche, but like largely celebrated game, and just to make that Nintendo exclusive, this sort of sexual hack and slash, like what? Like what do you mean?
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's something that you talk about. Is interesting.
They had sexual hack and slashes before. They had Oni Chambra and all of
That's
that
true.
on the Wii. Yeah, so it's not new territory, but it was a big deal. It was something where you have this big M-rated hardcore title that people wanted a sequel to. People loved the original Bayonetta, and it was only on 360 and PS3. And just the fact that Nintendo was publishing it, and this was like their next big M-rated game, because Nintendo's published M-rated games before, but they hadn't for a while, you know. And this was like, oh man, like this turned heads, like you said. Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was announced for Wii U and 3DS, which that was another one where it was like, okay, like here we go. Even though 3 Ultimate was just, you know, an enhanced remaster pretty much of Monster Hunter Tri, which we already had on Wii, but still, like this was like another like, okay, you're kind of going after the hardcore here, which I thought was like a messaging they also had to do. You know, you don't want to get away from the casual stuff, but they were doing too much of that. Looking at the games they announced at E3 2012, they did too much of like Wii Fit U and Sing and Lego City Undercover and Nintendo Land, these games that big, gritty, M-rated hardcore gamer didn't really care about. But then they ended things off with the Activision section, which was pretty much just a bunch of garbage. It was Skylanders, 007 Legends, Transformers Prime, and Wipeout 3. But they ended on Call of Duty Black Ops 2, which was like that was like the big thing that was being held out on Wii U. And they showed off how like you can do asynchronous multiplayer with the Wii U gamepad, which was like that was awesome. That was a big deal.
And this was just the raw HD Call of Duty, like no specific version.
And frankly, I would say Black Ops 2 on Wii U and even Ghosts could be considered like some of the more definitive versions of the game, just considering like you can do all the different control options. Of course, they're missing some DLC and elements, but still, you know, overall, they're quite good versions.
People are still playing today. If you go online and like try deathmatch, you'll find people playing. And I think that's for the Wii Remote and Nunchuck, just because that control scheme is still so, you know, that's still so fun.
Yeah, which shows like they cared a lot about making sure this was like a definitive version of like, other than like the best version of Call of Duty it could possibly be on Wii U, which I just thought it was that was a good thing to end out on. I think that should have been messaged earlier, like at least E3 2012. I think they should have been like, and we have Activision. This preview event, I was officially like excited. I was just like, this is gonna be good. And then the system released in November. I wasn't there fully at launch, but I was watching a ton of Wii U content at the time. Like I was just consuming as much as I could launch wise. What did you get at launch, or as in like when did you get your Wii U? Did you get that at launch as well, or?
I did, yeah. So I was living with my family at the time, so I had no bills to pay or anything. I had a part-time job, so I just splurged it all on the Wii U. I got, you can see the box back there a little bit. I got the Zombie U bundle, which was the premium set with Zombie U and a Pro controller. And then I wanted to buy one Nintendo game digitally, because they never sold like actual physical games on the eShop before on a console. So I got Mario U digitally and immediately regretted doing that and bought an empty box just to feel like I had it. So I got that, Nintendo Land, Zombie U, Mario U, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, Arkham City Armored Edition, and then also Trine 2 and Nano Assault Neo. So I got quite a few things on day one.
I got the basic, as in not the basic bundle. I'm not that much of a creep. I got the deluxe set, but I got pretty much the basic lineup of Nintendo Land with the console and Mario U, and that was in June of 2013. When I got that. I had enough money around then. But I eventually got most of these games one way or another. Overall, I think the launch lineup was quite good. There was a little bit of something for everybody here. New Super Mario Bros. U wasn't outstanding, but at the time it was like, hey, you have a new console, you have a full-blown Mario game to play. Looking back, it's probably the New Super Mario Bros. Game I'm the least willing to really revisit.
Same. I think Nintendo Land, while it wasn't Wii Sports, it did sell what the console was capable of from a multiplayer perspective. Like, this was asymmetric multiplayer. It made sense. They doubled down a bit on the chase games, because there was like Mario Chase and Luigi's Mansion and the Animal Crossing Suite one. So they kind of they used the same idea a few times. But still, I had a lot of fun just playing this with a group of friends. And yeah, it definitely wouldn't have sold Wii U. It shouldn't have been positioned like that. But I think it was just a really good launch title.
Nintendo also published Sing Party and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, which Ninja Gaiden 3 was slammed in reviews. It did not do well. Razor's Edge was a notable improvement. So that was kind of a big deal. Well, not a big deal, but it was kind of like here Nintendo was publishing an M-rated action game for the Wii U, which was like that was kind of their messaging there. Sing Party, that was an interesting one. I think overall, from Wii U GamePad, I know why they did it, because they wanted to be like, you can do karaoke games on the Wii U, and aren't karaoke games more fun when you're speaking to the audience? Because the entire thing was like holding the Wii U GamePad and looking towards people and not the TV screen. I get it. They made a whole damn Wii U microphone for the game, and I'm just like, it was only used by 3 games, and 2 of them were Just Dance games that came out years later. They sold the Wii U microphone separately. They sold them separately on store shelf.
They did, yeah.
Now, in Europe, you guys got Wii Karaoke U, right?
We did, yeah, we got Wii Karaoke U.
Okay. Did that use the microphone?
It did, yeah, and they also sold them separately.
Good. Yeah, I think, at least over here, they sold the Wii U microphone separately, and Sing Party was the only game that supported it, but it already came with the microphone. So, and it's just a USB microphone. And I always thought, like, the gamepad has a microphone. What's the point? So it was always a little weird, even though, like, I understand, it's a singing game, so you want to hold the microphone, but still. Zombie U was the big one. I didn't get super into Zombie U, but you enjoyed Zombie U.
Yeah, I really like Zombie U. It was the exclusive from the ground up game made for the console. It felt like this was kind of the celebration of the launch outside of Nintendo. And it used the gamepad really well. It felt tense, like when you're sort of scrummaging through a bag, and you can look on the gamepad and see your inventory, and on the TV you can just see like zombies approaching you. It was legitimately quite a scary game at times as well. And just in terms of visuals, in terms of how it used the gamepad, I really liked it.
It really reminded me of Ubisoft's strategy with Red Steel. Red Steel was a launch title. I think Zombie U had more value than Red Steel, but I think Zombie U was probably one sequel away from being like really good, because like it got pretty mixed reviews. Like people either loved it or they were like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, there were some sixes every now and then. Yeah,
it was a big sixer. But overall, their other third-party releases weren't bad. You had Batman, you had Black Ops 2, FIFA, Madden, NBA 2K. Scribblenauts was a cool one that had Nintendo characters in it. Sonic and All-Stars Racing, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, which also had Nintendo elements in it. Mass Effect 3. Darksiders 2 again, big deal. There was a lot of stuff, and also like you had the eShop games. There were some eShop games. Little Inferno was kind of like the big one for me. I really did enjoy Little Inferno. It was made by the World of Goo guys.
Yeah. Nano Assault was cool as well. That was done by Shinen, the guys who do Fast. Fast RMX, Fast Racing Neo. That was really good. Like a little twin stick shooter. Yeah,
there was a lot of cool stuff to play. But there were some drawbacks. The system was unbelievably slow.
Yeah, if you think it's slow now, it was so much worse.
It was unacceptable, frankly. Like it was bad.
Yeah.
The system also required a day one update, which I remember like a bunch of articles going like Nintendo fans like they don't know what this is, like they don't understand.
There's a Mega 64 skit on the Wii U where it's just about waiting for the Wii U download bar to finish, and by the time he's like a granddad.
Yeah, he's an old man, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it was exaggerated. It was so slow. It took forever to update. It took forever to even use. It was really, really slow.
Yeah, they didn't even have Nintendo TV yet. That came in December, and that never came for you. It was a bit of a rocky launch in terms of system stability, but I think the games overall were quite good. The problem was that was pretty much it for a couple months for Wii U, and I think there was enough at launch where it's just like, I think most people were like me and only bought Nintendo Land and Mario U, maybe Zombie U or Call of Duty. And there were other games that they could play. You had Sonic and All Stars. You had Assassin's Creed, Ninja Gaiden 3. I just feel like more people were just kind of interested in what's the next Nintendo thing? And I don't think Nintendo did a good job showing what the next year was for Wii U. They kind of were and we're going to do, when you look at the Nintendo Switch presentation, they showed the entire first year of the Switch right there. They gave you every reason to be excited.
No, but between launch and Pikmin 3, there was nothing. We had Game & Wario. But still, that's it. There was nothing nothing to latch on to, and there was no future hope. We had Bayonetta 2 that we knew about, but that was it.
I think Nintendo knew that. That's when the fabled Nintendo Direct in January hit, which this is the Direct of Legends. You don't like this Direct. You hate it.
I despise it. Yeah. There's nothing good in here.
Yeah. Virtual console? No, thank you.
No, it is a good Direct, absolutely. But looking back on it, I've rewatched it recently, and I just feel like there's nothing to really latch onto with this. Smash Bros was announced to be shown at E3. Yarn Yoshi was in such an early state that a lot of what they showed was just screenshots. There was a bit of gameplay, but barely any. Then we had things like SMT Cross Fire Emblem. It was a concept trailer. Zelda Wii U, they barely showed that either. There was just nothing to really show here, and it felt like lots of promises rather than anything tangible.
I think the main thing was just the fact that we were very
2 months
thirsty. After the console launch. Yeah, it was 2 months after the console launch, and it was something to show there will be content, but a lot of it was kind of no duh 3D Mario's coming out, no duh Mario Kart's coming out. Wind Waker HD was cool because that was kind of something that people were wouldn't this be cool if they did an HD version of Wind Waker? And they talked about Zelda Wii U, which a lot of this was cool stuff, and Yarn Yoshi looked beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely a little more of hey, this is coming. They did do virtual console stuff. They had this cool program where of course the eShop launched with nothing, as in no virtual console stuff. The only way to get virtual console stuff was to go into Wii mode and then go to the Wii Shop channel there and then do that. But you couldn't play any of that via the GamePad. You couldn't do any Wii U controllers with that. So Nintendo announced Virtual Console. They said it would launch fully in April, but it was soft launching with a balloon fight for 30 cents because it was the Famicom's 30th anniversary. And every month they did a new Virtual Console release, just one, that would be 30 cents for that month only, which I thought was really cool. I heard there was some stories of people getting, their banks were calling them because they were the 30-cent purchases on their card. So they were what is this? They were we don't see these ever. They announced NES, SNES, and GBA games.
Yeah, that was weird.
Strangely enough.
We all thought that was coming to 3DS, but no.
Yeah, so Balloon Fight launched. So if we want to talk about a game that released in January, Balloon Fight, that happened. We can talk about Virtual Console when that happened later, but a nice positive thing that happened because Rayman Legends was delayed in February to September, just so then it could then release on multiple consoles, which
Right.
I always thought
blow.
it was very easy to criticize Ubisoft for this decision, because
Yeah.
a lot of their reasoning made no sense. Their PR move was just to say, oh, 360 owners were so sad. We wanted them to be so happy. And I'm just like, but Wii U owners have nothing.
Yeah. There are people boycotting Ubisoft over this. Like, I'm never going to buy a Ubisoft game again. And you know what? I don't think I've bought that many Ubisoft games since then. But that's not because of Rayman Legends.
I think like a lot of elements. There was some talk that like Microsoft didn't allow multi-platform games unless they launched alongside 360. But I think there was talk about that, but I can't come up with any examples. But I've seen examples of that not happening.
Yeah, there's for sure examples of that not happening. I don't know what the deal is there.
I don't know. And it was for the better for the game, because they did make the game better. They included more levels and all of that, but overall, I think nothing was happening in February, frankly, on Wii U. Nothing was happening in gaming that much in terms of releases. I think there would have been more people that would have played Legends if it released in February, because by the time it released in September, like 2013 was a massive year for games, and a bunch of stuff was releasing in September, not only on Wii U, but in general. Like Grand Theft Auto 5 came out in September that year. Like it was kind of hard to get attention. Ubisoft did kind of like a free Rayman Legends challenge app.
Oh, yeah.
To kind of be like,
You get something. Yeah.
Most Nintendo Directs this year were very 3DS focused. It was kind of hard to get Wii U information, if any, because they had a Nintendo Direct in February, and they announced new Super Luigi U, which was cool. It was cool DLC for Mario U. The concept was really fun. This was kind of where they announced the year of Luigi, so they were like, hey, and Luigi's in this game. Other than new Super Luigi U, they announced a Zelda Miiverse community and Wii Street U, and that was literally it for Wii U.
I loved Wii Street U, though. I spent a lot of time just... it's just Google Street View, but like moving around the gamepad. Yeah, that was cool.
That gets often confused with something that came out a little later, which was Wii U Panorama View.
Oh, yeah, totally different.
Very, very different, but very easy to confuse them. But by this point, we make it to March. 2 games pretty much released. We got Lego City Undercover and Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Do you have any history with either one of these games?
So neither are really my like expert field. I played both of them. Lego City I thought was cool. But it wasn't like a system seller. It wasn't like, well, this is what Wii U needs. It's just kind of like a neat Lego game. And it was cool that they weren't following like movie licenses. They're doing their own thing, and just being a Lego game. I thought that was kind of neat. Monster Hunter is something I've tried to enjoy so many times. I've played like 3 and 4 and Rise, and it just doesn't work for me.
I gotta try Rise. 3 Ultimate I played like a couple years ago, and I was like, let me try this out, and it underwhelmed me, which is. It was obvious with the name. It's Monster Hunter 3, but it was the same as the Wii game to me, for somebody that's not an expert. Of course, they added stuff. It was very cool how they did cross functionality with the 3DS version.
That was cool.
You could transfer your save. You could play against Wii U users on the 3DS. Lego City, I respected. I thought it was quite cool and well made. Those loading times were abysmal, though. It had some of the worst loading times ever. I thought it sucked the fun out of it for me.
Both of these pose a big problem for the Wii U era, and that's that 3DS was clearly what they were heading for. Clearly they want a 3DS version of everything. But then a bunch of Wii U, like the big Wii U games were like HD versions of 3DS games almost, like 3D Land, 3D World. There's probably more examples off the top of my head, but like so many big games had 3DS alternatives. And if you're just a general consumer, like you're like, why buy a Wii U and I can just play the 3DS version?
Yeah, I bought Lego City Undercover on the 3DS first, just because I was kind of like at the time I was like, I'll get an open world game for my 3DS. That should be fun. And like it's a bit of like a more lifeless feeling version of Lego City, but for what it is for kids, it's okay. Yeah, I felt like this was a good solid little month where just like we all had a little bit more to play in March. I mean, not me, because I didn't have the system quite yet, but later they had a Nintendo Direct in April. They did kind of a system update, faster load times. The Virtual Console launched, and they said the GBA and N64 were coming in the future. This was always weird to me because, I don't know, it felt like Virtual Console was I felt very mishandled on Wii U. I find it interesting how do you remember, like, all people would talk about is, like, we need a new system for Virtual Console. We want a Netflix-style service for Virtual Console.
Oh, yeah. And now we hate it. We have exactly that.
We have exactly that, and everybody can't stop complaining about it. Rightfully so. I mean, there's complaints to have about it, but it's just funny that, like, people just kept on, like, I want a Netflix-style service, and now it's just like, what the hell, Nintendo? I want to own the games. So, yeah, it's a bit interesting, and we'll get to Virtual Console, but they also announced via this Nintendo Direct that Earthbound was finally coming to outside of Japan, because Mother 2 was available via, like, the 30-cent program on the 30-cent kind of thing they were doing every month, and it came to Japan. But Earthbound never came to, like, the Wii Virtual Console. Was never released before this on outside of Japan, and they made this a big deal. They were like, hey, like, they had this entire section in the Direct. It was almost like a big, like, victory lap for a lot of fans.
Yeah, this was a huge deal. This almost felt like it was. It felt like it was on the scale of a proper Wii U game announcement. Like, this was like, you announced Bayonetta 2, you announced Earthbound. They're kind of on the same pillar there. And yeah, I was super excited because all of us had played as Ness in Smash. And we're like, who's this kid? And it's just kind of answered that question. It was like the Nintendo fan trophy to play Earthbound. So yeah, this was huge.
Yeah, it was weird because, like, they were kind of like, it's coming soon. Like, they did very much position it almost like it's its own, like, new Wii U game. Because, like, it didn't release right then and there. But the Virtual Console released in April. And it was just NES and SNES at launch. Very underwhelming. The Virtual Console on Wii U was very underwhelming for most of its life. There were some very there were some highlights, but at least at the start in the first year, NES games didn't look good. No, they looked very washed out. SNES games looked great, but these were games that we already had before,
I will say one pro for Europe. It started off 50 Hz. I think the first the 30 cents games were all 50 Hz. But then they updated them, so they made them 60 Hz for the first time. Like, all of Wii Virtual Console was 50, so everything's like 20% slower or something. But yeah, these are all full speed for the first time, so that was cool. But it still looked dreadful though. it was great that it ran at full speed, but
their release schedule was weird. They launched with, like, Mario World and, like, Donkey Kong Jr., but not the original Super Mario Brothers. We didn't get Link to the Past until, like, 2014. We didn't get Super Mario Brothers 3 until 2014, and that got delayed for months. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, this is another thing. Like, people complain about the service now. At least we started with a pretty healthy lineup. I know there's still omissions, like Mysterious Murasame Castle isn't on NES Online, but still, like, this was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, but it gave us something to play on Wii U. Yeah. It was something where you could still play the games on your Wii U, but you could only do it via Wii mode. This gave you the ability to play with a GamePad, have Miiverse communities for all these games. The Wii U Virtual Console emulator was quite good in terms of you could map the buttons and save state.
Yeah, that was huge.
Which I thought, that was a big upgrade from the Wii. But overall, it was very lacking, and I think that definitely did kind of, like, it was just Nintendo re-releasing the same games they had on the Wii Virtual Console, which I was kind of like, why are you drip feeding these? Of course, you have to drip feed some of them. You can't release all of them all at once, but I just feel like the release strategy made it hard to get excited. Over a lot of these games. But we were building up to E3 here, and this was around the time that Nintendo announced that they weren't doing a press conference, which everybody was like, oh no. Like, it was like this feeling that they really needed it this year. And this was also around the time that they were starting to claim a lot of videos on YouTube. Nintendo was not a popular thing around this time. I think they were adding up to a lot of problems that made them hard to really like as a company. With, like, people wanted a press conference, but they were like a Nintendo Direct, and a Nintendo Direct, they were very dry around this time. Like I was saying, they were very, very kind of a little awkward and slow. So I think saying that a Nintendo Direct was coming for E3 instead of a press conference, that was a very deflating thing.
It was.
But 2013, they did a lot of Directs. They did one every single month. Pretty much also when, like, they didn't really have to. Because in May, they announced, they had a Nintendo Direct, and they announced a partnership with Sega, where 3 Sonic titles were coming exclusive to the Wii U.
That turned out well.
One of them being Mario and Sonic 2014. That was a cheat. That was
Yeah, one being a game they're going to make anyway.
Yeah, I'm just like, why is this a part of your partnership?
Yeah.
But they showed Sonic Lost World in this Direct via a still image of like Sonic and Tails looking at the Lost Hex, and that was it. And then one day later, IGN showed the full trailer, so I was like, oh, I don't know. Then that kind of leads us into E3 2013. And I think this E3 was way better than I gave it credit for at the time. That Direct was a mess watching live, if you remember. They were not used to... I don't think they really premiered Directs live around that time. They just kind of happened.
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, some of them were live, but like this was like one where they were broadcasting this live, and that stream was not good. It was stuttering. It was bad. And I think it was rough because a lot of the games that they showed off were sequels to games from the Wii or 3DS. Some people watched like a trailer for Mario 3D World and were like, "Is this a 3DS game?" And with a stream that bad, it's completely understandable.
Yeah, there's a lot of deflating stuff too, like Tropical Freeze, one of my favorite platformers ever now. But at the time, it was like, really, this is what retro studios are doing? Like, obviously, Country Returns was a big critical success and commercial success, but it was like, is this really the ambition you want to go for? Everyone wanted them to do Metroid again, like the big, core franchise. But yeah, it's just another 2D Donkey Kong.
Each E3 since this point was pretty much all Wii U focused. They kind of kept 3DS to the rest of the year, and then E3 was kind of the Wii U's time to shine. It was like, these are our console games this year. And I think, they showed off 3D World, Mario Kart 8, Wii Party U, Wind Waker HD, Wonderful 101, DKC, Bayonetta 2, X, and Smash Brothers at the very end.
Yeah, those are like all the big games for the system though. Like thinking back, like think about the pillar stones of the Wii U. That's all of them.
It was a big year. It was good, but at the time, all of these were kind of like sequels to games or variants of games that you could already get on 3DS. Where even Donkey Kong, we just got Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D on the 3DS just like a month before. So even though Tropical Freeze turned out to be one of the best games ever, it was like a game that I don't think anybody was necessarily chomping at the bit to play. Yeah. And I think that was the main issue. And Mario 3D World was very deflating
it was a bad reveal.
Yeah. It was something where Mario was already being oversaturated with the new Super Mario Brothers style. And this just looked like another new Super Mario Brothers game in 3D. That's what it was. And it just looked like... It felt like Nintendo was like, we need a 3D Mario game for Wii U. Let's just do this because we just did 3D Land,
Yeah, and it's not just that it was a 3DS sequel. It's like everyone wanted the sandbox Mario. We all wanted Mario 64 and Galaxy back. And instead it's just this grassland trailer of Mario just running around like he does in 3D Land. And that they showed like the Super Mario Bros. 2 characters coming back, so like Toad and Luigi and Peach. And I think that was the hook, and that wasn't enough.
From the perspective of like us, it's cool where it's like, oh, it's a 3D multiplayer Mario. Like,
yeah,
that's cool. But like to mainstream people, I don't really think they see like what the difference of that is really between like a regular new Super Mario Brothers game. Like they don't understand how like this is actually really beneficial. But Mario Kart 8 looked beautiful. That looked absolutely beautiful. It was like, wow, this looks really cool. The anti-gravity stuff, of course, like in the trailers, it all looked so much more distinct than in the final game because like when you're playing it, you don't really, you're just like, oh, well, I'm in anti-gravity now. You don't really think about it. The trailers made it look like, oh my god, like it's going all over the place. But the visuals of that game looked insane. They still look insane. But, they showed off Bayonetta 2 fully for the first time. Like that was like, they only showed like, shots of her legs before. They finally showed it off fully here. They showed off more of X, which was cool because this was still during like Xenoblade's kind of like weird time in North America where like it was kind of like, is this coming over? But Nintendo was consistently showing Xenoblade
this
X.
was like a big Wii U game. This was as big as like Zelda and Mario, it seemed. And it looked beautiful. I remember at the time thinking like, there's no RPG of this scale. Like nothing else rivals X.
Yeah.
And it was funny just calling it X though, and they didn't call it Xenoblade X for a while. They were just calling this X for months and months.
The logo always looked very natural. It was just like a red, like kind of like paintbrush stroke, which is very different from how the game turned out, which is very mechanical. Obviously very futuristic kind of vibe. But then they added on Smash Brothers, which was like that made the E3 very, very worthwhile. Just ending on Smash Brothers, seeing Smash Brothers in HD. Not only, like I said, I think people forgot that it was on 3DS until that point. And just seeing it in HD, seeing Mega Man for the game was like a very cool way to end that E3. Great. And even then, like again, Iwata kept on acting like he was like our friend. At the end of this, he was like showing the boost, and he was like, "There is a common misconception that Nintendo isn't at E3 this year. That can't be farther from the truth." And he's like, "Shall we see the Pikmin area?" And he's showing off like all the boosts and stuff. Overall, this was a good E3, but at the time, it was a bit deflating.
Yeah, I remember Wii Fit Trainer was announced for Smash. Not in the E3, but on the E3 show floor, just to a bunch of press in the area.
To stop the riots.
That was so strange.
To stop the riots. It was very odd. Yeah, you just randomly see it on like YouTube or social media, like, oh, yeah, new Smash Brothers character is announced. I think the direct format was still a little awkward at the time. Watching it live was not good. But overall, the games that they showed, this was a solid lineup. And this was when the Wii U was starting to pick up a little bit more steam. Our second game of the year released, Game & Wario, nearly a year after the system launched. I like Game & Wario. It's not perfect. It's not a WarioWare game. Like, I mean, it is, but it isn't. But
yeah, I
think this is a game where every group of friends finds one specific game that they keep coming back to. It's a minigame collection, and there's some fun uses of the Wii U gamepad, but a lot of the games aren't fun to come back to all the time. But some of them are quite good. Me and my friends always played the sketch game, which is just Pictionary. It's just Pictionary. There's nothing special to it. But the Wii U was perfect for it. It is absolutely phenomenal for a Pictionary style game. The gamer minigame was fantastic, just like WarioWare style stuff. But Game & Wario mainly succeeded when it was basically just being a WarioWare game. Some of the minigames just didn't really... There wasn't enough meat to them, I think. But at the very least, the same month, New Super Luigi U launched as DLC. Which
finally,
I personally like this better than New Super Mario Bros. U.
Yeah, it's more involved. I felt Mario U I just kind of cruised through. Luigi U though, it's actually challenging. Like actually thinking about your jumps. The timer is like really low, so you're speed running through levels. It's way more interesting.
Yeah, I think just the shorter levels overall, I think were just a nice breath of fresh air because the regular Mario U levels felt like they could drag on a bit. They felt a little too long. Not like they weren't long levels inherently, but just because the game was a bit slower, a bit more boring. It felt like a little like I felt like the shorter levels were a nice change of pace. So this gave us something fun to play over the summer. Then Earthbound came out next month. It was announced via Nintendo Direct Mini. I looked through this Nintendo Direct Mini. I found it interesting that they started using kind of an only on Wii U campaign around this time, where they were like, "This is only on Wii U," and they specifically mentioned Sonic Lost World and Disney's Planes.
Wow!
Like, this is like, yep,
only on Wii U, huh?
You can only play this on Wii U. Like, keep that in mind, guys. That was showing like it was like I think the top comment on this Nintendo Direct is just like this should show you how bad the Wii U was. Like how bad the Wii U had it where they had to specifically name drop Disney's Planes. But Earthbound released. Was this your first way of playing Earthbound?
It was, yeah, and I adored it. I was at university at the time, and my partner was watching me play Earthbound, and she then ordered me a cartridge for Christmas from the Super Nintendo. This suddenly became like one of my favorite RPGs ever. It's just so charismatic. I love the battle system too. Like when you take damage and it sort of rolls down, you've got time to heal before you actually die. Like it just feels great. It made sense. Like I've heard people raving about Earthbound for years and years and years, and I just kind of nodded along. But this was the time to properly try it, and yeah, it lived up. It lived up to expectations.
I think it was a great time to release it. Like I think just in the middle of the summer, and also on Wii U, where you had Miiverse communities, you had the player's guide that you could open up on the gamepad. It just all kind of added up to being like a great platform for a lot of people to experience Earthbound on for the first time. Like I think it was a great release. It was a little more expensive than most Virtual Console releases. It was like $2 extra. But overall, like I think they didn't have to do that, but it was something where it's just like, you know what, if any game is well worth $10 for, it's Earthbound. Then Art Academy Sketchpad, which they talked about this at E3. This was kind of their way to give Miiverse art. They kind of positioned this as a new tool for Miiverse artists, where this was kind of a prelude to a full Art Academy game that would come later. But this Sketchpad was kind of like, hey, Miiverse artists, use this. Because they specifically commented on how great the art was on Miiverse, and Art Academy Sketchpad was kind of a way to. They basically positioned it as you get more colors with it. That's how they said. I played this a little bit. It was a small little thing, a couple bucks. The big one, Animal Crossing Plaza, one of the biggest. What's the point?
And we were so sure that this led to more. Like, well, of course, this is the prelude to the actual Animal Crossing. They made all these models. They can't have made them for nothing, right?
Yeah.
No, they made them for nothing.
Yeah, they literally did. It was there was no point to this. Even its functionality was very odd and clunky. You had to transfer photo. Like, if you wanted to post stuff about Animal Crossing, and you wanted to include photos from New Leaf, you had to transfer the photo via like 3DS, and it would go to Wii U, and blah 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 blah. It was like. It was very odd because like the Wii U was still kind of slow. So like it was basically just another form of the Wara Wara Plaza, which was the Wii U home screen, where you have all the Miis. I think it would have made more sense. It would be weird, but I mean, like, I'm just thinking about this right now. It would be cool if the Wii U had kind of themes like the 3DS did, where you go through different communities, like how they did. But Animal Crossing Plaza was literally just another game to open.
Yeah. It didn't make any sense. I used it to look at the models, like, oh, this is what Isabelle looks like in HD, but I didn't use it for anything else, because I frankly didn't get it. I didn't understand what it was.
Because, like, you had to go out of your way to use it, but, like, the Plaza works best when it's just on your screen while you're about to go into something else, and you just kind of notice something offhand where you're like, oh, that post, or this post, or people are talking about this. It didn't make any sense. It was so strange, and it was free, and it was also a limited time thing. They took it down, like, couple months or a year later. So yeah, that was an odd one, but games started to release around this time. August, Pikmin 3 released, which is one of my favorite Wii U games. I love Pikmin 3, and it took a while for me to play it because it went out of print a little bit later, because it's not a big game that they keep printed all the time, but yeah, I absolutely adore Pikmin 3. I think it is, unbiased wise, the best Pikmin game, just from like, it's the one everybody can pick up and play and be like, this is great. I love Pikmin 1. I think Pikmin 1 may be my favorite from the setup alone, just of like, it's a fun game to just play through. It's a shorter one. Pikmin 2 is really long and really weird, which is fun, but it's also like, it's a bit more inaccessible that way. Pikmin 3, I think, is the sweet spot. And just the fact that it came with the Wii Remote controls was great, but you still wanted to use the Wii U GamePad with it, so it was a bit clunky. It's a bit of a clunky experience.
In their advertisements, they'd often have like the gamepad by the TV, like so it'd be like on like the stand next to the TV, and they'd be playing the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. But there's times where it wants you to use the gamepad, so you've got to like put the gamepad on your lap almost to use the map sometimes. Yeah. It was weird, but once you had the control scheme down though, it worked really, really well. And ever since playing New Play Control, I don't want to play Pikmin any other way. Like this is the control scheme for me.
Same for me. But it does help highlight kind of the clunkiness of a bit of Wii U, where they wanted you to use the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. I think it would have made more sense if they were like, no, play like this with the gamepad, But no, they were like, no, the gamepad is a supplementary thing. You leave that on your coffee table, and then this is like, it was very odd. But this was like the first big meaty experience tailor-made for Wii U, but it came out nearly a year later, and I think that was kind of a big problem. But the next media experience for Wii U launched that same month. It was Pokemon Rumble U, one of the worst games Nintendo has ever released for Wii U. I don't like this game.
It has Amiibo, kinda.
Yeah,
pre-Amiibo.
I have all of them. I bought a complete set in a whatever. It came in the retail packaging, as in like the retail whatever stand or something. I have them all in the little balls. This game is horrible. It's not good.
Yeah, it's dreadful.
It's not good at all. At least the other Pokemon Rumble games, you can kind of understand. It's just like, it's just simple beat 'em ups. But they had level designs. This one doesn't have level designs. They're all in these arenas.
It's just one big circle arena, yeah.
And it's
you just mash the A
and
button.
the weird thing is, this is a pretty expensive game overall. It's like $19. It was like $18 here in North America.
I bought it day one.
I bought it a little bit later. But yeah, this was I guess this was kind of, they just wanted an excuse to do something with NFC because they saw Skylanders was getting big, so they were like, okay, well, let's just fart out a Pokemon Rumble game, and not doing level designs will help you do that. But the NFC figures are just kind of like ways to just get the character. Like it's not even like, if this was like a free game and you scan the figures in to get the characters, maybe. I'm very, very like, maybe. I'm not sure though, but no, this was pretty bad. This was a pretty bad game.
The figures are cool at least. I like the art style. The figures are nice to collect. That's about it.
I was a little picky on the art. I was like, maybe not. But then getting them in person, they're kind of cool, yeah. We got Wonderful 101, which I initially played. I initially played on the demo that the release, and I think that demo was the worst thing that could have happened to that game. It turned a lot of people off, including myself. With the just the overall control scheme. The controls were very difficult to understand. I don't know. I mean, did you get this at launch? What did you think of Wonderful 101?
I did. I know it has like a really big cult following. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't enthralled by it. I thought it was cool. There were certain inputs that just worked better with the analog stick. Like, I found circles were great for drawing. But the thing like the gun, I always just did like a straight line with the analog stick and turn right. Like that kind of defeated the point if drawing didn't always work like it was meant to work. But it was good. I didn't love Wonderful 101 though.
Yeah, I didn't really care for Wonderful 101 at launch, but I played it more recently, couple years after I tried it out, and I was able to appreciate it a lot more. It is a bit of a It is a bit of a difficult game to kind of get people to kind of enjoy. It's an inherently difficult game to jump into, but overall, I really appreciated it doing something new. I thought some of the gamepad stuff was kind of cool, but some of it was also a little like, it felt a little shoehorned in. In the buildings was kind of cool, but it's also like, it's still a little like, that's a way to do it. But you don't need the gamepad for it. I think everybody can kind of visualize not using two screens for that kind of stuff.
It used the gamepad better than Bayonetta, at least, I guess. But Bayonetta was just such a much higher caliber and polished game than Wonderful 101. So, like, I don't think using the gamepad was necessary. And Nintendo kind of saw that throughout its life, I think. Like, the gamepad was less of a showcase as the Wii U went on.
I think it was very obvious. Around this time, Nintendo was still kind of pushing the gamepad, but it still felt a little shoehorned in with a lot of stuff. But Rayman Legends also launched this month, finally. And it's a great game. It's a great game.
That was great.
It just released at a bad time, I think. And it just... I'm not sure how much releasing on all those consoles all at once really helped it, because I didn't see a lot of PS3 and 360 owners really talking about the game. It was still all about Wii U, but, I was a Wii U owner at the time, so obviously I'm gonna look into just like the Wii U coverage. But I felt like 360 and PS3 owners were kind of all focused on other stuff coming out, because 2013 was still a big year. Releasing in September kind of helped it fly under the radar a little too much.
There's still some good Wii U stuff in there, though. Like all those Murphy levels where you touch and move, manipulate the level. That stuff's good on Wii U. Whereas on 360, it's kind of like all AI automated, and it doesn't feel quite right.
All those levels feel very much like, what's the point of them on other platforms? It feels like, I don't understand why this is here. That was definitely cool. We were getting a lot of games around this time. And one other thing happened in September. One of the biggest things, the Wii U's price was dropped, but not entirely. The deluxe set was dropped to $299. I personally found it to be a bit of a missed opportunity for them to only drop the deluxe set and not drop the basic set. Now, of course, if they probably dropped the basic set, they were probably going to take a loss on that. But I think it would have been a lot more beneficial if the basic set was $250 and the deluxe set was $300. I also found it to be a bit lame that they didn't have some kind of ambassador program like they did with 3DS for this. Wii U owners I feel we're struggling a bit more.
We absolutely were.
We just didn't have anything. 3DS.
Yeah.
3DS had a pretty rough summer, that launch, where you had the launch lineup, which wasn't great already, and then Ocarina of Time 3D, which was cool, but it's Ocarina of Time. And then a month later, they announced a price drop, which they were probably like, okay, we messed up. I feel like there was still a reason to play your 3DS. I feel like the Wii U, it was kind of a struggle to find a reason to play it in 2013 a lot of the time. I would have loved to see an ambassador program. It was a little strange that they didn't do it, but frankly, this felt more like they just... the 3DS felt more necessary. The Wii U, I feel like not much would have changed, frankly, if they kept the 350, 300 price point. But I don't know.
Yeah, price wasn't the hurdle with Wii U. There's so many other factors. I guess maybe it was expensive, but at the same time, the name, the software, the how healthy 360 was with GTA 5. Like, there's so many other factors the way you wouldn't buy a Wii U.
Yeah, but this was around the time that they released Wind Waker HD early to coincide with the price drop. The price drop occurred and launched alongside a Wind Waker HD bundle, which was the only other version of Wii U released. The Zelda edition. You had the black, the white, and the Zelda edition, which the Zelda edition was just the same black one, but with Zelda insignia on the gamepad.
I mean, that kind of says it all, really. Like, the special edition of that year was a remaster. Like, it wasn't like a brand new game. And it was a great remaster for sure. Like,
Absolutely.
Sailing Faster was fantastic. The visuals were overhauled. The Triforce Quest was cut down, but still, it was Wind Waker again.
I think the HD remaster made me think at the time, wow, they did so much work, and they did. But I thought visually it was like, wow, this is a huge step up. Well, if you play Wind Waker, you can clearly see this is basically just Wind Waker in widescreen with different kind of lighting.
With bloom.
Yeah, a different kind of lighting. Whereas, like, something, later they did Twilight Princess HD. And I just found it interesting that when that got announced, I was kind of like, oh, man, this doesn't look that great compared to Wind Waker HD, but that's just Twilight Princess. They did a lot more work visually to that
The
game.
textures are completely overhauled in Twilight Princess. Yeah.
Where Wind Waker is basically just Wind Waker, just, again, visually. And in fact, in some cases, I think the original does still look a little better because there's a little too much bloom sometimes with Wind Waker HD. Yeah. But overall, this game was absolutely gorgeous. I thought this was a fantastic Zelda game to remaster for Wii U. Mainly because it didn't take that much work. This only took a couple months. This took under a year to develop, Nintendo said. I thought this was phenomenal, and I wish they did more of this for Wii U. I'm surprised they didn't, especially with how many software droughts there were. They could have done so many more of these remasters where there's nothing releasing, for the next couple months. Just do Mario Sunshine HD or even F-Zero GX HD or something.
And the thing is, too, like, through unofficial means, you can play GameCube games on Wii U. Like, in Wii mode, they never disabled that. So I always thought, like, is there a reason they're holding back GameCube? Or is it to do these remasters? But no, that was it. It was just Wind Waker.
Yeah, it's very odd, but a very good release. Wind Waker was a game that just everybody deserves to play, and they addressed a lot of the major issues people had with the game, which made it, like, genuinely, like, it turned many people into huge Wind Waker fans. Like, Wind Waker are countless people's favorite Zelda games, and it's so easy to see why, especially with this HD remaster. It's so easy to fall in love with that game. The Wii U version was fantastic. They even had Miiverse support.
Oh, with the bottles.
Yeah, it was odd. Yeah. They like, the Tingle Tuner is back as Miiverse, and I found that very odd because they could have easily brought back the Tingle Tuner with the gamepad. Because,
it makes so much sense.
Yeah, it makes so much sense, but they did a completely different thing. But also in September, they had a Wii Fit U Direct, where they detailed more about Wii Fit U, and they actually released it a little earlier, where you would get it for free. You just need the balance board, and you would get it for free for a couple weeks. And if you want to decide to continue using it, you would buy the little Wii Fit U meter.
The pedometer.
The pedometer, which I thought was a really awesome way. Like, that was such a smart thing to do. I never played it like that, though. I only played Wii Fit U a little more recently via the disc copy. That released in, like, November. The big news at the end of this Direct was Wii Sports Club was announced. which was a very interesting thing that they did, where they were remastering Wii Sports and releasing it in piecemeal via this very odd pricing structure. Nintendo, I feel, was very pressured by their investors to do a bunch of free-to-start stuff around this time.
Yeah.
You see this with like Steel Diver Sub Wars and Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. And in the case of like Rusty, they put their own Nintendo charm on a lot of that stuff. And Wii Sports Club, I feel like, was another method of them trying that out. But then they had a direct in October, and they talked about 3D World, Wii Party U, Tropical Freeze getting delayed from 2013, Mario and Sonic, Sonic was in Smash. Smash Brothers really helped carry a lot of Wii U announcements.
It did. Yeah.
It was always this thing where even if a game wasn't coming out, you had a Smash Brothers character to discuss, which was nice.
Mm-hmm. And there's lots of franchises that we were seeing that weren't on Wii U, like lots of legacy ones as well. It's like, okay, we don't have their game, but this is what they look like in HD at least. You know, that was kind of a little sprinkle of something.
Yeah, for sure. But 3D World, the trailer from this October Direct was like a huge 180. That was like going from this game is lifeless, has no personality, to this looks like one of the most fun Mario games ever.
And we got the jazz backing track as well.
Yeah.
It was the whole tone of the game. It just felt important. Like this almost looked Galaxy level in this trailer.
Yeah.
It was just so. It was such a 180.
They showed so many different things, and this was when it was like really exciting to be a Wii U fan. This felt like, all right, we have potential. Things are gonna turn around. Like that's almost how it felt.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff released. October, Sonic Lost World released, which this was a mixed bag of a game. It was either people really liked this game, they really hated it, or they were just like, it's okay. I'm kind of in the it's okay territory. I don't think it's that good. I think it's very odd that Sega had a winning formula with Generations. And not in the way Sega thinks. I think Sega thinks people only liked it because of classic Sonic. No, people liked it because it was a good 3D Sonic game.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, well, let's try something new for some reason. It looked good, but I felt like the art style was a little too, like, simple. And it made the Wii U kind of look a little less, like, powerful to some extent than the 360. Because you look at Generations and Unleashed and all of this, where, like, these are such a detailed, beautiful games. And then Lost World, it still looks really good, and the thing that it had that those games didn't was a very solid frame rate. But it just the fact that it was so simple, it kind of made the Wii U look a little inferior to those consoles, in my opinion, at the time.
I 100%ed this game.
Well, congratulations. You're expecting to walk into this discussion being the big man and thinking that I'm
I
sorry.
didn't love it though.
I'm sorry.
I'm just a stupid Sonic fan. I really, at the time, I thought this was great. I thought this was like, oh man, this is going to be the future of Sonic. But I think it was confused. I love the Sonic Adventure style where they kind of slow things down and let you focus on platforming. That's my favorite kind of Sonic. And Lost World felt like it was doing that, but it was so sterile though. Like there were different levels within a world with the same theme, but they all kind of like blended together and felt very, very similar. Mm-hmm. And even as the game goes on, it felt like Windy Hill was like repeated with like a sunset theme, and by the end it feels like they're running out of ideas. But I don't think the style was awful. I just don't think the game was that polished.
Yeah, and the story wasn't that great. It was kind of going with that very childlike Sonic style, which I think works. Like I think it's good to have like kind of more like, oh, not take this seriously kind of Sonic stories and all of that. I think there was a lot of things in this game, and not a lot of it worked, but it wasn't a train wreck. I think it was okay. I think it was okay.
Okay is the best definition for this, for sure.
I would love to see it come to more platforms, and for them to just fix up a couple little things here and there. It's not great, but it's also I don't think it's horrible, and it's definitely, it's just like you said, it's a bit of a confused Sonic game. Also, that month they had Wii Party U, which I only played this a little bit. I didn't really like what I played, frankly. I don't know.
It's okay. I mean, I was never like a massive Wii Party fan. I felt like the original was alright, but this, I just didn't really feel like it didn't benefit from the Wii U, and it wasn't that great as a sequel.
I think it was held back by the Wii U, frankly, because a lot of the stuff, the main thing that I remember, and I only played this for like 30 minutes to an hour with friends, and I found it to be one of those Wii U games where you had to switch between the remote and the gamepad, and I find that to be incredibly clunky and not very fun. I didn't like that. Wii Party, I'm not like, oh man, I'm all about Wii Party, but I found it to have some really cool things in there where it's just like, the main thing I always liked about it was the mini game where you hide a Wii remote in the room somewhere and it's playing a sound, and the person has to find it. The other person has to find it. I always found that to be an incredibly creative and fun use of the Wii's hardware. And I don't remember them doing a ton of that with Wii Party. They had like some tabletop games where it came with a stand for the gamepad, because if you lay the gamepad on a table, the triggers were just firing off constantly. So this was kind of a way to do that. So it always came with a stand. And this also got bundled with a Wii remote, like here in North America at the very least. So it was like $50. And Wii remotes were 40. So like the game was only 10. So
it
was
made
just like,
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. Why not? This is basically another form of Wii Play. Wii Fit U released early in November, and I played this recently, and I think this is a fantastic sequel to Wii Fit. They had a lot of fun new mini games. It had a lot of really cool things in it. It just had some great upgrades to it. The mini games in it were a lot more gamey feeling. Like there was like the thing where like you have to wait tables and all that, and you have to hold the gamepad steady, and you have to like shuffle your feet on the balance board. That was cool.
I never bought the disc for this, so I got the pedometer and got the free version. Well, free. And I really liked it, and I felt like having it digitally, especially when you can turn the Wii U on and it goes to that quick load menu and you just tap the icon and load into a game. That was great for Wii Fit. And I spent a few months just playing that game continuously. And it's done by the Pandora's Tower developers, this HD version, which is bonkers. But it's really nice seeing this stuff in HD, like running around Woohoo Island and all that. Like, it's just a really, really good follow-up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wii Fit Plus was more of like an expansion, so this was like the full-blown sequel. And I think this is probably my favorite Wii series game on the Wii U. Because I believe in November, don't quote me on that because I didn't write it down, but Wii Sports Club also released. And I liked this, but it was still a little underwhelming to me. But I thought it was a really cool concept. But I always just bought the game straight up. Like, it was just something that I'm just like...
This confused people. Like, to this day, people think this game was only sold through rentals. Like, there were a few options. You can rent the games outright. Like, you can just say, I want to rent bowling for a week. Or you can buy bowling, or you can buy everything. Like, you don't have to rent anything if you don't want to. I played this for a while. I really like Tennis Online. I spent a lot of time with tennis. But I never loved the look of the game. It didn't capture the vibrance of Wii Sports. It was all just kind of darker and a bit more lifeless. Like they were fine. It was cool playing with the Motion Plus as well. But there's just something missing from the original.
Yeah, for sure. I do feel that as well. I was so used to regular Wii Sports with like its kind of crummy motion controls in comparison to like the Motion Plus. So whenever they would do Motion Plus variants, it always felt very bizarre to me. But yeah, I thought the idea behind this was kind of fun, and I saw a lot of merit behind it. I felt like piecemealing the sports was kind of lame because like by the time boxing and baseball finally released by the next year, I think myself and a couple other people kind of lost interest. So it was just kind of like, eh. But overall, I thought it was a cool thing. I didn't play it nearly as much as I thought I would. There's a lot of games where I'm just like, oh, I'm going to play that a bunch. Wii Sports with online, but I didn't play it nearly as much as I thought I would. But hey, it's still available right now. It's still online, so I might give it another try.
It's got all the stuff from the debut trailer too, like golfing with the gamepad showing the ball on the ground. Yeah. That's in there.
Yeah. It was odd that they launched with the games that didn't do anything with the gamepad, though. They launched with tennis and bowling, which is like, those are some of the more popular ones, but still. Also in November, they had Mario and Sonic at the Sochi 2014 Olympic Winter Games.
Didn't this come with a Wii Remote as well?
Yes. Well, there was a bundle with one, I think. At least in North America. Like, you could buy it with or without one. But yeah, this game isn't very good. This isn't.
No, it looks good.
Yeah.
It's graphically good. I remember this was like the highest quality Mario model we'd had to date, so that was neat. But yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, they had online multiplayer, but it was very limited. They only had it for like 4 sports, and they weren't even sports that you really wanted to play online that much.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. It was another game that had you go from Wii Remote to GamePad, Wii Remote to GamePad, and I never liked when developers did that. Yeah, it looked really good. I felt like the character models were a little stiff, but they looked great. I especially love the selection screen, where the character comes up in fast motion on like a snowboard or something, and it's slow motion when you're selecting them. That's kind of fun. But yeah, I found this to be this was a very odd part of the Sonic exclusive deal. So yeah, but hey, alongside it, well, like a week later or so, the main title this holiday released, it was Super Mario 3D World, the same day as the Xbox One. This was a bit more exciting than any of this. The same day as A Link Between Worlds, the same day as Mario Party Island.
Oh yeah, that was a
Tour.
good day.
A big day.
Yeah.
One of the biggest days in all of gaming, frankly. Like this is probably the busiest day for video games in recent memory or ever. Just one day entirely. And Mario 3D World, I think everybody wanted this game to succeed really badly. Like everybody, and I think that's why I saw a lot of 10 out of 10s of this game online before release. Almost kind of implying that this was equal to or greater than Galaxy. And I don't agree with that, but I do think it was a fantastic game. It was actually absolutely fantastic. It was super, super fun. It was it was great to have a game on Wii U and just feel proud of it. Just be like, yeah, like this is the game. It was never going to like absolutely like, you know, win over hundreds of millions of people and be like, all right, this is why the Wii U exists. But I think it gave Wii U owners just that one kind of, not a killer app per se because it didn't save the system, but it gave you kind of like, this is the good game. This is the really good game that everybody has to own.
I do wonder, like, what would it be like if Wii U launched with this game instead of New Super Mario Bros. U? Like, would it have changed the image of the console? Would the trajectory have been different? I really don't know. I feel like Wii U was kind of doomed with its marketing and name in the first place.
Yeah.
But I do think if 3D World launched instead of Mario U, I think we probably would be telling a slightly different story.
I'd say 15 million units instead of 13.
Yeah, okay.
I think a little bit better. I think it would have been a little bit better, but yeah, I mean, I think a game like Mario Maker, if that launched with it, because that fully that's like this proves the worth of the GamePad. I think if that...
Whereas this doesn't. This doesn't at all.
If anything, this is annoying with the gamepad. Just the fact that it's just like, oh, great, I got to get this thing out again.
Yeah, there's like 2 levels. It's like, okay, you got to use the gamepad. You can touch this block here. You can blow into the microphone. Yeah. You're done.
But I think multiplayer was a lot of fun with this. I wish there was more of an emphasis on like a multiplayer free play kind of mode or something like that, because it's pretty much like you're either playing through the entire game with them or you're replaying stages that you've already played, you know, and I feel like they could have done something like that, but hey, I love this game. I've always flip-flopped on this game where I loved it at launch, and then after a little bit, I was pretty critical of it looking back, and I was like, it's good, but this is why, you know, like it's not a true 3D Mario game. And then I kind of came back on it after we got Odyssey on the Switch. You know, we finally got that sandbox Mario, and I think looking back, it is a fantastic game in its own right. It's just not the 3D Mario the Wii U needed. I think the Wii U needed something a little more like substantial rather than kind of like a level by level fun fest that 3D World is, which it does fantastically. It has some of the best level design in the Mario franchise, and it has the best multiplayer in the Mario franchise. But I think everybody wanted this game to blow up when it came out. I think that's why we saw like so many people hyping it up, other than the fact that it looked fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, I think everybody wanted the Wii U to succeed, but by 2014, I think we all kind of gave up on hope with the Wii U, and we're just like, all right, let's just look forward to the good games coming out. Like that was a big Mario Kart and Smash Brothers year where it was just like, all right, we give up. Let's just look forward to like having fun with these games. But later in 2013, though, they kind of had a couple of things to wrap things up. They announced Cranky Kong and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. They announced that at the Spike Game Awards.
That was a big thing they were hyping up. And I don't even think Jeff knew. I don't think Jeff knew. If you go back and watch that announcement, Jeff is really excited for what Reggie has to show. And I think Reggie had like a Metroid pin or something on.
Yeah.
The people were sort of, yeah. And then there's another guy there on stage or on camera. And they just did like a little demo of Cranky Kong. And everyone just kind of had still faces for most of that demo. Like, is this really what you've got to show us?
Well, I think they also had like Joel McHale co-hosting that. So it's just like, here's this celebrity that could not care less about what's going on. So you put him in a situation where he has to talk about Cranky Kong being a playable character. Tropical Freeze, they did a horrible job marketing this game. Looking at it, like, I'm just like, they always put this game in the worst situations possible. They built this and you can't blame a lot of people for being like, I don't want this game.
No.
At the time, like, they did a horrible job with it.
Look, the camera moves now. Like that's the sort of thing they did. Like, look, the camera moves.
Kong
you can go in the water.
The Kong Pow move. There's a lot of stuff there they were just focusing on where I'm like, why? Come on, man. But weirdly enough, like right before Christmas, they had a Nintendo Direct, which this is kind of unprecedented. They were just like, yeah, there'll be a Nintendo Direct. And it was like right at the end of the year, like right when you'd expect like all the news is done for the year. But this opened up with them announcing Hyrule Warriors, which was the working title at the time. And I remember seeing a bunch of YouTube reactions that were like, we got this new HD Zelda out, let's watch this. And it's some people that like, they don't really know what they're talking about. They were just like, oh, HD Zelda, let me watch this. Oh, I love Zelda. Yeah, that looks great. Yeah, I love Zelda. Yeah, that looks great. Like, they were never, like, I feel like they just assumed, like, yep, this is the new Zelda game, and it wasn't, like, a spin-off kind of thing. But I think reactions were a little mixed at this at first. What was your reaction to a Hyrule Warriors game?
It was weird. I mean, I guess it feels normal now that we've had, like, Fire Emblem Warriors and 2 Hyrule Warriors, but...
Yeah.
I remember being excited for what it could be, but at the same time, we had Wind Waker already, so I was kind of a little bit satiated for what Zelda had on the horizon, and we knew about the next big 3D Zelda was coming. So I wasn't concerned, but I was also like, what are we looking at here? This got more exciting when they showed more playable characters. It was cool when we saw like all the others, but at first it's like, this is Dynasty Warriors, and I wasn't a Dynasty Warriors fan. I barely even touched that series. So I was confused, if anything. Yeah,
it was definitely very bizarre. I think it was cool to see a new Zelda-related title in HD like this. And it kind of fulfilled a bit of that promise of the Wii U tech demo, just seeing kind of a more hardcore-looking Zelda game-esque, in terms of the art style. A lot of people were very concerned because Dynasty Warriors didn't necessarily have, like, the greatest reputation. It was always like, these games come out like 4 times a year, and they're localized horribly. They're just button mashers kind of thing. It's interesting to look back because Hyrule Warriors kind of started the trend of the Musou style, like spin-off game for a lot of these franchises. I mean, like, it existed before. I think there was like some Gundam related stuff before, but this was kind of the main thing for like these long legacy like video game franchises. Like, this happened with Zelda, and then happened with Dragon Quest, and then Fire Emblem, and now Persona, and all of this stuff. That's just like, I think it's a really cool concept that they kind of started here, where they were like, hey, Koei Tecmo can pump these out like crazy, so let them do a Warrior style game based on your franchise, and you don't have to worry about it. Like, it'll be fine. It'll have its audience. It'll be a good 7, 8 out of 10, whatever.
And in hindsight, though, this was the Wii U Zelda. We had 2 remasters. Breath of the Wild, I mean, it came to Wii U, but if you call that a Wii U game, I think you're kidding yourself. That was a Switch game. Hyrule Warriors, I guess that's the legacy of the Wii U for Zelda. Which
a lot of people consider the Wii U to be like the ultimate Zelda box, with just how much Virtual Console and HD remasters and the fact Breath of the Wild did come to it. It was definitely interesting, and I think that's the best way to describe it. It was inherently just an interesting announcement, but I was thinking it was fair to be skeptical. They didn't even have like a logo and they just had like a Times New Roman Hyrule Warriors working title. It ended up being the final one. They talked about Yoshi DLC for Sonic Lost World, which
that was cool.
Yeah, it was very cool. I think we waited a little bit longer to get the Zelda DLC. I forget.
And
when
that was really cool.
Yeah,
I forget when that came out, but that was like the best level in the entire game.
Yeah.
Like free roaming around that little sandbox area. That was awesome.
It actually kind of felt like the Lost World mechanics made more sense. Like,
They did.
in that Zelda DLC. And Wii Sports Club got golf added. Which finally realized that initial promise of the golf ball on the gamepad, which was cool. But the main takeaways from this presentation were kind of the two shadow drops in quotes. One of them came a little bit later, but NES Remix was announced and launched that exact day. What did you think about NES Remix at that time?
I adored NES Remix. Like this felt like WarioWare with NES games. Like I loved remixing all the elements. There's like that one where Link plays Donkey Kong and he can't jump. There's some really cool stuff in here. I wanted them to keep going further though. I wanted like Super Nintendo remix and like even N64 remix or whatever. But instead we got a sequel to this down the line.
Yeah, which only like 2 months later we got the sequel. It was very bizarre.
But yeah, I adored this game.
I've been playing this game recently. And I like it quite a bit. I think it's very addicting to just go for 3 stars on everything. There are some where I've just given up. I'm like 2 stars. Oh, fine, whatever. But I think I wish they had more stuff like Link and Donkey Kong. Because some of the remixes are a little lame. Like I played one recently that's like a remix for Ice Climber where it's just collect all the vegetables. The only difference is every 3 seconds it changes filters, and it's not even like a filter where it's hard to see.
Okay.
It's just like, oh, it's black and white now, and then the final remix is like, oh, it's red and black now, where it's like, okay, I guess this is supposed to be like Virtual Boy, but I wish they would go a little farther with that. And some of the standard challenges just kind of feel like tutorials sometimes. I think that was
collect the coin.
Yeah, I think that was a bigger problem with NES Remix 2. But that's just like me kind of being a little nitpicky, because overall I think the game is still wildly addicting and really fun, and I wish they followed through and did more with it, where they did more systems. I think they could have done an NES Remix 3 and they kind of do some of the scraps from Nintendo but also incorporate third-party stuff. NES Remix was fantastic. I thought it was a great little thing to just shadow drop here. But then later, like right after that, they announced Dr. Luigi, which released here in North America on New Year's Eve. Yeah, what are your thoughts on Dr. Luigi?
I like Dr. Luigi. I like Dr. Luigi a bit. They undermine this a little bit on 3DS with Miracle Cure, because that's like regular Dr. Mario, Dr. Luigi, Germ Buster, and then that like power-up system as well. But Dr. Luigi was pretty cool. You can there's like L-shaped pills. You can also play the standard mode if you want to. But I played the WiiWare game a lot, so it was nice to sort of continue that in HD. It didn't do anything radically different though, apart from that L shape. That's kind of it.
The L-shaped pills make the game radically easier. I was able to just cruise past like level 20 up to like 25, just playing casually. Just because you have more pills to work with, and just using one of them, you can clear out a virus with just one play. But it's just more Dr. Mario. It's basically just an HD version of Dr. Mario Online RX.
It's weird Switch doesn't have one, because every console does. Even DS has Dr. Mario Express, but Switch has nothing. Yeah,
it's very odd. And I find it even odder how much the Your Luigi branding is all over this thing, and it launched the last day of 2013. Just kind of dates it overall. But overall, I thought it was like it was Dr. Mario. That was the main thing. It was Dr. Mario with a neat little extra mode, but didn't really change much. It was just kind of an easier mode. The Virus Buster returned from like the WiiWare game, but then you use the touchscreen for it now, and it was just these were both like $15. I think NES Remix was far more worth it, but it was still it was still Dr. Mario. It just online play included as well, and all of that. It was good. And this December Direct, I think this December Direct was far better than the January Direct. Remembering it, they just had a lot of stuff. They had Rosalina and Smash Brothers, which was cool, and then it ended up followed up with a Mario Kart 8 trailer, which this is when the Mario Kart 8 kind of hype cycle was really starting up. just the fact that like we were starting to get trailers more and more consistently, and it was starting to be like, all right, this game's coming out, and it was just exciting. It was really exciting to get it was starting to look really, really good. Overall, what was your opinion of 2013 overall for the Wii U?
I think this was a good time to be a Wii U owner. Like, it felt promising. We were getting good games. It was still slow. Like, there were months where there wasn't really much at all. But, like, getting an exclusive Sonic, getting Wind Waker HD, getting all these other things, it felt good. Like, everything was sort of coming together. And it never really got that much higher than this. I think the next year has some good stuff, but all in all, I was pretty pleased. I was always on board with Wii U, but this was when I felt properly like satiated. I felt like I was delivered on as a fan.
I think owning both 3DS and Wii U in 2013 was kind of necessary, but it was a good year to be a Nintendo fan overall. This was a fantastic year for 3DS. So many releases, but it was a decent year for Wii U, I think. It ended strong. I think with Pikmin 3, Wind Waker HD, and Mario 3D World, I think those are three pretty good games to round up the year, but those came near the back end. And I think at the beginning, it was very... it was just easy to just get kind of anxious with the Wii U. It would just be like, what am I going to do with this thing? I'm very grateful that I got mine in June, so I kind of got there near when stuff was happening. But overall, I always look back at this year with a lot of nostalgia. It was a promising time to be a Wii U fan. It was obvious that this ain't gonna go well, but there was that hope that things would turn around. And 2014 was a more exciting year, I think, because we knew what was coming out, and I think Nintendo did a lot of good direction changes with how they presented themselves and just the games they were releasing. It was a very exciting time. But overall, I think 2013 was a pretty decent year overall. So we had to cut this and record the rest of it later because it was already 2 hours long. But I think one thing when we look back at 2013 was, we thought it was pretty good. However, we didn't really mention the third-party support this year. Third-party support was still okay, I think. They still had a lot of the big publishers on board, Ubisoft, Activision, EA for a little bit, but EA was one of the first major to go. And as a Wii U owner, John, what did you think just with all of this third-party support kind of almost crumbling down, or just the type of third-party support you were seeing in the second year of the Wii U's life, or the first major year of the Wii U's life?
Yeah, I guess we're coming up to the launches of the next generation of consoles at this point, and it's like Wii U didn't feel like it really fit in. It felt like it was in the middle of those generations, and it clearly didn't belong with PS4 and Xbox One. So obviously all these third parties were starting to disappear. And like it still felt like it was kind of just getting the scraps. Like in the launch year we had a lot of like late ports, and that's still kind of the case the following year. We had games like Splinter Cell Blacklist, which I kind of forgot existed, and then things like Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures. So it wasn't like major, huge third-party games, but there was still some scraps in there. And I think you can kind of feel like everything's kind of dwindling in 2013.
Yeah, I think one of the main arguments was how there were some third parties that were pulling their support from Wii U. And there was always this debate how it was just this double-edged sword where these third parties wouldn't put their all into their Wii U ports. I remember a game like Batman Arkham Origins didn't get the multiplayer. The Wii U version, I think, was a little cheaper than the others, but that game just straight up did not come with the multiplayer. And also, nobody cared about the multiplayer, but that was just a thing people brought up where it's like, well, this game doesn't come with the multiplayer, so I'm not going to get it on Wii U. And then, other games were missing DLC. Need for Speed Most Wanted U, the Call of Duty games, Assassin's Creed, they were missing DLC. A lot of DLC did not come to the Wii U versions. Or they didn't get other versions of games, where I remember seeing Assassin's Creed, you'd see the collector's edition advertised, but it would only be for the PlayStation and Xbox consoles. So there was this debate where people were saying third parties are bringing their games to Wii U, but they are lesser versions, that they aren't putting their all into these. So people are saying, well, I'm not going to buy it. And then they don't buy it because the developers don't put their time and money into it. But the problem is people didn't put their time and money into these games because people weren't buying them on Wii U, or there weren't enough Wii U owners. So it was just this giant cycle. Need for Speed was released in 2013, and it was actually like the best looking version of the game. That is generally considered the definitive release of Need for Speed Most Wanted. But after that, EA pulled support. This was when the Wii U wasn't getting Maddens or FIFAs, which was unheard of. Those games originally, back in like the 7th and 6th generation, came out on everything imaginable. Like, they would come out on platforms 2 generations behind. FIFA was coming out on the PS2 in 2013, but not the Wii U. FIFA came out on the Wii and not the Wii U. So it was a bit discouraging. It didn't matter a ton to me because I was really only playing the Nintendo games on Wii U, but I was very satisfied knowing that I had an Xbox 360 and eventually a PS4 where I could play these games. But some people didn't. Some people only had a Wii U, and it's just unfortunate that the Wii U kind of became mainly just a Lego game, Skylander game, Disney Infinity game, and just licensed kids game machine in terms of third-party support. But there were also some indie games, which I'm sure we'll touch on. But yeah, it was a pretty rough time for third-party support. 2013 was the last major year. 2014, this was when things were getting pretty rough. This was after the next gen consoles launched, so this was kind of when I think a lot of people use that as an excuse, like, we're gonna focus on these consoles, even though Xbox 360 and PS3 versions were still kind of coming out. You got Assassin's Creed Rogue, and that was just not coming to Wii U. You got there was the Call of Duty that year, which still came to 360 and PS3, didn't come to Wii U. Watch Dogs was announced for Wii U, and around
that was strange. Yeah, it happened.
Yeah. Watch Dogs, but it got delayed past the launch date of the other versions. That was in 2014, and that game came out later on in the year, which I think a lot of people were excited at the prospect of Watch Dogs on Wii U just because of the concept alone, the fact that, oh, it's hacking and you use a smartphone in the game. But hacking in that game is basically just a button push, you know?
Yeah. It was also kind of like the GTA for Wii U, because it missed GTA 5. And I remember when Watch Dogs came along, a few Xbox games and a few PlayStation games were doing things like Xbox Smart Glass. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It was like a mobile app that would basically be a Wii U like companion screen for your phone. So games like, I think Halo 5 had something like that, where you can like view your score on your phone, or like a map on your phone. And I think Watch Dogs was one of the games that supported that too. It basically gave the other consoles, the Wii U, features. So like Wii U didn't feel that unique when other platforms had that. Not that many games really supported Smart Glass, but it was a thing.
This was during... I think a lot of these companies almost looked at what Nintendo was doing and thought, maybe this is the next big thing. Almost like, because Kinect and PS Move were direct responses to the Wii. You can kind of tell these companies would look at Nintendo and see like, okay, what are they doing? Maybe we should consider doing something similar to that. I don't know if that's exactly why they did that, but it just felt weird. Around this time, dual screen experiences were kind of the next big thing. Everybody was showing off their dual screen experience, where Microsoft had Xbox Smart Glass, where they utilized tablets. Sony had Remote Play on the PS Vita, which just used the Vita. Do you think third-party support on the Wii U, shouldn't Nintendo have tried harder, or do you think the Wii U was just kind of a bona fide, like, it just wasn't going to succeed regardless? Even if Nintendo seeked Grand Theft Auto 5 out, or Tomb Raider 2013, or BioShock Infinite, these big 2013 titles, because, you know, you got the Ubisoft games, you got the Activision games, you got a couple EA games, but most of the big 2013 games of the year, kind of big multi-platform games, didn't come to Wii U. It was just kind of the generic Ubisoft Activision stuff. So do you think Nintendo should have seeked out those bigger games, or do you think in the end it wouldn't have mattered much?
Yeah, I don't know how much it helps, really. I feel like those who play those kind of games already have the consoles that can play them. Like, if you want GTA 5, you probably have a 360. And I don't think many 360 owners bought like a PS4 or Xbox One solely for GTA 5. I think they bought a PS4 and then bought GTA 5 because they already have the console. Would it have helped the Wii U if it had GTA 5? I don't really think so. I think people probably would have even like made fun of it. Like, why are you playing GTA 5 on the Wii U? Why don't you play it in a real place? And it was always in this weird position where it was like mid-generation. It was a bit more powerful than 360 and PS3, but it wasn't anywhere near PS4 and Xbox One. And many developers, the CPU was quite outdated, so many developers didn't want to make games for it. If they did try and bring games like Doom 2016 to Wii U like they did for the Switch, it would have been compromised. And I feel like the Switch gets away with it because it's essentially a tablet, and playing them in the handheld form factor is pretty cool. Playing on the Wii U though, like, that's a console still, and it'd be like, well, why don't I just play it in a better way? Like, what's the pro that I'm getting out of this? So yeah, I really don't think third party would have made that much of a difference. Like, even when they were thoroughly supporting the Wii U, well, not thoroughly, but even when they were trying to support the Wii U in its first few years, I don't feel like many Nintendo players were buying the third party games. And it's hard to blame them, because many of them missed DLCs, or they were late, but still, like, the interest seemed to be far more on Nintendo games.
I think it showed that the gimmick wasn't ideal enough, where the Nintendo Switch has some of the same things that the Wii U did, where you get kind of those older titles. The problem is the third-party support on Wii U, I think they kind of picked bad titles for that system. They picked weird titles where you got Mass Effect 3, but not the Mass Effect trilogy. And you would get, they wouldn't bring over games you think would have made perfect sense on the Wii U. In Grand Theft Auto 5, you could imagine the map on the GamePad. That would be pretty cool, I don't think it would have made a huge difference in terms of sales, but that would have been a cool use of the GamePad. But the Switch has the portability aspect. The gamepad aspect, I think, is harder to sell to people in one sentence, where it's like, oh, you have a dual screen in your hands, and you can have a map, and that's harder to really warrant justifying an entire console purchase and buying all your third-party games on there, especially when a lot of people bought third-party games on other platforms because they were kind of tied into the ecosystem. You had the achievements on Xbox Live, you had your friends on Xbox Live. So I think that definitely made things a bit trickier, and I think you're right. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. It would have been nice, but because I just remember there was always this feeling of, why isn't the Wii U getting BioShock Infinite? Why isn't Nintendo going after getting Grand Theft Auto 5 or games like that? But looking back at it all, I think Nintendo probably made the right decision just kind of focusing on their own games, because that was all that was going to sell on the Wii U at that point, and then just kind of hitting reset on the Switch and then giving more of a focus to third-party support. But that was third-party support basically in 2013, because I don't think we're going to be talking about it much going forward, because that was the last major year. 2014 and onwards, it's basically just Nintendo games on the Wii U. That was pretty much all that we were looking forward to. And the first major game of 2014 was originally scheduled for 2013, and it got delayed once and then delayed again because they were swapping schedules around. This was really meant for November, and then Mario 3D World was meant for December, and then they swapped those release dates around, and then they eventually said Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is releasing in February. So this game was the first major Wii U release in 2014. I know you probably have a lot to say about this game. I do as well. I was playing it a couple nights ago. It's still very good. But what did you think of Tropical Freeze when it came out? What do you think about it now? All of that.
So I guess prior to launch, the narrative around this game was, why are Retro doing Donkey Kong again? And I kind of felt that a little bit myself. Like, I loved Returns. It wasn't like one of my favorite games of all time, but I loved a lot of what it did. And it was like, why are they doing this again rather than doing something more ambitious? Like, a lot of people wanted Metroid Prime again. I wanted something entirely new at the time. But then I played Tropical Freeze myself, and like all of that doubt just kind of went away. Because it wasn't just Returns again. It looks like and plays like Returns, but the level of quality and polish and ideas was through the roof. It felt like every level wasn't just like Grassland and Fireland and Waterland. It was just something so unique and dynamic. And they truly said they wanted to do another Donkey Kong, because they had so many other ideas, and that sounded like PR talk, but it wasn't. Like, every level felt different and justified. And I loved, like, there's like a water world, which in most platformers is like the world I dread. But in this one, it was so cool, because like you feel so flexible in the water. Like, Donkey Kong is so angelic, and it's just great. And I legitimately feel like this is one of my favorite platformers ever, which I definitely didn't think when it was revealed, because it seemed so derivative. But you're getting hands on it. It's like, whoa, this really does feel like one of the Wii U's best games. And like, looking back at the entire system, I think it is probably my favorite Wii U game.
Yeah, for sure. I think this game is masterful. I think it's a wonderful experience. It's just incredible to me how intricate everything is designed, how the level designs are so smart, how it's so... The difficulty is just right with this game. And I don't trust anybody that says this game is unfair or too hard. I don't trust anybody like that. I mean, I understand it may not be everybody's cup of tea, because Donkey Kong he's heavy. He's a heavy character. I think a lot of people go into this game expecting a new Super Mario Brothers-esque feel, and they don't get that. And I think that's how you get people that get really frustrated at this game. Where I think the only parts that are frustrating for me are the boss fights in this game. That's like the one part that I'm just like,
yeah, that's
they're
the one blemish.
long. That's just the problem.
Yeah.
That's the one problem. Where they're wonderfully designed. They are great boss fights, but they just go on for a while. I played Returns as well recently, and those boss fights are nice and concise. You just like, easy, not easy, but you can get through them pretty quickly. Tropical Freeze, yeah, they can go on for like 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, and if you mess up, you've got to do the whole thing again.
Yeah, that's the main problem.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, like, they want like a Nintendo Uncharted, some people, and I feel like this kind of gets there at some points. Like, there's some levels where like, you have these buildings collapsing, and Donkey Kong like slides through them, and it's just like this giant set piece. And it is like Uncharted from a 2D perspective at times. It's crazy in that respect. And the game also doesn't use the gamepad at all. It's black. There's nothing on that screen.
That's another strange thing about the game. There's a couple of weird things about the game, but they don't matter at the end of the day. But yeah, this has off-TV play. Most Wii U games have off-TV play in the sense that it's on the TV and on the gamepad at the exact same time. This one, you have to pick one or the other. And whatever you pick, whatever you don't pick is just going to be blank the entire time. Not even a logo or anything. Not even like a whatever. Which is just very strange, but it does make sense because you look at this game and it is one of the Wii U's best looking, most complex games, animation wise, model wise. There's so much going on in every single level. It feels like they didn't even cheap out with trying to just, oh man, we'll just put a JPEG here for the background. No, it feels like every single thing. It feels like the entire world is 3D model. It feels like it's just so vast. It's such a wonderful experience. But there's just a few other little problems. The load times are weird. They're just stuttery. They're just a little stuttery.
Yeah, like you're loading into a level and they're running across and they just kind of pause every now and then. Like Switch does it better, but Wii U and also when you're loading up the game, like it zooms on these clouds and the music's like dun 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 dun, and it keeps looping and you think, shouldn't this be over by now? It just keeps going.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the bonus rooms are consistently repeated, which is like, alright, fine,
those.
Whatever. Dixie Kong is such a good character in this game that she pretty much invalidates Diddy Kong. Not entirely Cranky Kong, which is the new character, but it does make Diddy Kong feel a little like, I wish they would have given Diddy more, or Dixie Kong a bit of a different ability, because it's pretty much the same as Diddy's, but better, but those are like my only problems with the game, which even then I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna pick Dixie Kong, and also like the loading times don't affect anything, and the bonus rooms I still think are really satisfying. They're just like, oh man, I'll take a little break here and I'll play a bonus room, and when those are my only problem and I can still find them to be fun, that shows how good of a game it is.
One thing, it's not even a problem, it's just something that I wish they would do in a sequel. It's the animal buddies. Like, Rambi's great, but the original trilogy had all these different animals, and I don't feel like Tropical Freeze is missing them, because the levels, like, they have so many ideas already, that I think, like, packing in more animals would kind of undermine a lot of what it does already. But if they could, like, in another game, bring back, like, an ostrich, or the swordfish, or just something, more than just Rambi again, that would be cool. But it's not even a criticism against the game, though. It's just I kind of miss them.
Yeah, it does feel a little odd just considering Rambi was in Returns, I believe, correct? Yeah, Rambi was in Returns, and he returns in Tropical Freeze, but he's still the only animal buddy. And it just feels a little odd because he's not in many of the levels in Tropical Freeze. Like, I think he's in, like, 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
So it feels like it would have made a lot of sense to just have 3 animal buddies in total or something like that. But it's not a big deal because, you know, the Rambi levels are still fun, and it doesn't feel like it's necessarily missing much. I just think it's such a great experience, but I think the problem is with where it released on the Wii U, it just felt like this was not one of the games the Wii U needed in terms of like, oh man, big thing, you know, this is what the Wii U need, because New Super Mario Bros. U didn't sell units. So if New Super Mario Bros. U wasn't going to sell units, I don't think a 2D Donkey Kong was going to either, unfortunately.
Yeah. If you just sort of squint your eyes, I mean, it still kind of looks like Returns. That's the thing. Like, clearly, it's more polished. Like, they can see all of his individual furs. It's a beautiful game. But if you just sort of squint at the screen or like it catches your eye, you're going to think, I played this on Wii, even though you clearly didn't. But it still looks like Returns. That's kind of the problem.
That was one of the main problems with most of Nintendo's output on the Wii U, where you got these good games, but they looked and played very similarly to games that you could have gotten on cheaper hardware, where you could have, you know, Mario Kart 8 looked beautiful. It was so much better than the Mario Karts before, but you know, I think most casual people just thought, if I want to play Mario Kart, I'll just buy a 2DS and Mario Kart 7 or something like that. Tropical Freeze looks so similar to Returns, like from a distance, of course. Super Mario 3D World, like I said, I remember at E3 in 2013, people thought it was a 3DS game. I remember watching reaction videos and people thought, is this on 3DS? You know, it's weird to think that, but that's how people thought. But 2014, I remember this was when a lot of sales figures were coming in. I remember Tropical Freeze didn't do necessarily that well originally. The Wii U console was struggling because there was one of the weirdest droughts of software. It was pretty much dead on Wii U for the entire first half of 2014. There was a couple of news stories. I remember Nintendo randomly announced during an investor call, we found out how to put DS games on Wii U Virtual Console. And they released like Brain Age. I think in your region, I think they released that earlier, right?
I think that's right.
That around?
Yeah, I think that was free, in fact. I think Brain Age was free to begin with. And then all the other DS games were paid. But yeah, it was a weird time. Like in retrospect, it wasn't a bad year at all, though. There was lots of like big first-party Nintendo releases, like some of the biggest for the system, but just in terms of like general news and especially third-party support, it was slim pickings.
Yeah, but I remember it being still. It wasn't this doom and gloom feeling year just because there was so much. The games that we really wanted to play were coming out, and I do think there was enough kind of happening eShop wise, and to be fair, news wise, regarding the titles that were releasing that year. Nintendo Directs, there weren't as many as 2013, but Nintendo Directs started to kind of change this year. I felt they became a lot more jokey, they became a lot more self-aware. They started doing a lot more game-specific directs. We got a Smash Brothers Direct at the beginning of 2014. We got a Mario Kart 8 Direct. We got a Tomodachi Life Direct, but that was for 3DS, but still. And they didn't have a ton of regular directs. Even the E3 event this year wasn't called a Nintendo Direct. It was called the Nintendo Digital event. So it felt like they were really experimenting, and they were trying to go for kind of a different vibe with their presence. They were trying to avoid that general, just Iwata standing there and just speaking directly, as in just very plainly. You know, I love Iwata, but those original directs were very plain, even though they're fun to go back to. And I think they were trying to pump them up with more jokes, just make them a little cheesy and all of that. But it was an exciting time, honestly, to look forward to information on all of these games. Earlier in 2014, around like April time, we got Game Boy Advance games on Virtual Console. Remember that? And that was it felt very strange to get those on Wii U and not 3DS, but then also not get like original Game Boy games and Game Boy Color games on Wii U Virtual Console. It was basically just, nope, you're getting Game Boy Advance games. So, do you have any memories with Game Boy Advance Virtual Console? What did you think of the support on there? What do you think of it on Wii U?
It was a really weird time, wasn't it? Because like 3DS had those ambassador games, those 10 ambassador games where they worked. They had to reset the system, kind of like a DS game did, though. It's like you couldn't open up the 3DS menu while playing them. So I don't know if that's why they didn't distribute them. It'd be a strange reason if that were why, but because it clearly worked. But yeah, Wii U got them. I didn't play like a mass amount of GBA games on Wii U, because I generally played on real hardware. But one thing I did love, though, was the Mario Advance 4 release, the Super Mario Bros. 3 one. And that had all the e-reader levels. And from what I gather, like even on emulators, like just hacking the ROM, even apparently that's quite tough to do, to get all this e-reader stuff. And this not only had all the official card releases, but some unreleased ones too. I think there were like 38 levels or something in total. I'd never touched these before. I'd never had an e-reader. So these were all like brand new Super Mario Bros. 3 levels for me. And they did things like they mixed in the turnip plucking from Mario 2, the cape from Mario World, and it's all just sort of like mixing together all the Mario Advance properties from across all of them. And they were really cool. There's even like remakes of Super Mario Bros. Stuff in there. I loved that release.
Yeah, there was that was definitely the highlight of the GBA support on Virtual Console. I would say the GBA support was quite cool. Like, I thought GBA games looked very good on Wii U. The emulation was quite excellent, and they also gave you the manuals on the GamePad. You could flip through the manuals, like the scans and all of that. I thought they did quite a good job. I think M2 worked on the GBA Virtual Console, and they're always kind of emulation gods in this whole scene. And I think it really does show. It was a solid release, but it was a strange one. It was kind of this feeling where people were still asking for GameCube games on Virtual Console around this time, and we still don't have them now. So it was a very strange thing for them to go for GBA instead of any other system. Like, people wanted N64 as well, and they also just announced kind of a prototype of DS Virtual Console on Wii U. But they ended up doing GBA, and I remember playing a bit of like Superstar Saga on there, and doing a couple other random things like Wario Land 4, Metroid Zero Mission. That's how I beat Metroid Zero Mission, is via the Wii U Virtual Console. It is kind of one of my preferred ways to play GBA stuff these days, just because I don't know, just a nice big screen. I can see it on the TV, just very clear. And also save states if I feel like being a dirty cheater, but it's nice diffusion. There's a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool too that Drill Dozer got a PAL release for the first time.
Oh yeah.
And the cool thing about that is they localized, like they did the entire package back when it was meant to come out, but in the PAL release there's like German languages and Spanish and French, and that never got released officially. So they're just holding on to that ROM for like a decade. So it's cool that they released that for all like non-English speakers. But Pokemon never came out though, which was weird, because they brought Pokemon to the 3DS Virtual Console. I guess the reason they probably didn't do that was, I imagine Pokemon Bank, because they can bring all your Pokemon Red Pokemon to Bank and then to the future, whereas Wii U didn't support that. So maybe that's the reason we didn't get Ruby and Sapphire, but would have been cool.
They did every other Pokemon game other than that. They did all the mystery dungeons. They did pinball. Yeah. They did all of that. They put out anything Pokemon related they really could have on GBA Virtual Console and DS Virtual Console. Well, not everything, but because I remember there was like Pokemon Conquest that never came out on DS Virtual Console. But they put out everything they could have.
Did we get Pokemon Dash on there?
I don't think it did. That was the one they were too scared to do.
Cowards.
They were cowards, yeah. But around the same time as GBA Virtual Console, NES Remix 2 came out. Just a couple months after NES Remix 1. What did you think of NES Remix 2? I was looking forward to this release. This was kind of the big release for Wii U, which really shows something. It was the big one that I was like, oh, I can't wait. But there was a couple of reasons why I was really excited for this one. But what did you think of Remix 2?
Was this one that gave us Super Luigi Bros?
Yes.
Yeah, that was awesome. Now, this was a cool one though, and the first one kind of went through all the major NES games like Mario 1 and Zelda and Metroid, whereas this gave us stuff like Super Mario Bros. 2 and Zelda 2 and Kirby's Adventure. And there's some really fun remix stuff. I remember a lot of them just put like let Toad pick things up. So it's like Toad in Zelda 2, like picking up Octoroks and throwing them around, and Toad in Kirby's Adventure throwing like apples at Wispy Woods, like that. There's cool stuff like that. There's also some weird stuff in here, like Clu Land was in this one, wasn't it? Was that the first one?
I think that was the first one. I think Ice Hockey was in this one.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely some
and then Mario,
some lesser ones
Mario
in this.
Lost Levels was in this one. Wario's Woods was a controversial pick. Yeah, there's some oddball ones in there, but this was more so kind of the big boy, like these were the iconic top 10 NES games of all time, kind of NES games from Nintendo, I think. Because one of the criticisms for NES Remix 1 was the fact that they pretty much just did black box games for that one, kind of the original titles for the system. I think that kind of worked based on the fact that a lot of those games do not age well, and you don't really want to play them outside. You don't really want to play them in their original context because they're not fun. I played baseball on NES for 30 minutes one day last year. I don't know what was happening that day, but I was like, is this gonna change? Never did. And I think those games, you kind of want to go like, oh, they're classics, but it's like, but you don't want to play a lot of them anymore. And I think NES Remix did a great job recontextualizing them, where you can play those games within NES Remix and get the gist. And you're like, I've played baseball, I've played soccer, I've played Clu Land, and you can just be like, yeah, you did it, you're good. It gives you a good like bite-sized experience where you can say that you've experienced these games, but in a more fun way. The issue with NES Remix 1 may have been that those games, the games included, didn't necessarily need that in comparison, and I think the regular challenges in the game do almost kind of feel a little patronizing sometimes, because they felt a little more like tutorials. A lot of them were like, collect these coins, fly in Mario 3. Wario's Woods had a challenge that was just watch the demo, which, to be fair, that you did need to do that. But Kirby's Adventure also had it as well. I think NES Remix 1 had better regular challenges, but NES Remix 2 had better remixes. Like you were saying, they did a lot more of the cool stuff, where NES Remix 1 just kind of did, here's a filter. NES Remix 2 had legitimate, oh, you're playing as Peach from Mario 2 and Mario 3. Oh, you're playing as Kirby in Mario 1, Mario the Lost Levels, or Mario or Toad and Kirby, and anything like that. I think the remix stages were fantastic in this game. But the main thing I really, really wanted and really liked in this game and played over and over again was the championship mode, which I think you got for buying both NES Remix 1 and 2. And this was basically a modern version of the Nintendo World Championships from like 1990. But you just had Mario 1, Mario 3, and Dr. Mario, and you had to play through all of them. And then you could post your high score to Miiverse. I love this. I thought it was so much fun, and I wish this was a bigger focus of the game. I thought this was awesome. And Super Luigi Brothers, I thought it's kind of cute.
It was cute.
It was.
Yeah, then that was also in 3D World, if I remember. That they're just sort of throwing that one around.
Mm-hmm. The original Luigi Brothers, and then you got the sequel in NES Remix, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was. This was kind of the last major gasp of air for the year of Luigi. So I think overall, NES Remix 2, it was odd that this was such kind of a this was kind of their big title on the Wii U for the spring, I guess, which was strange, because this was the only thing really you could play after Tropical Freeze. So that should show like there wasn't a ton going on. But only about a month later, we got Mario Kart 8. Which was pretty much the biggest game. It is the best-selling Wii U game. This was when the Wii U started. It started to feel good to be a Nintendo fan, because this was right before E3. There was quite a bunch of stuff coming out around this time, and it just felt like there was a lot of positivity starting the Wii U for the first time in a while. Mario Kart 8, I played like a ton of back in the day. I thought it was the best Mario Kart yet, and I would have never guessed that it's the same Mario Kart we're playing these days. But it was, I thought it was fantastic. There were a couple weird things with it at launch, but what was your experience with the original Mario Kart 8 on Wii U?
I adored this. I mean, we've said before, like, Tropical Freeze and New Super Mario Bros. U kind of mirror their Wii counterparts. This doesn't. Like, this, I don't feel like Mario Kart had ever really been a system showcase before, maybe outside of the Super Nintendo game. Like Mario Kart Wii looked a little bit, jaggy and rough, even for a Wii game, and so like even I guess other ones look fine, but this one was out of this world. Like, it looked crazy. It still looks good as a Switch game, and yeah, it's just a beautiful, beautiful game with an amazing soundtrack, amazing production, some of the best tracks in the series. The anti-gravity mechanic was cool. I feel like it looked good in promotional material. When you're playing, it's just kind of like the gravity lifter things are on now. Like sometimes you can bump into people. It wasn't an intrusive gimmick, but it still had its purpose. It really changed a lot of the retro tracks too. Like stuff like the Cheese Land from GBA. Like it was fine on GBA, but here it felt properly realized. Like it was so much better. The only real blemish was battle mode, where on Wii U there was no actual like battle tracks. You just raced on actual race tracks. And I've gone back to the Wii U game a few times to test out the online play, just to see if people are still playing. Weirdly, you can always find near complete rooms of battle mode. Who are these people? Who's still playing Mario Kart Wii U battle mode?
They're creeps.
They are creeps because it's the full-on racetracks. Like you're running around Moo Moo Meadows just looking for someone. It's bad.
Me and some friends tried playing it like a year or two ago, and it was. I mean, it's fun if you're trying to make it fun. It's kind of like when we eventually talk about Amiibo Festival. It's like it's fun if you make it fun, but I'm sure a lot of people, if you start drinking a little bit, it might be more fun. I definitely agree. Mario Kart Wii was, and even Mario Kart 7, they weren't like visually impressive games. They looked fine. This one still is one of the best looking Nintendo games of all time. And even then, even the music was so much better than other Mario Kart games. Not saying the other Mario Kart games had bad music, but this one was fully orchestrated. And then you also have just the retro tracks. The retro tracks originally in Mario Kart Wii always disappointed me with just how bland they looked. They looked like they were basically taken right from the game, which that's not to say they didn't put any time or effort into them. It was one of those instances where you may look at it and go, that looks straight from the Super Nintendo game, when obviously like it kind of looks how you remember it looking, whereas Mario Kart 8 is just full-on remade. Everything looks gorgeous. The retro tracks feel on par with the new tracks, which never really felt like the case with Mario Kart, which, all the tracks felt equal. This has the best track selection in any Mario Kart game, in my opinion. It's perfect. I will say definitely, like, in terms of the gimmick, I think anti-gravity works. I think as a gimmick, it's not like whoa, this is amazing. I think the gimmicks that they introduced in Mario Kart 7 and 8 help aid the track design, but they don't really do much else, where it's more interesting to have the glider sections. But, when you initially saw that glider section in, like, the Mario Kart 7 trailers, it's like, whoa, you can fly now! Where, like, when you're playing it, it's just kind of like, this is just part of the track. And I think the anti-gravity helped make the tracks just so much more elaborate and so much more inventive. They could do so much more in terms of different paths and how the tracks were designed. I thought it was incredible. Battle mode was definitely the worst part of the game. It was obviously where they cut corners. Do you remember when this game launched, one of the big issues was how when you'd be playing a GP, when you'd be playing a Grand Prix, the next button would be like on the the next one, and it would always be like, damn it, a highlight reel. Oh God.
Yeah.
I forget about that. I almost forget about that, but that was one of the big annoyances with the game. But yeah, they also had this strange promotion. I think you guys had a similar thing over in Europe. We didn't. I think you guys got it much better. I think you guys had more games, but if you registered the game via Club Nintendo, you could download a free Nintendo published game. They had, like, over here it was like Pikmin 3, Wii Party U, Wind Waker HD, and then I think New Super Mario Bros. U were our options. Did you guys have something similar to that? And did you guys have different games?
We did. I think we had some third-party stuff too. I think Wonderful 101 and Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate were in there too.
Yeah, this was What did you pick? Did you pick anything? I picked Pikmin 3.
Okay. I think I picked, I'm pretty sure I picked Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, because I rented it when it came out. I didn't keep it, though, because I wasn't that into it. I thought, well, if I'm getting it with Mario Kart, maybe this time I'll get into it.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It was weird. I picked Pikmin 3, and I still waited to play Pikmin 3 until I got it physically, because I I was a weird kid back in the day.
I feel that.
I really wanted to play Pikmin 3 too. I don't know why I was waiting. Yeah, Mario Kart 8 was absolutely fantastic. That summer was just filled with just playing online, just always like, oh man, I'm back from work, or it's a good summer night. I'll play through Mario Kart 8 online, and it was a really good experience. The GamePad stuff, I played a lot of off-TV play, but I thought GamePad use, it was just oddly funny to think that Nintendo was really struggling to sell the use of the GamePad, and the biggest game on the platform, the only thing they could really think about doing with Mario Kart 8 was that it was a horn. It was just...
Yeah, you knocked the horn.
It was a horn. You could have the map down there,
Yeah.
and also the map was strange because that was like the only place the map was at launch, I think.
Yeah.
Which was... Yeah, there was a couple of little blemishes on it at launch. Like I said, the weird placement of the highlight reel button, and also the map was only on the gamepad, which was strange. But yeah, you could also do off-TV play, and I like that. Mario Kart TV in the game, dicking around with the highlight reels, that was fun, doing the slow motion, like on and off and all of that.
Yeah, and you can upload them to YouTube as
Yeah.
well, which I don't think you can on the Switch.
I think they took that feature away eventually on Mario Kart TV. Like, I think it's just like, they were just like, oh yeah, this is the last day to do it. But yeah, I'm not sure. They might still have it, but I don't know on Switch. I assume no.
Yeah, I think they probably, I guess they want you to do video capture and like go to Twitter rather than YouTube.
Yeah, but I will say Mario Kart 8 does have a couple of things that I do miss on the Switch release. After a Grand Prix, you get the trophy screen, and you could move it with the touchscreen on the gamepad. You can't do that on the Switch release.
Oh yeah. How did the Switch release sell so much if you can't move the trophy?
I know. I
around?
don't get it. I don't
weird.
get it. It's stupid. And there's also they got rid of the stamps. There were stamps in the game that you got with the time trials, which that was interesting. Around this time, a lot of Nintendo games were getting stamps in the games. This was a feature from 3D World, and this was kind of their version of achievements, which I thought was a cool way to do achievements that was a little different, a little something that made sense in the Nintendo world. Yeah, I thought this was a cool alternative to achievements, even if it wasn't entirely like achievements.
Yeah, the attach rate for Mario Kart 8 was crazy though. Like the Wii U sold something like 13 million, and I want to say Mario Kart 8 sold 8 million, maybe 7 million. But still, that's way that's so close to that's most people who own a Wii U bought Mario Kart 8. And the attach rate for Switch and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is crazy too, but it's not that close. Like that's an insane amount of people buying the game. And I do wonder, like, if the Wii U were more like appealing, would this have pushed more people to buy a Wii U to get Mario Kart 8? And I don't know if it's the same situation as other 3DS games, because like 3DS had Mario Kart 7. So if you already have Mario Kart 7, do you need to get Mario Kart 8? Is that the mindset people had?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just didn't know the Wii U existed at this point. And I feel like if Mario Kart 8 just launched earlier, we'd be singing a slightly different tune. Where we saw the power of releasing Mario Kart early at launch. I think since the Switch basically launched with Mario Kart just a month after, I think that significantly helped out sales. Mario Kart 8 kind of came out around the time where there wasn't much saving the Wii U, frankly. It still had a dozen or so consoles left to sell, like dozen million or so consoles left to sell, because I think around this time they were sitting around like 5 million or something. So it obviously still sold a couple more after that. But one more thing about Mario Kart 8. What do you think about the one item mechanic in this game? Because they changed that in 8 Deluxe. I liked this mechanic.
It's different, isn't it? It's different to past Mario Kart games, because like you can only hold one item technically in like Mario Kart 64. But you can still like dangle a banana behind you and pick up another item, whereas in Wii U you couldn't. Like, if you had a banana, that's still counted in your slot, like regardless if you were holding it or not. And I guess that made you a bit more strategic, because in 8 Deluxe, not only can you dangle one, but you can hold another item at the same time. So if you're in first place, you can have like a banana and a shell and just defend yourself twice. Which, like, that, I guess that's a fun way if you're in first place, but it also makes it really hard to get out of first place. And if you're like stuck in the middle where everything's hitting you, you're kind of just stuck there until you get a good item. So I did kind of like the strategy that came with one item rather than two.
Yeah, I did as well. I thought it was a good time, and it also it validated the coin item in the game, because the coin would come up, and that was part of the risk because you only had one item. And now in 8 Deluxe, there's still some strategy there. There's ways where it's just like, if you have a coin in reserve, I think if you go into another item box and you get another item, you're not going to get a second coin, from what I remember. So that's kind of a strategy you can take with that. But yeah, I always liked this mechanic. I thought it was a cool way to differentiate Mario Kart 8. A lot of people I saw hated it, absolutely despised it, and I was just like, I kind of like it. I don't know. I always kind of liked it. But this was around the time it felt very positive to be a Wii U owner, because just a little after this was E3 2014. Slightly before this, they announced, like, oh, we're going to have a Smash Brothers Invitational, and the Smash Brothers for Wii U was going to support GameCube controllers. And this was, in my opinion, one of Nintendo's best E3s. I thought E3 2014 was killer. It had pretty much just boom, 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 game after game after game. New announcement, a wonderful perspective on games that we already knew about, where you got developer insights, and they didn't go on for too long. It was perfect, in my opinion. What did you remember from E3 2014 mostly? What did you think about it?
This was really, really good, and this was the year where I was starting to get like bigger in my own personal channel, so I was getting connections with Nintendo around this time. So after this E3, I went to one of their post events and played some of this stuff. And I remember Mario Maker and Splatoon being there in a playable form, and that was nuts. Mario Maker then, I think I mentioned this last time, but Mario Maker then was just Super Mario Bros. 1, New Super Mario Bros., and they controlled the exact same. So it looked like New Super Mario Bros., but there was like no wall jump, and it was like really stiff. So that was fun looking back on. But in terms of the direct itself, like, yeah, it's just pure quality. No game felt like filler, and we'd seen some of these a few times before, like Woolly World, but Woolly World was out of action for a long time, so seeing it come back was great.
This is where it got its name.
Yeah,
and this is where it fully looked different, because originally Yoshi had like kind of an outline a la Kirby's Epic Yarn. That's how it looked, and he would have to swallow an enemy to become kind of a 3D Yoshi, but then they just made it entirely the 3D Yoshi. And yeah, I thought it looked great. It was one of the first things that they showed. Outside of Smash Brothers, that's where they announced Amiibo and Mii Fighters and all of that.
Yeah, and you're saying about the skits earlier too. We had that skit of Iwata fighting Reggie for the Mii Fighters. Yeah.
That was after the Robot Chicken skit. It was just this thing was just constant stuff. It was just nonstop stuff. This is where they name dropped Mother 3, and it just showed that they had a sense of humor about things. It's one of those things where you're kind of like, when you're in the Wii U era, I think you do have to kind of have a bit of a sense of humor about yourself and just become a bit more like open with your fans. And I think Nintendo did that in terms of their social media presence and their online presence. And I think it was it was just refreshing, because Nintendo was always kind of like closed doors, just very serious when it came to this kind of stuff. And it was just cool to see them kind of poke fun at things.
Yeah, there were several giant announcements here, but like even like elaborating on previous ones, it made older games feel special again. Like Bayonetta 2 we've known about for like a year, but they announced that like 1 is going to be packed in with this, and like that makes a lot of sense, because Nintendo fans didn't, if they're only Nintendo fans, they wouldn't have played the first game. So bundling it with Bayonetta 2 made that seem like a much higher priority package. But then we also got like huge stuff, like Splatoon. Like that, Splatoon, looking back on that game, that is the game that pretty much defined the Wii U. It was the exclusive IP for that generation. It was Nintendo touching on a new genre, being a shooter, and it was immediately clear like this was gonna be a big deal. Even from that debut trailer, I remember seeing that for the first time and just thinking like, this makes sense. And it even used the GamePad, which games like Tropical Freeze and 3D World hardly did. And clearly Splatoon works without it, but there was something special about like looking down and just seeing how much of the map had been inked, or touching a player to jump to them. It felt like Splatoon was just tailored to the Wii U in a way that didn't feel forced, but it felt pretty natural, while also, not being the clear focus of the game. And having that appear here, it really did elevate everything.
It was so cool to see Nintendo do a new IP that didn't feel like kind of a filler title. And that's not to like disparage anything that like anything that they've done previously that was a new IP. But this felt like Nintendo was going all in on a new IP, which was very refreshing because, one of the big criticisms of Nintendo around this time is that they always just kind of focused on their mainstay franchises. And they very solemnly did something brand new like Splatoon. And this was like a fully Nintendo EAD developed game that was their next big thing. This was the penultimate announcement at E3 2014. And they had a big part of their E3 booth, and they like, even when it released, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but they had like a Wii U bundle for the game, and they had Amiibo for it, and they had all of this and that and this, and it just felt like they felt so confident with Splatoon, and that was really cool to see. This is where it felt cool to see Nintendo be a little confident, a little cocky with what they had, because they knew what they had was special. Mm-hmm. Because not only did they announce all of this, they showed off Zelda Wii U for the first time,
yeah.
which that's what we called Breath of the Wild at the time, because it was just called Zelda at the time. We always just referred to it as Zelda Wii U, and this looked like I remember my jaw dropping like when I saw this for the first time. This was beautiful. And of course it was a little staged, obviously, fixed camera and all of that, but this wasn't that far off from the final game, and this gave us so much to discuss for years to come, because this was pretty much all we had for years to come. It was really cool, though. This was a really awesome showing of the game. Just the fact that this was a part of an already packed E3 2014. Even if they didn't have Zelda, I think this would have been one of my favorite E3s still. Mm-hmm. But They also had Captain Toad announced for the first time. This was the big Smash Brothers year, and Smash Brothers was so exciting to be speculating about and talking about, and just reading up on all the leaks and rumors, and checking in with the Smash Brothers website every morning, seeing the screenshot of the day, and if a new character, a returning character was announced, all of that. Pac-Man was announced later on, which felt strange to me that they ended the press conference on Palutena, but showed Pac-Man behind closed doors. Yeah. That was a little strange, but hey, it worked, because I think the Palutena trailer was a little more like, that had a full like animation behind it.
Those 3 Kid Icarus shorts they did for Uprising, and I think one of the studios who did the vegetable anime for that, I think they came back for this. So that's probably why it's a high production. But yeah, that was a great trailer. And I think we were still buzzing off Mario Kart 8 at this point. Like, this was a good year. We just had Tropical Freeze, one of the best platformers ever. Mario Kart 8, one of the best Mario Kart games ever. And then there's this Direct, which has like Captain Toad and Xenoblade and Mario Kart and Splatoon, Mario Maker and Splatoon and Smash. And it just felt good. The ending on Zelda was like, it felt like the future was going to be good too. And clearly it didn't move much in terms of actual like practical sales, but just as someone who was like an early adopter of the Wii U, it felt like we were vindicated at this point. Like, we were getting all these games. And in hindsight, this was kind of the end. This was, in terms of like Nintendo's big first-party push, this was kind of the end. Like, after this, there weren't that many huge reveals, but it still felt promising at the time, though.
2014 was kind of the last major time when like we got good reveals, because in 2015 and 2016, not saying all the games that were unveiled in those years were bad, but they were a bit more controversial, or they had something about them that was just kind of little stinky. I don't know the best other way to put it. This was when like it was hard to find anything to complain about. Even then, like Kirby and the Rainbow Curse got announced here. It was just, and I think this was where Hyrule Warriors started to feel like they showed off Hyrule Warriors fully around this time. And, I think this was when a lot of people were kind of coming around on the game, and they were just like, it helped that Zelda Wii U was shown off. But seeing this game was like, okay, I can get behind this, It just felt like, okay, this is a cool side thing, and it still looks like they're putting a lot of attention into this. And this was also where Xenoblade X got its full name. It was originally just called X beforehand. There was just so much stuff, and then on top of that, there was stuff that they announced afterwards. They announced Codename Steam via like an after-show press conference or something like that.
Oh yeah, they did that a few times, like with the Treehouse. They'll show Codename Steam, and then like this is after the Wii U, but Metroid Samus Returns was announced after Prime 4 in a treehouse.
Yeah, they do a lot of that. But I almost forgot. Star Fox got unveiled, like soft revealed.
Oh yeah, like really subtly. I remember there was like these really out of focus screenshots of Miyamoto on the show floor, showing like just this very blank screen behind him, like just a grassland with a mountain and an R-wing, like very low detail. It's like we're developing this game now, but we don't even have a developer who's doing it. Like Platinum wasn't on the project at this point. They're still seeking a developer. But they were showing off the game.
Yeah, I remember Star Fox was really early. Basically, from what people could tell, because they made the game super out of focus because what they had was not impressive. Graphically, I think it was more like a fully 3D version of the original Star Fox in terms of quality. It was very simple. But this was also where they had their GamePad initiative, where they showed off Project Guard and Project Giant Robot at the same time. They didn't show these off like officially. They showed them off a little via like the Treehouse stream and on the show floor. But yeah, just a massive year. And then Amiibo as well. I don't think any of us expected this to be kind of the thing carrying us through the Wii U generation for a lot of it too.
No.
It was just kind of like this is kind of cool. The figures looked quite good.
It was cool to get official merchandise of like lesser characters.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd buy like an official Lucas figure from Nintendo.
Wii Fit Trainer.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was cool. I think we could keep going on about E3 2014, but it was fantastic. One of Nintendo's best E3s, and I think it also validated the Direct format, even if it wasn't an official Nintendo Direct. I think this is where people started to go, okay, maybe Nintendo's onto something with this Nintendo Direct thing, because E3 2014 wasn't necessarily like that memorable for the other companies. I remember the biggest announcement from Sony was like Little Big Planet 3. That was kind of the big thing, and you just kind of felt this feeling. Well, I think Uncharted 4 got announced, so that's fair. But it was just this it was just this feeling of like nothing goes wrong during a digital event, really. Nothing can go wrong, and they can tailor make this thing to be snappy, not waste your time, all of this. And I think this is where people started to realize, like, they might be onto something with this.
Yeah. I guess one more thing about the E3 itself. When I went to the media event, they had Project Guard and Giant Robot in this very dark corner with one Nintendo rep running the machines, and no one was playing these things. And I got a chance with Giant Robot and Guard.
Oh, man.
But Giant
one
Robot,
of the few.
Yeah. One of the few played Giant Robot.
How does it feel?
It's a special feeling. You hold the gamepad, and you just kind of shift your body, and you try and knock down the other robot. I'm surprised they didn't make a full game out of this.
I am one of the few. I will say, I don't know if you know about this. This is also on Wii U. Japan only eShop game that combines like 3 student projects from Nintendo. I don't know what it's called, but go on. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. But go on about your giant robot experience.
Yes, so Giant Robot, I think the demo lasted like a minute. And I tried it again, because the Nintendo rep seemed really bored just standing there with no one else playing. So I tried that a few times. It seems so basic, so it's not surprising that didn't really become a game. But Project Guard, that seemed really cool from the get-go. And that got rebranded as Star Fox Guard down the line, but the initial demo was just this very clean kind of setup. Like, there's no Star Fox branding, really. I think there was like a tiny bit of Star Fox branding, actually. I think someone actually caught like a little bit of the logo or something in there. But it was just kind of this. It made sense immediately, though. Like, this felt like a good gamepad game of just looking at the different cameras and touching the points and shooting. Like, it made sense as a Wii U game. Whereas Project Robot, not so much.
It was just basically just an excuse to use the gamepad, because I remember during their investor meetings they were prominently saying, like, we are going to validate this gamepad 3 years after the system came out.
And Project Giant Robot kept appearing on their upcoming games list for years.
There was still hope. There was always still hope. But yeah, what I was talking about was the Nintendo 2013 Game Seminar, which is a Wii U. It's a free download on the Wii U eShop in Japan only, and it has 4 student games, and one of them you're feeding pigeons. So there's a lot of random stuff. I think it would be cool if Nintendo did more stuff like this. It's nothing special. But it's cool to see like their younger designers kind of do something just to see, kind of get a look behind the curtain a little bit to see like what their prototypes kind of look like, I guess. But I think I am one of the few to play that, at least in North America. So
I guess you'll be one of the last ever when the eShop goes down.
Yep, I still have it on my Japanese Wii U. That's one of the few things I have. I tried playing Dragon Quest X on it, did not work. There's a couple things. I did try a Just Dance Wii U, which was released this year. That was the Japan exclusive Just Dance game on Wii U. There's a lot of weird stuff if you dig deep. But yeah, also in June, a little after the E3 showing, Pushmo World came out.
Yeah,
that was cool. It was cool to get.
It was cool.
I wish they did more eShop stuff like this, where there's just like stuff that like they did a lot of this kind of stuff on 3DS, and they didn't do a ton of it on Wii U. But Pushmo World was pretty much just kind of a sequel to the first game, even though Crash Mo had come out at this point. I never played Crash Mo Stretch Mo. They always look more complicated to me.
They are. I think they're all good, but the good thing about Pull Blocks, or Pushmo World, I keep calling it Pull Blocks, Pushmo World has a proper level sharer, whereas on 3DS you had QR codes, so if you wanted to like play another person's level, you had to go like outside the game and find a code. Whereas in this one, you could actually just search. Like, there's an actual search bar. Unlike Mario Maker, you can just search like Zelda and find Zelda stages. But that was tied to Miiverse, though, so you can't do that anymore.
That's the very unfortunate thing about a lot of Wii U games, is a lot of stuff was tied to Miiverse. So when Miiverse went down, a lot of stuff was like, you can't share high scores, you can't share levels, anything like that. It was very unfortunate that so much was tied to Miiverse. But it does show kind of how powerful Miiverse was and how integral it was to a lot of Wii U Online stuff. But yeah, I really liked Pushmo World. I thought it was just a very pleasant graphical upgrade, where it wasn't like, oh, this is significantly better, but just very nice lighting. It just looked pleasant. It was just this pleasant game where it just looked. I don't know. I'm struggling for words. Delicious. It looked delicious. Yeah. It was very nice. It was a very nice game. But Pushmo makes me feel like an idiot in the later levels. Like, you just get to a certain level, and it's just like, you're so close to the top, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't get it.
As soon as ladders come into it, it's like, oh, what do you want from me now?
Yeah. Yeah, but I liked, the level creator was fun. It was fun to mess around with that. This was a big year, or time of the year, for eShop releases, though, because I think one of the most important titles came out around this time, and it was Shovel Knight. This was one of the big... This was some people's game of the year for 2014, and it was initially exclusive to Nintendo platforms in terms of console. I think it came out on PC at launch as well. But yeah, this was a big deal. Like, this was a big release, and it was one of the best crowdfunded games ever made, in my opinion, where they not only got all the stretch goals like covered, like they did everything they could have, but they exceeded any expectations of them. They originally said stuff like, "Oh, you'll be able to play as the bosses," and they gave us 3 campaigns over 5 years. It was frankly insane how well they did with Shovel Knight. And I played it on Wii U. I beat it on PS4 though. It was a fantastic game. I don't know. Like, it's just hard to say much more about Shovel Knight other than this was such a great return to just kind of that 8-bit, 12-bit kind of style, where you're kind of between an 8-bit and 16-bit game. But I love, and the developers mentioned this, but I love the fact that it was very pure. It was a very pure game where they designed it so then, like, obviously it's in widescreen and it couldn't run on an NES in the way it is, but they made it so then it very much felt like it was a true to NES game. They were specifically like, we don't want anybody to say it's dangerous to go alone or something like that. They wanted it to feel like, no, this isn't supposed to be like a cute little, like reference to the 8-bit era. This is supposed to be an 8-bit game, but released today.
I guess one thing I do miss, or I feel was missed out on in the Wii U version, was Xbox got Battletoad bosses,
Yeah.
and PS4 got Kratos.
I wanted Zelda 2. Zelda 2 Link. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, we could have had like something cool like that, but Wii U got nothing. I guess down the line we got Amiibo for, I think, the Switch. Did that work on 3DS and Wii U, or was it just Switch that got Amiibo?
It worked on Wii U. Might have worked on
Okay.
3DS, but yeah, the Amiibo came out a year or two later and unlocked co-op, which was cool.
I mean, it's cool, but it's like I still want to have like some sort of Nintendo content in there.
Yeah.
But that's just nitpicking, though. Shovel Knight is such a good game.
Yeah, I think the Nintendo exclusive was getting it early. I think that was what
Yeah.
I think that was our exclusive. Yeah, because Sony got Kratos, that was cool. But the Battletoad section in the Xbox version was so just like they went above and beyond with that one.
Yeah.
But this was another instance of just like, wow, it feels good to be a Nintendo fan, because just so much was happening, and we got so many good games in the span of like a couple months. Where even like about a month later, we got the full release of Wii Sports Club. We got the physical release, so that's never leaving us. I didn't play much of this game after bowling and tennis. I don't know. It felt like it was odd how long it took them to release boxing and baseball, but those got showcased at like E3 2014. And yeah, they finally released everything. I know we kind of touched on bowling and tennis and golf and, kind of the initial release, but as a full package, what did you think of Wii Sports Club?
So yeah, I didn't really touch baseball or boxing much. I played a bit of golf. I love the gamepad for golf, like having the ball on the ground. And I just like golf and Wii Sports. It's just like a nice, cozy game.
Yeah.
I think as a package, it's cool to play online. It's not that active anymore, but it's cool when you can just play tennis online. But I guess like you, tennis and bowling were the main ones I played besides golf. And I think like everyone who played Wii Sports Club probably had Wii Sports already.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of an upgrade it really was outside of online, because the HD visuals were different. It was a lot darker, which sort of gave it that almost like early HD look rather than something modern. And the motion controls were cool for a lot of the sports, but they also felt maybe a little bit too complicated. Like when you're playing baseball on Wii, just you know what to do. Just it's very instinctive, just to kind of go like, eh. Whereas with Motion Plus, it's a different kind of ball game. So I feel like as a full package, this was it never made that much sense. Like Wii Sports was a pack-in, and they were asking you to pay like a full or like $40, whatever it was for this. And I don't really feel like it came together that well, but I do like aspects of Wii Sports Club.
This is a hard game to find physically right now.
It is.
Because,
yeah, it's really rare now.
Yeah, I did get it, and I do have it physically, thank God. But yeah, I never really played much. But it was cool that they did. They made true to the promise of the Wii U initial trailer with baseball too. It was cool, but I do think the games came out a little too spaced out from each other, especially these two, bowling and boxing and baseball, coming out in like the summer of 2014 after golf came out in December of 2013. It was a little too spaced out. I think when they space that stuff out a little too much, it's easy for people to kind of stop caring, especially when these are games that we could all play on the Wii U via, the Wii. So that was unfortunate, but, it was cool that it finally, released entirely. But this was leading into the fall, where we got Hyrule Warriors finally. This one I think surprised a lot of people. So many people I've seen have played hundreds of hours of this game. I never beat this game, but I've learned to enjoy it more and more as time has gone on, where I was just getting frustrated with the game. I don't know why I was stuck on a certain part of this game back in the day, but I played a bit more of the Wii U version recently, and I got past whatever portion that I got stuck on. But yeah, it's a solid little just experience. Like you said, this was basically the Wii U Zelda game, like it or not. It was, and there was a lot of there was a lot of just skepticism about this release when it first got announced. But I think when it came out, I think it surprised a lot of people to be like, this is okay. Like this is a fun little time.
Yeah, a lot of fan service. I mean, like it's Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess. What else did mix in there? Those are kind of the main ones. A bit of Majora's Mask in there too. Wind Waker stuff was more in Legends in the 3DS game.
Yeah.
Skyward Sword was in there as well. But I feel like this was a great Wii U game, but they made it better with the re-releases.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
in Legends on 3DS, even though it ran rough on the original system, it had things like being able to command AI opponents and tell them to like go to this part of the map, or you can even switch characters, which Wii U didn't have. It's like you could only play as that one character. So sometimes you were like managing everything, and you had to like run to the other side of the map. Whereas in other versions, you just switch character. So like this, it's definitely not best played on Wii U anymore. But at the time, like it was a cool little filler type. Like it kind of filled the gap between Wind Waker HD and Breath of the Wild. You know, it was a nice original Zelda, which Wii U didn't have at that point.
Yeah, I always thought it was very strange that they ported it to 3DS, considering it already didn't run that great on Wii U at times. It already struggled on Wii U, and then they decided to port it to 3DS, where it's a strange looking game. Like, I mean, just playing it, you know, I didn't play Legends at launch because I already had the Wii U version, so I was like, I don't need this. But just playing it now, just seeing that game running on a 3DS is bizarre. That is so weird.
It should have been new 3DS exclusive, because it ran way better on the new ones. And they did that again with Fire Emblem Warriors, which had a 3DS version.
I need to play. I have it.
It's bizarre.
I've never seen footage of that game on new 3DS, and I have it on new 3DS, and I need to try it on new 3DS.
Yeah, it does exist. It's a strange looking game. Because I guess it looks kind of like Hyrule Warriors Legends, but that was adapting a Switch game to 3DS rather than Wii U, and it's so weird looking, and it runs worse too. So, but yeah, I think back to Hyrule Warriors though, it was a really cool game, and as a Zelda fan, it was great, like bringing all these different characters to new worlds, like going back to like the Hyrule Field of Ocarina of Time, but as like Skyward Sword Link, like that was kind of neat. Yeah, and the music was great too.
Yeah, there was a lot of cool. It was cool that they were pulling from all different kinds of. They were just pulling from mainly the main three, which would be Ocarina, not Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
But you know, you got random stuff like Agatha from Twilight Princess and whatnot. I really wanted Groose from Skyward Sword. I'm surprised they didn't do Groose. That was very strange to me, especially considering this game got a ton of DLC. You got so many DLC characters, and then on top of that, with Hyrule Warriors Legends, that introduced more characters and a DLC pack for that game, which then transferred over to the Wii U version. So this game just would not end. It was pretty much going throughout the entire rest of the Wii U era.
Yeah, the weird thing about that, though, was Legends had exclusive levels, though. So all the characters could go to Wii U, but like, there's a Wind Waker level, which you could only play on 3DS. And there was the Linkle campaign, which I think was also only 3DS. But then Switch, the Definitive Edition, got all the 3DS stuff. So like you can play as Linkle and do her campaign on Switch, but Wii U only got the character, which was kind of strange.
Yeah, so that is probably one of the best Wii U Switch ports, which would be an entire discussion in of itself. Yeah. But that is definitely one of the best ones. But yeah, I thought this was a really fun, just hack and slash. I mean, the Warriors games are really just turn off your brain. You can throw on like a podcast or music or whatever, even though the music in the game is really good. Just kind of turn off your brain and just, all right, I'm just going to, just hack through these enemies for a while. And it's satisfying and it's a fun time. It's nothing too deep, but it's a Warriors game, it's not supposed to be. It's just supposed to be kind of a fun, just cool, just game to play. And I think this game did quite a lot to inspire a lot of other Warrior spin-offs, which, we're still asking for like other Nintendo series or other series in general to get Warrior spin-offs, because there's so much potential with just, let's just do a non-canon kind of fan servicey Warriors game, and the idea is super fun. It's unfortunate that they kind of stick only to the humanoid type stuff, where I think it would be awesome to get Kirby, Mario,
like Pokemon
whatever.
or something.
Yeah, it's just this was around the time that a big leak happened for Smash Brothers. This was one of the big This is one of the big things that just again, it was exciting to be a Nintendo fan, because even though the Wii U releases were, they were starting to finally come out a lot more now. It was still like you still had 3DS, so there was still a lot of stuff going on in 2014. Even if like the Wii U release schedule was more so quality instead of quantity this year. Where you had the big ESRB leak for Smash Brothers. It was mainly for the 3DS version, but I remember waking up early and seeing like the Shulk trailer just appear in my subscription feed. I remember seeing then just notifications pop up an hour later that new 3DS was announced for Japan, and then basically the Smash Brothers leak was confirmed. And I know we didn't touch on a ton of Smash Brothers stuff, which we'll touch on it when we talk about Smash for Wii U. But yeah, this was a big part of 2014, just speculation with Smash Brothers, and I really do miss it. I look back at this with a lot of nostalgia, and Ultimate is fantastic. It is undoubtedly better. And the fact that we got all the characters revealed in one go was awesome. But it made the wait until Smash Wii U so much more interesting to speculate on, in terms of just going like, I don't know, you think this character's gonna get cut and all of this, or just considering why certain characters would get cut.
Like, Captain Falcon wasn't announced until Lucina. I think it's Lucina and Robin, that trailer. And that was like really near the end of the game's release cycle. People thought Captain Falcon was cut.
Yeah, there was a lot of characters where like you'd think it's just like, why would they cut that character? But there was still like that discussion, and that was fun. And I think Ultimate still did it right with just showing all the characters all up front, but that it is a double-edged sword where you get, you can do that, you get all the characters, but it kind of kills some of the discussion, which that doesn't really matter with a game. But it does bring a lot of nostalgia with just looking back and just remembering like theories onto what characters are going to get in and why and all of this. Where Ultimate, they open up the doors, they just made it like anybody can get in, which is awesome.
I remember when the ESRB leak happened, people convinced themselves that Shulk was just like a little photoshopped Little Mac. And they they overlaid his render with that. It's like, look, it's the exact same model. And it was kind of convincing for a while too, but then the trailer drops. Like, of course this is all real.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a really good time. And I think with Smash Wii U, when it was first revealed, a few people were kind of skeptical about whether it was a big jump, because some people thought it looked like Brawl. And I'm like, do you remember what Brawl looked like? It was so dark, and it's such a distinct look compared to the other Smashes, whereas this was much cleaner. And it was just cool seeing some of these characters in HD for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, many of these characters never had a Wii U game, so it's just kind of cool seeing them, in this clarity.
Yeah, this was kind of the climax of being a Wii U fan, in my opinion. Everything else was almost the epilogue. But before Smash happened, Bayonetta 2 came out alongside Bayonetta 1. Yeah. I think if I started up Bayonetta 2 right now, I would really love it. When it came out, I was still young and dumb, and I was just like, it's okay and stuff. But I think it's one of those things where I'm like, I know, like, because I want to get footage of it soon on Wii U, because I only have like 40 minutes of footage of it, so I'm like, I'll play more of it. And I know if I play more of it, because I did that with Hyrule Warriors, I played more of it, and the same with like Wonderful 101. I played more of those games. I'm like, all right, I like this. Did you play Bayonetta 2 at launch? What did you think of it? Did you play the original Bayonetta before Bayonetta 2 on Wii U? Did you play the original Bayonetta when it came out, or were you more so playing it because like, this is a Wii U exclusive now? I
was there from day one. I played the first, I played the demo for Bayonetta on 360, and I thought, like, this is rad. So I picked up the main game. I didn't finish it though. I played a big chunk of Bayonetta 1, but never got to the end. So when the Wii U release came along, I started with Bayonetta 1 just to finish it, like, first and for all, and I think that had Nintendo costumes as well, the first game. They had, like, Link and Samus and everyone. I'm pretty sure I played as Link for most of that. But with Bayonetta 2, it felt so much higher caliber. Like, it felt like every boss was kind of like the final boss. It's just moment-to-moment exhilaration. And that can get exhausting if you're just playing it like in one huge chunk. It's like, well, this is maybe too much. But in the moment though, it's just such a well-crafted game. And I think I remember calling it my favorite hack and slash of all time. And I'm not like a huge hack and slash guy. Like, I played Devil May Cry and all that, but Bayonetta 2, I think I stand by that. It probably still is my favorite game in that genre. It's so well designed. And it doesn't reuse much either. Like, the first game had elements where it's like, okay, this guy's back, this kind of boss you fight again. But 2, it's just all these original ideas. And yeah, I think it's great. And it probably didn't push that many people to try the Wii U. In fact, a lot of people were angry it was on Wii U because they wanted it on the platform they played it on originally. But if you were a Wii U owner, I think you probably were at least interested in trying Bayonetta 2. And yeah, I had a great time with it.
Yeah, Bayonetta 2 was pretty much the representation of Nintendo going hardcore in terms of like saying like, hey, we're gonna support more hardcore M-rated titles on the Wii U, and it was one of the only major ones. We'll get to one in 2015. There was one in 2015 that we'll get to, but this was kind of the big one, and yeah, this was another one of like the big like, wow, this is a huge monumental game in 2014. I think it was like a Game of the Year nominee in a lot of areas, even at like the Game Awards and whatnot. I think it was a Game Awards nominee. And yeah, I liked it when I played it. It was one of those things. I think I played it originally like on a snow day when I during high school. It was a snow day, and I was like, I'll play Bayonetta 2, and I played it. And it was a dumb kid, and I was just like, I don't know. There was like, I was in like kind of like the hub area or something, and I was like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go, and I stopped playing it. So that was one of my my more embarrassing moments. But I think if I'd play it now, I definitely would. I would definitely like it a lot more. But I do have to pop it in and play more of it. But I've always respected it. I thought it was really cool that Nintendo kind of stepped in and they gave Platinum the chance to make the game, because Bayonetta 1 was such a fan favorite, and Bayonetta 2 just wouldn't have been made without Nintendo. And even if it would have been made without Nintendo, let's say like if another company funded it, I don't think it would have been nearly as quality as it was, because they give Platinum all the time. They probably gave them a decent budget to get this done, and you can tell like they use the Wii U to its maximum potential with this game. The frame rate and just the visuals and everything was top tier with this game, frankly. And then we got a couple of directs. I think we got a direct. We got like the Smash Brothers for Wii U 50 Fact Extravaganza, and we got like a Nintendo Direct a little bit later on. The main thing from the Nintendo Direct I remember Wii U related was that we got the Duck Hunt NES release on Virtual Console.
Yeah, that was so cool. Because we never had that on NES, because it used Wii Remote controls on Wii U. So that was the first ever release since the Zapper, and that was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool to see, and they also did other NES Zapper games. They had the other ones. They had Adventures of Bayou Billy and all of that, where they gave the option to use the NES Zapper. It was really cool to see all of that happen, and that Nintendo was willing to dive into their back catalog of games, where Duck Hunt's one of the most popular games of all time, just from a sales perspective, selling around 20 plus, almost 30 million copies from what I remember. Of course, a lot of that was because it was packed in with the NES, but, it's still a highly iconic game that just was not playable on modern Nintendo hardware. It wasn't playable on anything other than the original NES. So to have it available, they kind of announced it coinciding with the Duck Hunt in my region, Duck Hunt Duo in yours, is announcement for Smash Brothers. But it was still a really cool thing to see. But yeah, they also announced they also had the Smash Brothers 50 Fact Extravaganza, which was really exciting, really cool to see that. It was becoming really exciting, and we finally got Smash Brothers for Wii U in November of that year. And what did you think of this game, especially since it came out after the 3DS release? So it kind of made this feel more like the definitive release. It was kind of like the 3DS version was an appetizer for many people, and then the Wii U one was kind of like, all right, now the real game is here. Yeah.
I mean, I guess this was the main competitive one. I think because we had 3DS for a while already, it was kind of like we'd already played around with these mechanics and characters, so part of the luster maybe got lost a little bit. That said, though, seeing them all in HD for the first time was great. And Wii U did have exclusive modes, like we had Smash Tour rather than Smash Run. which I think I played like twice.
Hey, I can defend Smash Tour.
Oh, okay. Go on.
It's
go on
not
your Smash
that
Tour
bad.
defense.
I don't think it's great, but it's still kind of fun. If you gotta just turn off your brain. It's the same as Hyrule Warriors, and everybody loves that game. But then when it's a Smash Tour mode, everybody freaks out about it. It's not that bad. But Smash Run on 3DS is way better, though. I will not
Yeah. But it was still a really, really big release, though. And it didn't stop me playing Smash 3DS. I kind of played them both in tandem, where I'd play 3DS like if I'm just lounging in bed or something, whereas Wii U was more of like either the local multiplayer game or just something I played like dedicatedly. And I think I got like 200 hours in 3DS and something like 100 on Wii U. But this was like a great party game. And one of the big things about it too, and from a party perspective, was it allowed 8-player multiplayer for the first time. And like my friend group was mostly 5 people. So having everyone playing Smash at the same time was a pretty big deal for us. So while it wasn't like a huge content upgrade from 3DS, I think it still did some things that really were exciting.
Yeah, I would say overall, when I look back at the games, I would say I probably like the 3DS game a little bit more, just from like, I think the stages are more fun on 3DS. I think the exclusive mode is more fun, and I think just the overall experience of playing on a portable was mind-blowing. You know, this was something I wanted since the DS, having a Smash Brothers game on a handheld and getting that on 3DS. And, you know, it was a little compromised, but it was still Smash Brothers. It was the real deal. I thought it was really impressive and a real treat on 3DS. And, you know, that was the first time we got to play as these characters, because the characters and moveset and all movesets and all of that were the same across both versions. And I do think they always positioned the 3DS version and the Wii U version to interact with each other. And it felt like they kept saying, like, they interact with each other in some way. And they were like, well, we'll reveal it later. Do you think... I feel like they had more planned, because they ended up...
It felt like it.
They ended up just saying, like, you can transfer custom characters. And I just feel like they had something else planned that just fell through, because there wasn't much. You could use the 3DS as a controller. That was it. So... it felt very odd, but yeah, I played a ton of Smash Wii U. This was the game I played the most on Wii U, and 3DS for that matter. This was kind of my go-to, like, just kind of zone out game, you know, get home from work, play an hour or something of Smash Wii U online, or try to unlock something, you know, try to get through more of it. Yeah, I thought 8-player Smash was really fun to just analyze, even just see, like, all right, what did they change with this stage to make it work via 8-player Smash, because not all stages worked. And it was a beautiful game. It was 1080. It was the only Wii U game, I think, that was like 1080p.
Yeah, most were 720p. Yeah. It's funny to go back to as well, because mechanically it looks similar to Ultimate, but mechanically they feel really different. Like, when you launch someone in Wii U, it feels really slow now. Whereas in Ultimate, you get all these effects, and it feels like you're properly, like, throwing them into the air. And also the dodging is completely different. It stands on its own as a unique game compared to Ultimate. I don't think Ultimate replaces it. And it's kind of fun just to go through and play all the Smash games, one after the other. Because they all just evolve in very different ways, and they keep them feeling distinct. So that's kind of fun. And also the stage selection was entirely different compared to 3DS as well. And I think I kind of agree with 3DS having maybe a better selection. Even stuff that's still exclusive to it, like Rainbow Road on 3DS, was really cool. And the Pac-Man stage on 3DS is a way better Pac-Man stage than what Wii U had.
Pac-Man was just a joke. That's just like, that's a joke stage. That's like,
and that's like what's in Ultimate. There's no Pac-Man. Yeah. There's no like proper Pac-Man stage in that game.
Yeah. I think I think it was very unfortunate that they cut an adventure mode, single player mode style thing from this game, because that was like one of the first things that they announced, was that, oh, Smash for Wii U and 3DS is not going to have a single player adventure mode.
Yeah.
And I still got enough time out of this game. It's obvious that it didn't matter entirely, but it did kind of take away a lot of the character, especially considering the names were just Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. But I really liked Crazy Orders. I thought Crazy Orders was a lot of fun. Master Orders was also okay to dip in every now and then. I really liked that. The classic mode I thought was a dumpster fire on Smash Wii U. That was a mess. It's just the fact that like it was a bunch of 8-player Smash, which was great that it was there, but like you didn't know if something was going to be an 8-player Smash on classic mode in Smash Brothers. But yeah, I really did love Smash for Wii U. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. And this was where a couple things launched alongside it. The GameCube controller adapter, which stayed firmly plugged into my Wii U for the foreseeable future. Like, I kept that thing plugged in. That was pretty much how I played Smash Wii U. The only time I really touched the gamepad or any other controller was when I was playing with Stage Builder, which it wasn't great, but it was cool that they incorporated the gamepad with that, I think. Honestly speaking, another thing about Smash Wii U that I enjoyed, I thought the online was quite good in this game.
It was.
Yeah.
A lot of people like really spoke poorly of it, but I had really good experiences. Like every now and then you'd find like a laggy match maybe, but the majority of them they ran smoothly for me.
Yeah, to some extent, I preferred the setup of Smash Wii U to Ultimate's online setup. Because Ultimate gives you the option to customize your match however you want. And I do like that option. But with Smash Wii U, I thought the concept of for fun and for glory made a lot of sense. And it made it so then you could very quickly, like, all right, it's always for glory because, like, it's just easier to just, you do a one-on-one and for glory, easier to get a non-laggy match, even if you love, balls to the wall, items on, all that. And I played a lot of for glory one-on-one. And it was just easier to just, jump in, immediately find a match. It was always going to be the same match, 2 stock on Final Destination. And I thought I thought it worked quite well. There was a lot to this game that was just, there was so much packed in. I loved how the masterpieces in this game were a huge step up from this from Brawls.
Yes.
They at least gave you they had the decency to give you a timer on screen in this game, where Brawl was literally like, they just, it's just like, 15 seconds of Donkey Kong. It was just like, oh my god, you have to go through it. They had a lot of cool stuff. They had Game Boy games in the Masterpieces mode, which was strange. There's a lot of cool stuff with Smash Wii U. I probably still look back at the 3DS game a little more fondly just because it was a little more unique, I think, but that's not to downplay how much I loved Smash Wii U at the time. And like I said, the GameCube controller adapter launched with it. Unfortunately, it didn't work with anything else. Just Smash Wii U.
That's weird, because in terms of homebrew, people have managed to get GameCube games working on Wii U natively, and they can use the adapters. So, Wii U is capable of playing GameCube games and recognizing that adapter. Just Nintendo never enabled it for some reason.
It's very odd that, at the very least, that they could have enabled the adapter as a Pro Controller alternative, much like how they do with the Switch, where you plug a GameCube controller adapter in the Switch, and it just
works.
Yeah, it just thinks of it as a wired Pro Controller, pretty much. And it's just very strange to me that they didn't do that with Wii U. The only way that you could really play Wii U games or Wii games with a GameCube controller is by playing with one of those third-party officially licensed controllers. I got a Hori one and a PDP one where they were designed like the GameCube controller, but they plugged into the Wii remote like a classic controller. And I just thought that was kind of cool. I still use those from time to time because I still I use the Wii U as my Wii. So if I'm going to play something like Brawl or Mario Kart Wii, I always play with one of those controllers because it feels a little better because it's very much like a GameCube one. But alongside Smash Wii U, we got Amiibo on this day. Now, doing all these discussions, yesterday I had a discussion with Ant Dude about Amiibo and everything, so we won't go entirely into this, but how was your Amiibo experience at the beginning? Because I think it was probably a little different in your region compared to over here. I don't know, what were the rare ones for you? What was your experience? Kind of give a brief overview of your Amiibo experience, not only at Smash Wii U's launch, but throughout 2015, 2016, throughout the Wii U's life. What was your Amiibo experience? What did you buy? What did you refuse to buy? What couldn't you buy? What did you see a bunch of in stores? All of that.
So I think our scarcity was probably not as severe as you guys. So my original plan was just to get the Smash 64 lineup. I didn't want to buy every Amiibo. I just wanted all the original 12. So that was my original goal, but that didn't work out. I just kept buying more and more and more. But on launch day, though, I think Marth had some scarcity here, but it wasn't that bad. Like, you can go, like, some stores still, like, stocked up on them. But online, I think, like, Marth was going for, like, maybe double the price. Whereas in the States, I know they were going for, like, hundreds, some of them. So we definitely weren't that bad off. I remember later down the line, like, characters like Shulk were really hard to come across. And I had to import that from Japan, just to get a good one. But, yeah, I never really struggled to find Amiibo that much. I'd usually just, like, go into the store and they'd often just have stacks of them. But, yeah, certain characters were tough. But my main collection goal for Amiibo, outside of the original 12, was then Zelda. Because Zelda kept doing Amiibo. There was the anniversary ones for, like, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time and Skyward Sword. And I just had to get getting all of them. And they won't stop. They even did them with, like, Link's Awakening recently. But I've gone further than just the original 12 and Zelda. I've got most of the franchises that I care about. I have Amiibo in some form. It's like getting Ness and Lucas to represent Earthbound, getting, like, the Kid Icarus characters. So I've ended up with, I think, probably, like, I'd say around 80 Amiibo, I think. I've never actually counted them, but I'd say around that much. And then I love also, too, when they go a bit different with Amiibo, when it's not just a figure. I love the Woolly World Amiibo. Those are my favorite ones.
Absolutely fantastic. For what they lacked in games or what have you in the latter half of the Wii U era, they made up for with Amiibo, and I think that was really what was pushing a lot of Nintendo fans along. Because pretty much with every major release came alongside it another lineup of Amiibo, and the Woolly World Amiibo, I wish they did even more like that. Not even just plush Amiibo, but just more so like just challenging the idea of what an Amiibo can be. And they've done it quite a few times, like the Mario cereal, or just doing more cards, you know. I wish they did more of that. But Amiibo was kind of something where I was never a big figurine guy. But I bought like a Mario Amiibo alongside Smash Wii U's launch just because I was like, oh yeah, you know, like I'll get this just to get that experience in. But then every time I'd go to a store, I'd see more of them, and I'd be like, well, maybe I could get this one too, and then this one, and it snowballed from there. Like, it was a problem. I at least stuck to just the Smash lineup, couple extras outside of that, but I didn't get into like the Mario lineup, which happened in 2015. I didn't get in, you know, I bought like the Splatoon characters, but just the first 3. I didn't get any of the other ones. You know, it was a lot of it was just too much to really do, and I found myself it's just like I look back and I see like, oh, when a game launched, I would get like all the Amiibo that released that day, and I'm just like, damn, that's like $60 worth of Amiibo. That's like, and I didn't have disposable income back then. I was just working off of like a minimum wage job, and I'm like, I was spending my money on that. Like, I wasn't even using these damn things. Like, this is like, it's just like, it was just a rough feeling where I'm like, come on, man, what are you doing? But yeah, I thought the characters at first looked a little rough in some cases, like Link and Marth specifically looked a little weird in that first batch.
Definitely the faces.
Yeah, the faces of the humanoid characters was a little odd, but characters like Mario, Pikachu, Kirby, they look great, and then they eventually made them look quite a bit better. You look at something like, and like they were only $13 a pop. Now they're much more expensive. The Zelda and Loftwing Amiibo that launched in 2021 is like double that price. But the sculpt is phenomenal with that thing. That thing looks really good. So Amiibo kind of kept things going in the Wii U era. There was always something to kind of look out for. It was always fun to see people camp out or like kind of like strategize how to get Amiibo over here, because stock was pretty hard to maintain, and you know, it was just a mess every wave of Smash Brothers line, and eventually it slowed down when you got to the Animal Crossing line, and that's where Amiibo kind of started to dip a little bit until it kind of went back up with like 2017 and the Breath of the Wild line. But this definitely helped out the Wii U era. It kind of, and I think Nintendo was definitely challenging the idea of like trying to see like, can we get Amiibo to sell the Wii U's and sell Wii U games? They tried packaging Amiibo with Wii U's. They tried packaging Amiibo with Wii U games. They tried seeing if that would work, and I'm sure it definitely helped a little bit. But you know, it was definitely a way for Nintendo to supplement the struggling console with something that was successful, and it was cool that people were starting to get into this. But about a month later for us over here, we got Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. You guys got it weirdly like 2 days after New Year's.
We had to wait for Captain Toad.
Yeah, it released in November in Japan and then December here. Only about a week or so after Smash Wii U. So this was a really cool time again to be a Nintendo fan. This was kind of like that last big feeling of like, oh man, this is good. Because also around the time Captain Toad launched for us, I think that night the Game Awards happened. This was the first time that it was away from like the Spike VGAs and all that, and Nintendo was there very prominently. They had Mario Maker shown off, and they showed off Mario 3 and World a part of that, and the fact that New Super Mario Brothers and all these games played differently. They also showed off, I think, Codename Steam, but then at the very end they showed off Zelda Wii U gameplay, which was very early. It was very, very early on.
With a proper gamepad, though. Like, in the final release, there's nothing on the gamepad. Whereas this, they had like a map on there.
You could,
cool.
Move it around, zoom in, zoom out, all of that. You could see it was still quite early on. The UI wasn't finished. The visuals definitely looked rough in the fact that they had to film it off screen and like at an angle. But
and the glider was the sailcloth from Skyward Sword as well, rather than
yeah. And they had to they point out, it's always fun to see what Nintendo decides to point out, because they pointed out how horse don't run into trees. I'm not touching the analog stick and all of that. But it was a cool time. Because I remember I was playing Captain Toad beforehand, but what an interesting, cool spin-off game. I remember when 3D World happened, people were wanting Captain Toad to get his own game. Yeah. And it would have worked great on 3DS, and it eventually came to 3DS, but this was a very cool little game that was just a fun time. It was a smaller game, but I thought it looked better than 3D World. It was
gorgeous.
Yeah, I thought visually it was phenomenal. The lighting, the models, it all looked great.
Yeah, there were some transition areas where Captain Toad like goes by a campfire, and even they look stunning. I was one of the people when I played 3D World, I want a whole like game of these Captain Toad levels. But when you go back to 3D World, they're very basic, kind of like cube structures that sort of all like stitched together.
Yeah.
Whereas these Captain Toad ones in the actual game itself are far more realized, and it's just such a clever game, like just continuously great stuff. And it's funny, now that it's on Switch, it's funny to see how much more content there is, because Switch got DLC for Captain Toad.
It's so weird.
Yeah,
so weird.
And there's like a co-op campaign in there with Toadette. There's brand new levels. It got a really... And Labo VR support, too. That is a really weird high production expansion for a Wii U game. It was all done post-launch, which is bizarre.
Yeah, it was strange, because originally, like, I still think control-wise, it's best on Wii U, just because, like, it's very strange how much, we look at the Wii U gamepad back then and we were like, oh, this doesn't matter, these games aren't utilizing it. And they weren't utilizing it in, like, very useful ways, but Captain Toad was designed around it, and it's hard to take that integration out of that experience. And that's why, like, if you're playing on the TV on Switch, it does feel a little shoehorned on that system in some cases. But there's so much more content at the end of the day. Strangely enough, they still didn't have the 3D World levels, which I thought were very cute in Captain Toad. I thought it was really cool how that game, at the very end, it's shown to be a prequel to Mario 3D World, where they show the cutscene at the beginning of 3D World. I always thought that was really neat. And and then you get to play as a couple 3D World stages as Captain Toad, which I thought was really, really cool. Those stages are still not in the Switch version, but they weren't like, oh man, these are my favorite stages, but they were still really cool. They messed around with a couple of things on Wii U where they had, if you have this game's save file, you get this. They had that with a new Mario 3D World. You automatically unlocked the Luigi Brothers minigame if you had New Super Luigi U save data, and this is the same way with 3D World save data. If you had 3D World save data, you got those levels immediately. But yeah, I thought this was such a fun puzzle game to just kind of like play when like, man, I'm tired of this game. I'll pop in Captain Toad for a little bit. I thought it was great for that, and visually looked great. I don't know. There's not much else to say. I thought it was just a really solid puzzle game.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best Mario spin-offs ever. Like, a lot of Mario spin-offs, like, they go to, like, sports, they go to, like, parties and things, but this one, it felt like it was taking a completely different avenue, in just a really, really fun direction. And as you're saying with the Switch version, having the pointer on screen all the time, especially a gyro drifting pointer, isn't that fun? And it's a bit of an eyesore too. So yeah, I for sure love playing with touch. So whether it's handheld on Switch or the GamePad on Wii U, like that's the way better way to play.
Yeah, for sure. I do have hope that they will make a sequel at some point, because just the fact that it's Captain Toad : Treasure Tracker, I think that potentially brings up some possibilities that we might get a sequel at some point. This might be an ongoing series.
Hopefully.
One can pray. But 2015 happened. There was a lot going into this year. I think there was a lot of excitement around this year, because 2014 at E3, there was a lot of talk about 2015 titles around that time. Woolly World was coming out in 2015. Zelda was coming out in 2015. Star Fox, Kirby, Mario Maker. There was a ton of stuff coming out in 2015. So I was going into this year really excited. Unfortunately for me, in my opinion, I feel like 2015, this was where it started to feel like, things are starting to feel a little rough, and not because of the games that released, because most of the games that released, this had some of the Wii U's best titles, but it also had some of the Wii U's worst titles, some of the Wii U's most mediocre titles. There was a lot of variance in quality this year, and a lot of the games they announced, there wasn't a ton of announcements this year for Wii U specifically that were like, wow, I'm proud to own this system. A lot of the announcements they made were of some of the Wii U's more infamous releases. We'll get to E3 and we'll get to like what they announced for like all of that. But yeah, 2015 was exciting, but it felt like this was a year where they announced and released a lot of side games, a lot of spin-offs, a lot of stuff like that, specifically announced. And this was also the year at the very beginning where they announced their plans to release a new home console soon called codename NX. They also announced their plans to do mobile games and all of that. So it did kind of feel like there was a lot of uncertainty, in my opinion, with this year.
For sure. This year was when I was starting to get really deep into PlayStation 4 as well. Like, I think Bloodborne came out this year, and the system the system was really finding its footing then. And there were big games for Wii U, like Mario Maker and Xenoblade and Splatoon. They were all this year. Like, that's huge. But there's a lot of games that feel like they were made just to fill a schedule. And they felt so simple and had no purpose. It was literally just to fill a month. Like Mario Tennis at the end of the year.
Ooh, so I'll get into that. That was
we'll touch on that one.
We still gotta play online before they
we absolutely do.
They axe the online servers, but
there were some cool games this year.
Oh yeah, for sure. At the start, they had a direct. They had a direct in January, and they announced Wii games were coming to Wii U, which was another weird announcement. It was something where I don't know. They weren't technically Virtual Console. They didn't call them Virtual Console. They said Wii games available for download. And what they would do, you would download this game, and it would boot it into Wii mode. And that's how it would play. And it was very strange. They had cool games at launch. It was like Mario Galaxy 2 was the first one for us over here. I think it was probably the same for you.
I think so.
Yeah, and one of the best things about this one is that, some of these games were very expensive. Metroid Prime Trilogy released this way, and Metroid Prime Trilogy has always been one of the more harder to find Wii games. But you also got stuff like Xenoblade Chronicles, and one of the cool things about playing Wii games via downloading them on Wii U was that you could play with the GamePad where games supported the classic controller, which was very specific. Only a few games were like this. There weren't a ton of games that released on Wii Virtual Console, even though it wasn't Virtual Console, that supported the classic controller. But the ones that did, you could play with the GamePad, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, because like in Wii mode, you can play on the GamePad, but you can't play with the GamePad. So these digital ones sort of enable like both of those to happen at the same time. So that was really cool. I never got like too into digital Wii downloads because I was more of a collector. Yeah. But it was still great to have games like this on offer. And I think it's called A Shadow's Tale where you live. I think it's called A Lost in Shadow here.
Oh, it's Lost in Shadow over here as well.
So. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
But that's like a £100 game here. I think it's cheaper in the States, but they're selling it for like £18 on there. So it's just so nice to have all these rare games for so cheap.
When the Wii U eShop was announced to be closing, I bought a couple titles that had that classic controller support. So that would be Resident Evil 4 and Xenoblade. I bought those digitally just because I'm like, yeah, I own these physically, but I think it's kind of cool to have that option where I'm like, I can play with the gamepad if I want, because the gamepad, I love that controller. I think it's great. But anyways, the big first title that released in 2015 was Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. I remember this came out around the same time as The Order 1886 on PS4. And I remember I specifically had a choice to make, and I sold an iPad to play this game. I had like an iPad mini that I wasn't using. I was just like, I need to play Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, so I sold that at GameStop, and I bought Kirby, and I beat it in 4 hours, and I was just like, well, it's a cool game. It's a fine game. I think the best part about this game is, bar none, the visuals. Easily, possibly the best looking game on Wii U.
Yeah. There's also a weird thing though, because like, it's gorgeous, but it's 1080p on the screen and 480p on the gamepad, and you're not looking at the screen. You're only looking at the gamepad. So you're not like fully appreciating how it looks.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation where this game might have even worked a little better on something like a 3DS. Even if the visuals would have been compromised, it still would have been like, wow, like there's such a quality difference between the screens.
Yeah.
It was very strange, but I thought this was a fine game. It's the only Kirby game on Wii U, which is, I think is cool, but also a little like unfortunate that we didn't get kind of a more traditional Kirby platformer. But it's cool that they did something unique with this game. It was cool that they took a 10-year-old DS game and they made a sequel to it on Wii U. I wish they did more of that on Wii U. I wish we got like an Elite Beat Agents sequel, or
that would be cool, yeah.
Even just like I don't know, just any other DS game that I think it would have been cool to see Wii U sequels or remakes or whatnot of. But yeah, what was your experience with Rainbow Curse?
Mine's very similar to you. I bought it day one, played through it in a day, and just didn't really touch it again after that. I mean, I've touched it again every now and then, like mostly just to collect footage if I need it. But yeah, it's not like the most memorable game, but it's a cool little sequel, and it would be nice to see like more just smaller budget titles like this, like WarioWare. I know we had Game & Wario, but like a proper WarioWare would have been nice. But yeah, it was good. No strong feelings one way or the other though.
Yeah, I'm very much the same way, where I beat the game day one and I kept forgetting that I did. Where like I do think it was a solid game, and it was a good time. It was another budget title here in North America. It was only $40, which was similar to Captain Toad, and weirdly similar to Sega's Sonic Initiative now, where all their Sonic games are like that cheap. Which I don't know why some game, Nintendo's weird with pricing, where like some games they're like, this is $40, and then they'll charge 50 or 60 for something else. They charge 50 for Mario Tennis Ultra Smash over here, so we'll get into that. But a month later, they had Mario Party 10. I don't like this game. I don't like it. I think it's not good. What are your thoughts, though?
I've played it a few times, not much though. A friend of mine has it. I've never bought it myself. It's okay. We played through one board. It's still got the car mechanic, and the Bowser mechanic makes it a bit more interesting, I guess. I just don't remember having a blast. Like we played most Mario parties. Like we played through all the GameCube ones together, and then we played this one. It was just like, it's fine. I don't really have any strong feelings for this one either.
Yeah, I think overall, when you look at the gameplay as a whole, it's fine. But you look at like how the original Mario parties kind of make you feel, like in terms of like, oh, you're sitting back on the couch with some friends and just kind of like, just talking smack to each other, or just shooting, just talking, just chatting, and just kind of like playing this game. And you can make your own choices, you can go in all these different directions. I'm not going to argue that the Mario Party games were amazing, but they had their purpose, they had their place. The gameplay made perfect sense for what they were trying to accomplish. And then there was Mario Party 9, which was entirely different, and it wasn't that great. The gameplay mechanics weren't that great, but I think most people kind of looked at that and then said, hey, this isn't great, but we can commend you for doing something different. And then they did the exact same damn thing again with Mario Party 10, and that was what really, I think, makes it my least favorite Mario Party, where it just feels like just more Mario Party 9, but with just more modes that have their own problems. All modes in this game have problems. You have Bowser Party, which is a really cool concept. I love the concept of that, but there's only like 10 mini games in that mode. And this is a problem with a lot of ND Cubes games, in my opinion, where even Super Mario Party, there's some great ideas in that game, but you know, you have the river survival mode, which is super fun, but there's only like 10 mini games for it, and it's just like, okay, well, it gets old after like 2 rounds. And Mario Party 10 also had Amiibo Party. This is when they were trying to push more Amiibo. They launched this alongside the Super Mario series of Amiibo. And Amiibo Party was another kind of cool idea, but the boards in that mode were so basic. They were just a square, and you had to tap the Amiibo every time to roll the dice, which is such a horrible idea. They did it again, and they made an entire game out of that idea, but we'll get to that.
But you can move around on the board independently in Amiibo mode, at least. So that's one
But it
thing.
shows that they could do that. They could do that if they wanted to, and they didn't, which is annoying.
And the 3DS got 3 different Mario parties. That had Island Tour, Star Rush, and the Top 100. And it's so weird that the isolated handheld system was prioritized for a party game. And I know why they did it. Like 3DS obviously sold more.
Yeah.
And some of those attempts were kind of interesting. Like Star Rush was somewhat interesting.
Yeah.
It's just such a weird disparity they had there.
I think Mario Party was just easier to develop, and I feel like they kind of put Mario Party out on 3DS when they needed to fill a gap. Like, I felt like they had Island Tour, which didn't feel like they were filling a gap, more so like, let's bring Mario Party to the handheld. But then Star Rush came out, and that felt a little more like they were filling a gap. That was in 2016 when, it was a pretty barren year for Nintendo. And then the Top 100 when they were like, we need something on 3DS this year, for 2017 just in case. So it's very odd that for the big party console, and for a series that got 4 entries on GameCube, to only get 1 on Wii U, only get 2 on Wii, which I found was very strange, which made sense because Hudson was dissolving around that time. But for a party game series to only get 2 entries on the Wii of all consoles was very odd to me, but only 1 on Wii U. It was the 10th entry. It was the Big 10, and it just was more of Mario Party 9. I did not care for this game. I felt it was very lackluster, but thankfully around that time Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars released, so all was saved.
Hell yeah. The entire world just put their hands up. It was all good. No more problems ever.
Every game developer said, we give up. You guys did it. There's no fighting. It's all over. The Mario vs. Donkey Kong games are always a decent time. They're okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
I had the second one as a kid, and I enjoyed it back in the day, but they just kept making the same one all over again. And this one had the mechanic. It had 2 major gimmicks. The Tipping Stars mechanic was you would play user-created stages online, and you would tip them stars, and you would use those stars to unlock things. Very odd mechanic to name a game after.
Yeah.
And crossplay or cross-buy. That was the big thing with this game. Is it also released on 3DS, and you could, if you bought the Wii U version, you get the 3DS version, and vice versa, which was a standard on PlayStation, but Nintendo kind of positioned as like one of the big things with this game. It was very cool that they tried it. I wish they did it with more games, specifically Virtual Console. Virtual Console games would release. You would get an NES game on Wii U 1 week, and then a couple weeks later, the 3DS game, the 3DS version would release, and they'd be the exact same game, but you'd have to pay $5 for one and $5 for the other. And I thought it just, I don't know. It was cool that they at least attempted it with this, but I wish they did a little bit more.
Yeah, this series has been going on for a while now. They actually stopped after the 3DS. There's no Switch entry for this. And I don't miss it, but I miss the original formula. Just Donkey Kong 94 and Mario vs. Donkey Kong GBA. I love that style. I particularly want them to return to the original Donkey Kong style, but like these were always like they're fine, they're inoffensive, they're filler, they're okay. Like no one's losing their mind over a mini Mario game, but yeah, it's fine.
I think it's a kind of a fun little like, you know, like you said, a filler title. It's just something where it's just like if you have nothing else to play and you're just kind of looking around and you're like, oh, Mario vs. Donkey Kong game released, you're gonna get some enjoyment out of it. You're gonna get your time out of it, but they're just the same thing over and over again, where if you played Tipping Stars, you played all the ones that preceded it, besides the GBA, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong 94, and you played everything that came out after, which I believe is only one game, which we'll also get to. But yeah, that game released. I didn't buy it at launch, but what I did download at launch in April. There was another Nintendo Direct. This is where they formally announced Smash Bros. DLC, which was another thing that kind of carried us through 2015. It was very strange to me that Smash DLC pretty much only happened throughout 2015, because the last batch of it happened at the very beginning of 2016. It was pretty much only like a 6-month thing, which is strange looking at Ultimate.
One thing that kind of ruined the speculation as well is they were not being careful with their data mines. Like, the data in the game was public, so people knew that Ryu was in there way before he released. And they were playing as him, I think, before it released as well. Like, before he was even announced, people were playing as Ryu.
There was a leak of Ryu and Roy, as in like just code for it, and you heard it leaked like the victory theme for Ryu, and it was like this very Super Nintendo-esque arcade sounding Street Fighter 2 theme. So that was my initial reason. I was like, this isn't the real, this isn't real, because they would have orchestrated it, but no, it was the real thing. And then right before E3, just a data mine happened, and they got everything from like the DLC launch of that day. I remember seeing specifically like the Ryu Victory Classic Mode video was getting passed around. But yeah, the Smash DLC kind of happened here. They showed off Mewtwo for the first time, even though he was announced before, and they showed off Lucas as well, which Mewtwo launched around that time, early for Club Nintendo members and later for everybody else, and Lucas came out later in June. But yeah, it was really cool, and I think we didn't really mention, this was also where they showed off Mario Kart 8 DLC, the second pack.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk about the first pack. You mentioned Cheeseland, which was from this one, but on one of the best deals of all time.
Yeah.
I know they just announced Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC, the Booster Course pack, which is 48 tracks for 25. This was like, but these are like all remastered tracks, and I still love that they're doing this, but they are simpler in terms of like how they look and whatnot. These ones were just straight up either brand new courses that were from like other Nintendo games, remastered courses that were fully in the full Mario Kart 8 art style, new characters, new kart parts. They did a ton with this game, and it was only like $14
it was really cheap
over here or something.
Yeah.
It was incredibly cheap, and it was so good. And they also, around this time, announced 200cc as an update. What did you think of this? I did not like this at first. I think they tweaked it in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and I was able to enjoy it much more in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did, but I was able to enjoy it much more in 8 Deluxe. But when this came out, I was like, I can't do this.
I mean, I just don't brake in Mario Kart. I've never been accustomed to pressing that B button.
Yeah.
So, but once you start braking in 200cc, it becomes a lot easier. Like braking around a corner, slowing down. You have to change how you play. So the first time I touched it, I was just like driving into walls, driving off the edge. But yeah, in time I've come to appreciate it a lot more. I like it when you're playing online, like because online it kind of shuffles between CC. So sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 150, and every now and then it's 200. It's like, okay, here we go. I love that kind of random mix. So I like it. I wouldn't like main 200cc, but I like it every now and then.
Yeah, it was. It felt very difficult for me to get a hold of this in the update form. But the way they announced it was just like I was hoping for battle mode because I was in like battle tracks because they were like the way they announced it, they were like the Mario Kart series has been a staple, blah 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 blah, and I was like, oh man, battle tracks, but no, it was 200cc, which it was an interesting addition. But yeah, this direct also had the re-reveal of Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. And I remember there was some talks that people were like, is this game canceled? Because it was 2 years since we heard anything about this game. And it re-debuted in a way I don't think anybody expected. They didn't have an official name for it. I think we were still calling it Shin Megami Tensei. When they showed it off at E3 2015, they just kind of used the Japanese name, which I can look up right now. It's something sharp FE. It was Gene Abunroku sharp FE. That's how they wrote it. I'm sorry for butchering that, but that's how they wrote it. But yeah, what did you think about this re-reveal? Because I didn't know what to think.
Yeah,
I felt like this was something that like. I was expecting a Shin Megami Tensei game, but with Fire Emblem characters, or a Fire Emblem game with Shin Megami Tensei characters. Yeah. More so SMT with Fire Emblem because Atlas was developing it. But instead, this was a very colorful, pop idol-focused RPG with radically redesigned Fire Emblem characters thrown in there a few times, where you saw a very demonic looking Cloud. No, not a Cloud, Chrom. Chrom in the trailer. I think you saw Tiki here and there. But yeah, I wouldn't blame anybody for kind of feeling like this isn't what I signed up for when they initially announced it. But
yeah, I mean, the debut trailer was like dark and moody, and it showed all the characters from SMT, all the characters from Fire Emblem, and it's like, is this going to be a proper crossover? And then we got it, and it was something. It was a new Shin Megami Tensei series. It's like Soul Hackers, Persona, Sharp FE. It's not a crossover. It's now basically another offshoot of Shin Megami Tensei. And it was hard to know what to think, because it was cool the Wii U was getting an RPG, because there weren't that many of them exclusive to the system. And PS4 was in the sort of hype cycle for Persona 5. That was coming out in 2017. I think it's 2016 in Japan. So we knew that was on the horizon. So this is going to be the Wii U's Persona. So that was kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not into idols, and I don't think many people in the West are, so yeah. What happened with this? And it definitely didn't look like Fire Emblem. There was no like strategy, there was no like army like angle to this. It was such a bizarre direction to take it. But I was sort of intrigued at the same time, though.
Yeah, I think they probably did it in a more interesting way, where it may have turned a lot of people off, but just the fact that they were doing something so bizarre with it, where this isn't what anybody was really expecting out of a crossover, which, like you said, it's barely a crossover, because like you have some Fire Emblem characters, but that's not the focus at all. So it's this weird feeling where I'm just like, and you've played this game. I've played a little bit of it, but that's about it. Is there any reason for the Fire Emblem characters to be there? Is there any actual reason, or is it just kind of like, there's Fire Emblem characters, or could you just replace those Fire Emblem characters with somebody else, and would it have worked?
I mean, there is kind of a reason, and it's kind of a spoiler, but it's not, like, it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very loose connection, and if you got rid of that whole spoiler section, it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
So you absolutely could just not have Fire Emblem in here, and it could be its own Shin Megami Tensei IP. And like all the Fire Emblem characters, they've lost their memories, so they don't have any memory of who they are. Mm-hmm. So they just share their names. They're different characters with the same name, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just kind of view this as its own thing. I don't think it's really a crossover at all.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, but it kind of helped add to the Wii U's character of just like, oh man, we're gonna get a Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem. Even if like you're not into those series, you at least understand what that is. And even people that understood those series or liked those series still didn't understand what this was. It looked quality though. Like it always looked quality. It looked good, like graphically, and you know, it's a good solid RPG. But I don't know why I'm avoiding the big announcement for this direct. You might know it as Amiibo Touch and Play, Nintendo Classic Highlights.
Yeah.
We got it under the name, one of the best subtitles of all time, Amiibo Tap, Nintendo's Greatest Bits. I am so upset they wasted that subtitle on this game. They could have used it for anything else. Yeah, this was when they were trying to justify more Amiibo stuff. There's a free app. You tap an Amiibo and you get a random like bit of an NES game. Not even associated with the Amiibo. You tap like a Pac-Man Amiibo, you'll get Kid Icarus. I don't know. Yeah. Did you play this? I played it.
I dabbled very briefly. It's bizarre. I guess it's like another take on like Smash Classics, I suppose, like masterpieces. But yeah, what a weird way to handle it. You're thinking like you touch Mario, you'll get like Mario Bros, but yeah, that's not how it worked.
I think it would have been really cool, because the Amiibo were $13. I think it would have been really cool if you tap an Amiibo and you get a virtual console game associated with that Amiibo. I don't think that would have killed them, but you know, it's fine. You know, it's something where, the Mario Amiibo, you get that, and if you tap that to your Wii U, you can play the original Super Mario Brothers in all of its entirety, or you could give us like regular Mario Brothers if you want to be sparingly
like
about this,
yeah.
But no, this was they were just given weird demos of these games, and it's odd because NES Remix did a much better job at this setup.
Yeah.
So the NES Remix already kind of did the job of what this game was trying to convey, but in a much better way, where it's like, little moments from these NES games, but oh well. This also didn't release on 3DS, which was strange. This could have totally released on 3DS.
I mean, they originally claimed NES Remix couldn't run on 3DS, so maybe they were still thinking, there's no way.
They found a way.
No way.
They found a way. Yeah. They called they outsourced it. I don't know. But also around this time, N64 and DS games came to Virtual Console, which finally, it was really cool to get N64. I was really excited to just get Mario 64, play that on the GamePad. Unfortunately, I feel like not only did N64 games look a little, they were washed out, dark, it wasn't as great. I feel like it was a little too late to do this kind of stuff, and it was no longer really that exciting to get Virtual Console releases.
No.
Yeah, DS games were cool, but...
Yeah, there's some cool releases, like DK64, released for the first time since 64, so that was cool, but it was way too late. The Wii U was on its way out. I think this was kind of a way to just sort of have something to play, to some sort of momentum. Yeah. But yeah, it was way too late.
Yeah, where it wasn't exciting anymore. If these released in 2013, oh hell yeah, it would have been amazing. It would have been like, oh yes, but man, like they already were announcing like their plans for a new console, you know, and I think a lot of fans' heads just kind of immediately just kind of shifted into that mindset where it was like, yeah, like let's move on to the next big thing. But the next big thing, I mean, in Japan, Xenoblade Chronicles X launched, but that launched later for us. So the next big thing after Amiibo Tap was Splatoon, which was a big deal. Everybody was excited about this game, which was really cool because it was a new IP. It was such a new thing, and the fact that everybody was kind of behind it was really cool. They even had like test fires where you could download the free, the free and play it and try it out. And it was the first of many things for Nintendo. Just the fact that it kind of followed the model of like a live service type model, where unfortunately it did launch kind of sparingly, but I do think they did do a pretty good job of releasing content pretty frequently early on. Like about a week later, they revealed like the NES Zapper weapon, and like another week later or so, or maybe even that same week, they had a new stage, and then a new mode eventually, like a month later and stuff. I feel like they did a very good job of putting out stuff frequently for Splatoon, and I think that was that was a really good thing. And they had Splatfests, and those went on for like a year. I think they really nailed this game. I think this game is definitely probably the defining Wii U title, frankly.
I mean, it's one of their biggest IPs now, and it's strange to think it's only a few years old, but yeah, it totally is. And it's cool to go back to the local multiplayer mode this game had on Wii U. Kind of because it's like a snapshot of when the game came out, because there's only 5 maps that are playable in that mode, and that's all they had at launch. And one cool thing about that mode too was there was a secret option to like tie a Wii remote around a classic controller, so the second player could have gyro controls like the GamePad user had. That's just like a cool little thing that you could do. But yeah, this game was so fresh. I know that was kind of the words they used, but like it was so cool just to have a Nintendo shooter, a Nintendo take on a shooter, something colourful, something different. And the way that it incorporated movement into its traversal was big. Like you can spray a wall using your weapon and then climb on the wall as a squid, and it felt so Nintendo-y, just using this base mechanic and doing so much with it. It was just such a cool game, and it still feels good to play Splatoon today. In fact, I think the first game holds up really well, coming back after Splatoon 2. It still has like 7 exclusive maps that aren't in the second game, and the community's still active. I played again right before I left Nintendo Life, and I think I found a game within like 4 seconds. It's largely like Japanese players, but people are still actively playing this game like all the time.
Well, it is technically different from Splatoon 2. You know, there is still some reason to play it. You know, if you're more technical and you're a big Splatoon fan, I think for most people that, you know, just kind of play the games as they come out, there's no reason. You know, you get pretty much most of what you get with Splatoon 1 with Splatoon 2. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this was an incredibly fun game that, you know, for a game so focused on online multiplayer and a new IP on a console with such a low install base, it was so easy to get into matches. Like you would just, and instantly at launch, like and just for months to come, even now, like you said, like you can just immediately go into it. And I think this game did a lot of really cool stuff. Even with the gamepad, I think it just shows like how much value Nintendo should have in just, you know, doing new things like this, doing new ideas and taking risks on unproven IPs. I love the gamepad use in this game because it was so easy to just tap on the gamepad, launch there. Just the loading between, you know, waiting for matchmaking. You get to play the squid jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just fun. It was just fun to be like, oh man, I wish more games did that. Even if it wasn't on a second screen, you could just have something, a sub-screen where you can just play a little game. It's kind of like how they had, I think in like Ridge Racer.
Oh, you had Galaga.
On, like the PS, you could play like a little Galaga minigame. I thought that was super fun.
And in Splatoon 2, you just sort of turn the analog sticks to make the music just like distort a bit. What's that about? Where's Squid Jump?
It's rough. I think Splatoon 1 really captured just my heart, but you know, and like Splatoon 2 came out so quickly after that, where it's undoubtedly a better game, but I didn't get into it as much because I was so fresh off of Splatoon 1 that I didn't get into it as much, and I really should play the DLC campaign for that game, Octo Expansion.
It is really good, yeah. I was kind of the same with Mario Maker. Like, 2 clearly has a lot more stuff, but I felt like I'd kind of done it all already on Wii U. One thing about Splatoon is like it offered one of the most touching moments I think I've ever had in a game. Miiverse was such a big part of that. Like, you had all the Miiverse posts in the plaza, and the day Iwata died, if you just went on any plaza, if you boot up the game, you'll just have all these messages like RIP or like just respect, like just people paying their respects to him. It was so, it's like everyone coming together in a really touching way, and that was really cool.
I think it's really cool that this was kind of like the last major game that released before Iwata passed away. Just because this kind of showed like, just like how this was kind of Nintendo in general. This was like what I love about Nintendo, and I think that's why Splatoon did so well. Was just, this is what a lot of people loved about Nintendo, but in a new, fresh game that worked really well. It may have launched a little sparse, but it became quite beefier as time went on. And yeah, that led into, unfortunately, one of my least favorite Nintendo E3s. I don't like this E3. I think this E3 was quite disappointing and quite bad. It was E3 2015. There was some stuff to enjoy about it, but man, this took E3 2014's format and did everything wrong with it, in my opinion. They had so much about it that was like, they just went on and on about games that we already knew about. Yoshi's Woolly World got like a 5-minute long section where this developer was just talking about just stuff with the game, and she seemed really passionate, and it was really cool to see her just really excited about this game, but the game was launching like in a week in Europe. You know, it was something, and we've known about this game for over a year, and they weren't really talking about anything new. And that was kind of my main problem with it, where they went on and on and on about certain things. I don't know. What was your main takeaway from E3 2015? What do you remember from it? What did you like? What did you not like? You know,
I just remember it being really, really slow. Like there was nothing that jumped out. It feels like every year there's at least one company that kind of falters, and Nintendo usually aren't the one. It's usually like maybe like the Ubisoft conference is always really boring. But like Sony and Microsoft always have off years. Like sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. And sometimes like it's often Nintendo that you sort of rely on to bring up the show. And this is just a really unmemorable one. It was cool getting an insight into the developers, but they almost had that problem that older E3s have, where they linger on the stage for far too long on one individual. And the pacing just felt different. Like directs were meant to be the way they are to keep things, fast and fluid, and this just didn't have that. It was just a slow presentation, and the games themselves just didn't really stand out.
Yeah, it was pretty much games that were already coming out, and they had multiple things happening this E3. They had the Nintendo World Championships come back, which was super cool. That was really fun, and they showed off a new game there called Blast Ball, which they eventually showcased they were trying to be sly about this, and they showed it off later at the Direct as Metroid Prime Federation Force, but that's 3DS, so whatever. But during the Nintendo World Championships, they announced Earthbound Beginnings.
They did, and that was a big deal.
Wii U Virtual Console, yeah, that was awesome. It's something where it's not as big of a deal as like we already knew that localization was done years ago. It was just in Nintendo's vaults, and Nintendo just said, you know what, let's do it. And it's really cool that they did, because Earthbound just had a big presence on Wii U, even if it was just the re-releases of the first two games.
Yeah.
And there were the rumors that Mother 3 would come out on Wii U, but that never happened. But either way, it was still cool.
Itoi gave like a personal message for that too. It definitely felt like something was brewing. Like we had Earthbound, we had Mother 1. It's like, okay, are you leading up to something? No, they're not. That was it.
Yeah. I think they probably wanted to, but plans fell through, potentially. But they also had like a Smash Brothers Direct, or a Smash Brothers new content approaching presentation. And unfortunately, a lot of the stuff from that got leaked, but cool. But it felt very similar to like E3 2012, where they had like 3 separate presentations, but they didn't really do much with it. And I feel like they had 3 separate presentations here, and if they just combined everything into one instead of doing 3 separate ones, it would have made a much better direct or digital event, where if you had the Ryu announcement, if you had the Roy announcement, if you had the Earthbound Beginnings announcement, all a part of this digital event, it would have felt a little bit stronger. But instead, they just lingered on stuff. You started, and they had cool, it was still charming and funny, where they continued kind of the Robot Chicken presentation thing, but with the Muppets, where they had Reggie and Iwata and Miyamoto doing their thing. And that was really funny and charming. But the games, they showed off Star Fox Zero for the first time, and it didn't impress me. It just felt like a Star Fox game.
It was a rough showing, wasn't it? Like, they're sort of... Was this the time where they were showing off the Chicken Walker and stuff, or did that happen a bit later on?
Yeah, they showed that off. That was kind of the main identity of the game, and I felt like that was a little concerning, that the main identity of this game is from...
Star Fox 2,
yeah, it's from a canceled prototype, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay.
The game looked better later on. They definitely polished things up a bit, but it wasn't clear like what the big hook was. And with Platinum making this game, their identity wasn't there. Like we weren't seeing like this high octane action. We're just seeing a Star Fox 64 sequel or a Star Fox 64 reboot. Even it didn't have a presence. And was this also the E3 where they lingered on the Skylander amiibo for a while? Like, look, this Bowser can be a Skylander or an amiibo. Yeah.
They announced that there, which this was in the height of amiibo craze. So they talked about Skylanders Superchargers, which is one of the better looking Wii U third-party games visually. It looks decent, and the idea is kind of cute, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like E3 is just not the place to kind of talk about that stuff. Nintendo's very strange with what they say, like, oh, we're not going to announce this in a direct because the audience just isn't there. Like, they didn't announce Ring Fit in a direct because they were like, the audience isn't there. But then they announced, like, DC Superhero Girls Teen Power in a direct, and I'm just like, that's fine if you want to do that, but I'm like, just have some consistency with, like, what you consider direct worthy. This E3 was, I mean, I think, like,
it's
the
the
pacing,
filler one.
Yeah, it was.
There's
it was
so many
filler
filler games in there. Yeah, like even on 3DS, like I stand by Triforce Heroes being a pretty good multiplayer game, but it's clearly a derivative of A Link Between Worlds. They're reusing that engine. Just get a Zelda game out because Breath of the Wild's not ready. Get a new Mario and Luigi game out because we need something. Get Alpha Dream on the phone. It's just all these lower budget spin-off games that don't feel important. It feels like the generation's ending, and they just need to get stuff out there because they're busy making Switch games.
Yeah, that was it just felt like a very side game spin-off heavy time. Speaking of Triforce Heroes, I just want to bring this up. Weirdly enough, that released in the height of Amiibo. Do you think it's odd that was like one of the only Nintendo published games that did not support Amiibo? When it feels like it would have been primed for that. The game is entirely based on wearing different costumes. And it's not like they were focused on like, oh, well, these have to be specific to like the Zelda canon or lore. Like, I'm like, there was a retro Link one. He looked like he was straight out of Minecraft, you know? Like, it's just like, I don't understand why. And it's not like they haven't put like Mario references or something in Zelda before. You've had like, you know, Majora's Mask. There was the Mario mask on the Happy Mask Salesman and whatnot. You know, I think it would have been really cool, at the very least, to get like, oh, you tap a Mario amiibo, you get like a Mario hat or something. I don't know. It would have made sense for that game, but whatever. I think the biggest problem with the pacing of this one was, I don't know, like you look at something like they announced Triforce Heroes and they linger on that for like 5 minutes, and then Anuma also says, we're also bringing Hyrule Warriors to the 3DS, and they show footage of it, and then after that, they show the trailer, which just contained footage that they just showed. You know, it just pacing was just all off this time, and they showed off games that I don't know why they showed off, or they showed off early, where they showed off Tokyo Mirage Sessions, what would become that, but there wasn't it just felt like they were like, we need to show something, even though we already announced this game. Where I'm just like, why did you announce this in the April Direct? Why not save it for E3? Because it does nothing for me to see this. At E3 when I've already seen it re-announced 3 months ago, and there's nothing really new here. It was very strange. I'm trying to think of other Wii U games other than the big two. I'll get to the big two.
There weren't many.
Yeah, they showed off Xenoblade Chronicles X again, and they showed a date. Usually during these E3s, they focused heavily on consoles. They always focused on consoles. E3 2014 was almost entirely just about Wii U. That presentation. Outside of like they showed off the Pokemon remakes, and that was about it. This one, I felt like they just did not have a lot Wii U wise, so they ended up just going like, okay, fine, we'll do some 3DS stuff, and that's why we got Paper Jam and Federation Force and all of that. But there was a leak beforehand where there was a leak of Animal Crossing Amiibo figures being there, and they had one of the most tone-deaf announcements I've ever seen. Not of the game itself, but just the way they did it, where they announced Happy Home Designer beforehand in that April Direct, and they had a trailer for that, and it was just like, okay, fine, we know this game is coming out. And then they did world premiere, and then they show an Isabelle amiibo getting scanned on the GamePad, and you could hear everybody going, yes! Yeah, like, oh my god, Animal Crossing is finally coming to Wii U.
And it looks like Animal Crossing when they show the gameplay at first.
Yeah, but then everybody's face just deflates, and they announce Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival, which is kind of generally seen as the go-to worst Wii U game. The concept has potential, like, of an Animal Crossing party game. Animal Crossing is a big enough series to warrant spin-offs. I think that. But this, I feel like they announced it in such a poor, tone-deaf way where I don't understand why they put together that trailer and thought, yep, people aren't going to be disappointed with this, because the way they showed it, they had to expect that people wanted an Animal Crossing game on Wii U, and they got that. And it just looked very slow and not enjoyable. It looked very pathetic kind of thing, where it just what they were showing just didn't look fun. It didn't look fun. It didn't look engaging. I don't know. Like, yeah, that was one of the lesser announcements.
There's always the potential of how it looked as well, because it looked good. I don't think they reused the models from the Plaza. I think it's like original HD models they made here.
Yeah.
That was kind of the highlights. Like, whoa, this is what Animal Crossing could look like if they made one. But instead we have this just very, very boring. I struggle to call it a party game. It's is anyone having a party with this?
It's a board game. It's a virtual board game, and it just felt like there was so much miscommunication with this game. There was some rumors that it was going to be a free-to-play game where it's just you free download it and you scan the amiibo and that's it. And I think that would have been fine. And even during the Treehouse stream, they said stuff along the lines of like, oh, we just wanted to make this game because we wanted Animal Crossing amiibo. That was pretty much it. And then one of the NOA reps, I don't think they actually thought this. I think they were just probably trying to come up with things to say about the game. But they were like, oh yeah, my daughter or my son or something really wants to get into Animal Crossing, but they can't read yet. So this is perfect for them. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's so much reading in this game. It's nothing but reading. Like, that's it. But another announcement they had here was Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, which looked promising at the start. It was
graphically good.
Yeah, it looked like Mario Kart 8 but a tennis game. I liked how it looked, but pretty much the entire gimmick was there are Mega Mushrooms now. That was it. Which I thought, they'll reveal more about this game later on. I was very optimistic about that game.
I played this at a media event right after E3, and what I played was basically the final game.
It was.
Yeah, we had a few characters playable. One difference, though, this is remarkable too. When you finish a round, you can just keep running. Mario doesn't freeze. You can just keep running around.
I love it. I love it. It's the best part about that game. And they ended on Mario Maker. They ended on a very odd note where they had like this challenge where they were like, do the Mario challenge. Talk about why you like Mario. And it felt very odd. At least like Mario Maker showed off very well. They renamed it Super Mario Maker.
Yeah.
It was the final game in the Nintendo World Championships, which was really fun. And they also did, they showed off the Mystery Mushroom costumes, which was awesome. That was like one of the best parts about that game. But overall, this E3 was very, very lackluster in my opinion. Star Fox was cool to see, but it didn't demo very well. It was a very quiet summer. Unfortunately, I think a lot of that was due to Iwata passing in around July.
Yeah.
And I think Nintendo just didn't know what to do with announcements, so they just kind of let games come out. They announce things every now and then. I know they like put out like a trailer or two for like Mario Maker before, but no Nintendo Direct until November that year. But the next major release, I mean, I'm seeing it. They technically did have Art Academy. I think for you it was Altair. For us, it's
right,
Home Studio, and that released. I saw nobody talk about this game because I think everybody downloaded the Sketchpad app.
Yeah, that's all I had.
Yeah, and then this came out, but I don't think anybody really knew about it. Like, it just kind of happened. Yeah. And it was so much more expensive. It was like $30 compared to like $3.
And down the line, they delisted Sketchpad. So the only way to get Art Academy now is to get the expanded version.
Yeah, very, very odd. I mean, like, Art Academy, I fail to understand any way this game could be like, oh, I don't like this Art Academy, but I liked it back in the day on the DS or 3DS. Like, I'm sure it's perfectly fine. It's another Art Academy game, but just very very odd. Now, around the summer, you guys got Yoshi's Woolly World and Devil's Third around the same time. And I think we failed to mention Devil's Third get announced at E3 2014. This game was a THQ title originally. And it got canceled pretty much. And it then reemerged as a Wii U exclusive. It is partially developed by Nintendo. Iwata, I think Iwata had a meeting with Itagaki, and they pretty much funded it because they wanted more kind of online heavy games on Wii U, which this was kind of the main focus of it. But we'll get to that in a bit. The first major title for here in North America was Mario Maker. And I love this game. I didn't play it as much as I was expecting to, but I played like 50 hours worth. But You know, like the idea of like a never-ending Mario game. I was expecting this to be like 500 hours, but yeah, I thought this was what a perfect use of the Wii U. This was something I think everybody thought of where they were like, why can't there be a Mario course creator, a level editor or something? I made quite a few levels in this game, especially compared to Mario Maker 2. I only made like 2 or 3 levels in Mario Maker 2, mainly because the user interface in this game is so much better. It really is. It is so much better. Even like if you're using the touchscreen in Mario Maker 2, I still don't think it's as good as Mario Maker 1. No. It's perfect in this game. It's absolutely perfect to play it on the GamePad, you know, edit it, and then immediately, bam, you're playing on the TV. Editing a course in Mario Maker 2 on the TV is miserable. It is absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, it's not great.
This one is perfect. It was absolutely perfect. Fantastic.
There's still problems. Like, I'd love to just have a search bar. If I just want to find like a Zelda level, I want to type in Zelda. But apart from that, it's such a good game. And I spent a lot of time in this as well. Nintendo supported it really well too. Like, all those amiibo mystery costumes were great. Like, you can scan in any amiibo and have them become fantastic. A costume.
The best amiibo support. The best amiibo support, in my opinion.
No doubt. Mm-hmm. And then they kept doing all these collaboration outfits. Like Hello Kitty was playable in this.
It was so funny. It had so much personality, and that's so unfortunate that they took it out of the sequel.
Yeah, totally. And I do enjoy Mario Maker 2, but I feel like not only is it lacking some of that luster, but also it's just like, I've done this already. I've already spent so much time on the Wii U version that this doesn't feel fresh anymore. And even though people didn't really buy the Wii U, I think you can feel that in the social bubble. Like, Mario Maker 2 just didn't have that splash that Mario Maker 1 had.
Yeah, I think even something like, it was really cool to see story mode in Mario Maker 2, but I played through it and it was kind of the same thing as what they had in Mario Maker 1. You know, it was just, oh, here's a bunch of Nintendo-made Mario Maker levels, and you had that in like the 3DS version too, where you had that, but you just didn't have kind of that 3D overworld, which, you know, was cool to have, but it unnecessary largely.
Yeah.
I thought playing this game on Wii U, it just felt perfect on Wii U. I don't know what else there is to say other than, like, I thought the post-launch support was great. I thought they did a great job updating it, kind of addressing concerns, because you didn't have checkpoints originally, and it was really frustrating. And they added that, and they added a bunch of other stuff. Like you said, they added the Mystery Mushroom courses, which, you know, there was some weird stuff where, like, the Pokemon characters were amiibo costumes in Mario Maker, but they weren't fully fleshed out. They didn't have the sound effects, and I think that was mainly down to time. I feel like they were just like, you know, let's just get that in and boom, we're done. But they eventually, for like the Pokemon 20th anniversary, they had the starter Pokemon available as Mystery Mushroom costumes, and those did have sound effects. So I think it was down to time, and I don't know. I think Mario Maker is probably next to Splatoon in like the best Wii U game. Even though you have alternatives on the Switch, you have like the sequels on the Switch, I think those games did the best job like showing why the Wii U has value, why the GamePad has value. And I think if these games came out closer to launch, I don't know, I feel like the Wii U would have done a little bit better. I feel like we'd be talking more so around GameCube numbers, sales-wise.
Yeah, it's funny because this was like it was a bad year in many ways, but it was also a good year. A lot of the Wii U's biggest titles did release in 2015.
I think the next one was for us over here. It was Yoshi's Woolly World, which is another one where I'm just like, what a fantastic game! Like it may not have done much new, but I think the Yoshi series was desperate for just a good game after Yoshi's Island. Of course, you have Yoshi's Story and Yoshi's Island DS and Yoshi's New Island, and you can argue like, okay, some of these are decent games to like, they're okay. But Woolly World was kind of that first Yoshi game that really felt like it actually kind of rivaled Yoshi's Island in terms of quality, and I thought it was absolutely, it was such a joy to play through. It was such a cozy experience. You had just wonderful level design, wonderful visuals. The amiibo support in this game was fantastic too, where you got the costumes, the pretty much the skins.
You can play as like Sonic Yoshi if you want to. Like every amiibo costume worked. It was great. And yeah, it totally felt like a proper sequel. Like, all the other Yoshi games were kind of derivative of Island. And this one had like a few bosses that were kind of from Island, but for the most part, it was like completely original. And the soundtrack was so good. Like, there's so many different tracks.
Especially after New Island. New Island, and I would have taken anything in this exceeded any expectations. Probably one of the best soundtracks of the year for Wii U games.
And to be honest, compared to Crafted World 2, like, Crafted World was okay, but especially in the soundtrack department, it was weak. But in terms of
we don't care about that game in this house. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Yeah.
It's
just in terms of level design, it's another one of those other Yoshi sequels. It's okay. It's fine. There's nothing more than that, though. Whereas Woolly World, it felt special. It felt like a proper. It earned the moniker of being a Island sequel, unlike any other ones. I love this game.
Yeah, I do too. I think it was a fantastic time. I can't really think of many negatives I had with it. No. There was, I mean, like, it's just like, it's just derivative. It's just a good game. I think, like, it's not going to blow your mind, but I think it's just such a comfortable experience. It's just something where you can just kind of, like, just enjoy. It's just such a positive experience. Like, you just play through it and it's just like, this is nice. This is a nice experience. And they also gave you the option for the first time to, if you're playing with a Wii remote, a lot of people don't like how the aiming works in Yoshi's Island, where it's just like, you gotta wait for it to go. The Wii remote gave you the option to just tilt and boom, you're good. And that was really cool. I played mostly on the GamePad though, but it was still a really cool option to have. Next up, the November wasn't that good. Originally they were supposed to have Star Fox, Mario Tennis, and Amiibo Festival all in the same month, which would have been nuts. But looking at how much content was in Amiibo Festival, Ultra Smash, and to be fair, Star Fox Zero when that launched, yeah, I don't think it would have been that crazy. Amiibo Festival, I have played more of that game than I think most people have. There's some worth to it. There are some decent little side modes, but nothing special. A lot of people really like the Desert Island Escape mode. Me and my friends were kind of attached to. There was a mode where you scanned a couple of Animal Crossing cards, and the villagers go into these whatever tents or whatever, and you have to kind of try to pick which order they're in. I guess, I don't know. That was kind of fun. I don't know. Like, the main mode was pretty lifeless.
Yeah.
Wasn't great.
For me, I didn't pick this game up at launch. I picked it up when it was in a bargain bin. It was like £5. Came with the amiibo, like completely boxed. And I bought it, never played it. I just got the amiibo, unboxed it, and for me it was just a cheap amiibo. I have no incentive to touch that game.
Yeah, this was also done by ND Cube, who did Mario Party 10 earlier in the year, and they do the same thing, where they put the amiibo on the gamepad, and it's such a clunky way to control a game, in my opinion. I don't understand how they thought that was fun. But thankfully, if that didn't do anything for you, a week later, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash came out.
Hell yeah!
Well, actually, for you, it launched the same day as Amiibo Festival.
That's like a Link Between Worlds and 3D World again.
Yeah.
What a killer day.
They were trying to do the exact same thing all over again. And you know what? I'm surprised it didn't have the same effect. Ultra Smash is one of Nintendo's lowest points, in my opinion. I think this probably nearly killed the Mario Tennis series.
Yeah.
I'm pretty shocked that they thought this was okay to release in the state it was. Where it worked, it worked. That was the thing. And it played fine, but my God, this was...
I mean, even if it works, even if it's fine, somehow it shipped, and it still has this. You can't play with friends online.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
You can't do that. You can't... Like, the courts are an abomination. There are no... It is one court, and you change the texture, which you could have done in all the other Mario... Pretty much most of the other Mario Tennis games, where you can be like, oh, I want a clay court, I want a grass court. Well, this one is literally just that. That's literally the only options that you have. There are barely any modes in this game. The modes are pretty much like you have the Mega Ball Rally, which is just hitting a big ball. I don't know what this game has for, like, big things, but that's the thing. The Mega Mushroom has there's nothing to it. It's literally just you get random Mega Mushrooms. If there's like a meter where if you rally it back and forth enough, you get big, maybe. But no, Toad just randomly throws you a Mega Mushroom.
Yeah.
It's stupid. There's nothing to it. It's the characters are fine. They have the Sprixie from 3D World. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Aces doesn't have that, so that's something.
Bowser Jr.'s in the clown car. That's kind of cool. Gold Mario, the Gold Mario amiibo works in the game. Silver Mario doesn't, but I don't know what they were doing with that. But oh my god, this game is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It is one of Nintendo's worst games, even if it works, even if it functions. But you know, it was a pretty rough year. But about a couple weeks later, Devil's Third released. This had a tough time coming out in North America. It came out for you guys the same month they did in Japan. So you guys got it in August. We got it in December, and it was extremely limited. And Nintendo of America was kind of forced to put it out. Like, people were begging them, like, please just put out this game. And then when it came out, it got scathing reviews. It got very bad reviews. 3 out of 10. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's a great game, but I don't think it's an abomination like other reviewers may have made it out to be.
I somewhat enjoyed it to an extent. The online play isn't bad, and they actually had an online play for PC as well at one point.
Yeah.
And actually, I enjoyed it for somewhat. It wasn't great, but just playing it online and having like having a mix of shooting and slashing, like that felt pretty good. The campaign is definitely very, very what's the word? I guess cheap. Like you can see like explosions in the distance look really weird. It's all just kind of mashed together.
Just dumb.
Yeah, it's very.
It's just
dumb.
a dumb game.
Yeah,
it's a dumb game. It was like outdated even when it came out. It felt very like it just felt very. I can't really think of another word other than like exploitative, which is all the violence and sexual themes and all of that. We're like, hey, that's kind of funny when like you look at it in a vacuum where you're like, this is just kind of a dumb game. But it felt very odd as a Nintendo game. But I think the combat had its moments where it was like, this is kind of fun. Where you switch between third person, beat 'em up kind of thing, and then it goes into first person for shooting. It had its moments, and it felt pretty good. Like, it didn't feel that bad. I think, like, playing on the Wii U GamePad, I was kind of like, this feels kind of fun. I don't know. But you know, I only played the campaign. I did not play the online mode.
Oh man, you're missing out. It's not like great, but it's fine. I don't think it deserved 3s at all. I think it's way better than that, but it's not like it's not great. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's. I heard it was pretty good. I actually watched your review.
Yeah, I gave it. I was way too generous.
I think you were defending it. You were just like, I don't know why everybody says this. You're like, I don't know why everybody says this game is bad.
I haven't changed my stance like all these years later. I'm still like, it's not a 3.
Hey, I understand why people don't like it. I don't even know if I like it, but I do tolerate it, and I think it has its moments. And people should give it a shot because a lot of people genuinely do think it's a good game, and they do enjoy it quite a bit. I'd never have to play it again. I beat the game, and I'm just like, I'm good. But it's fine. But to wrap up 2015, they had one final Nintendo Direct. Finally, after months of nothing, they finally did one in November, and this revealed a leaked thing that we knew about for a little bit. But Twilight Princess HD was revealed, which we can go into more of our thoughts with that game. Because it's pretty much the next game that came out. But, that game got announced, and I will say, when that game got announced, I was very disappointed with it, mainly because there were these link renders that were going around, where Nintendo built up, they didn't have, like, a designated link render that was, like, good quality, so they kind of took this Twilight Princess design of Link, and they gave it a better, more HD-esque design for store displays and whatnot. And I remember just kind of being like, man, it would be like maybe that's what Twilight Princess HD looks like. And there was an eShop leak that showed like Twilight Princess HD was coming. And when they showed off the trailer for the game, I was almost expecting it to kind of be like, all right, when is it going to like do a side-by-side and it's going to show how it looks like now? So it didn't demo that well, but I think we'll get to this when we get to the game. But I think the game deserves a bit more like credit where it's due, because looking at it...
It looks how you remember it looking, but that's not the full story there.
Oh, yeah. It definitely looks much better than I think I ever give it credit for. But I don't think there was much else Wii U stuff in this Direct other than at the very end they showed off Cloud and Smash Brothers, which was
that's bonkers. Yeah,
absolutely. That was basically like I don't think anybody expected that, and I think a lot of people were expecting like, oh man, Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming to the Wii U, and
this was before like any Final Fantasy VII port to console. Xbox didn't have Final Fantasy VII, Nintendo didn't, Cloud just didn't appear outside of PlayStation very much. I think Theater Rhythm was like the only. Was Final Fantasy Explorers out there? Maybe it was, but like
I think Final Fantasy Explorers was announced in this Direct. It was talked about, and I remember it was like, wow, it's weird. Cloud is in that game, and then later in that Direct, they showed it off.
But yeah, this was still a big deal though. Like Cloud and Midgar on a Nintendo console.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. But this Direct was mainly focused on 3DS. I think Twilight Princess HD was the main thing. And also in 2015, they announced a Zelda Wii U delay. They announced that wasn't coming out, but they also announced, and this was kind of our only hint of this game in 2015. They showed like Link riding Epona in Twilight Princess, and then immediately like it just cut to footage of Zelda Wii U, and that was it. That was all we got, and it said this is coming out in 2016.
Yeah, like 3 seconds.
Yeah. To be fair, 2016 seemed to be shaping up to be a pretty good year, because also announced for 2016 was Pokken Tournament, which there was like an image floating around from like a Pokemon event, like as early as like 2014, where it showed like Lucario and another Pokemon, maybe like Machamp or something. I don't know. I don't know these things. But it showed them in like an HD setting. And I think this was kind of, people thought this was going to be kind of like a Pokemon Stadium Coliseum type deal, when in reality, I think this was a prelude. I think this was official. It might have been a weird thing, but I think it was. I think it was, but this was a prelude to Pokken Tournament, which was an arcade release only in Japan, and it was done by Bandai Namco, which very strange. And it eventually finally got announced for Wii U, because people were like, why isn't this coming to Wii U? And it finally did. And this was a part of 2016, which I think there was some hope going into 2016. Breath of the Wild was announced for 2016, even though it was just Zelda Wii U at the time. So thinking of it from the perspective of this is the Wii U's final year, which it was pretty much, we were getting a fair amount of stuff. Twilight Princess HD, Star Fox, Mario and Sonic was announced for that year, so you were getting that. And there was Pokken Tournament, and there was rumors of a Paper Mario game coming out too. So there was a lot of stuff that was potentially on the horizon. But the first thing that major thing that released was Twilight Princess HD. And like we were saying, I think this game looks up better than I ever give it credit for. There is a lot of work put into that game. Texture work, and just overall, just quality of life improvements and new content in general. This game launched with an amiibo, and it was the only way you could buy it physically here. And it unlocked the Cave of Shadows, and that would transfer over to Zelda Wii U when that would release, where that would unlock content in that game, whatever that would be.
We had Miiverse stamps here too, like Secret Chests had more Miiverse stamps in and around. Yeah, there's some cool stuff that they changed in this. You climbed and swam really slowly in the Wii and GameCube game, and they sort of they doubled the animation, so it looks a little bit weird because it's just literally sped up, but it's better for the gameplay. I wish the audio had some remasterings. It's still just the MIDI tracks.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of the graphics, the texture work is way ahead. Like all the ground textures or the walls, back on GameCube and Wii, they were really blurry. But now they've gone and redone them, and they look great. There's like 1 or 2 weird instances, like in the castle town, there's one door where the door handle for the texture is on the wrong side. So when Link goes to push it, he's pushing nothing. Yeah. But apart from that, it's a really good remaster.
Yeah, I think the main thing that just doesn't age well with it is the geometry of the landscapes. I think you look at them and it's just very jaggy, kind of primitive looking mountains and fields, and it's kind of hard to go back and do much to that. I think that's what kind of made this game. I think the geometry of everything just kind of looked very primitive comparative to like how games look now. And I think that's what kind of kept it from being like, oh wow, this is like a big step up to me. And yeah, when it initially came out, I don't know, I was also a little disappointed. I wish they had Wii Remote support. Not that I would really use it. It's more so just because I'm like, come on, make this the definitive version. Make this the all-in-one. Like, you can do whatever you want. I think it would have been a cool thing just being able to play Wii Remote controls with the original GameCube version, or being able to play with GameCube controls in the flipped Wii version, which you can do in this one, but you know, being able to play with Wii Remote controls, I think it would have been this really cool just way to just make this the full-on definitive release where you can do it all if you want to. It's not a big deal. I don't think it ruins the game because most people definitely prefer the regular controls because you do get the gyro aiming with this, which was pretty much the thing that was...
It's the best of both, really.
Yeah.
So... Yeah, it is a bit weird how they handled the flipping. So I'm used to the Wii version, so I played on Hero Mode, which is the Wii orientation. But yeah, with that, you can't find hearts in the field, so you can only find hearts with potions.
Yeah.
So if you want the Wii style, then you just... It's the hard mode, which it's kind of more interesting, though, because Twilight Princess was always kind of an easy game when it came to combat. Mm-hmm. So I kind of appreciated the new way of playing, but it would have been nice to have the option to play the Wii style in the classic, you know, regular mode.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall, this is definitely a bit of a more impressive remake or remaster than Wind Waker HD was. Mainly because, like, I didn't look at Wind Waker HD as like, oh, this is just, you know, pretty much the same game, but, you know, with a lot of bloom and in widescreen, which is what it kind of is, you know, because I thought like, wow, they did a lot to this game, when in reality, they didn't do a ton. It was pretty much like the GameCube version still looks very similar to that. Where Twilight Princess, they did a lot more. And yeah, I thought it was I think looking back now, it's a very good version of Twilight Princess, and it deserves a lot more credit. But March was a big month for Wii U. Not only did we get Twilight Princess HD, there was a Nintendo Direct this month where they unveiled Paper Mario, but also this month we got Pokken Tournament on Wii U, which this was kind of the main Pokemon game on Wii U outside of Rumble U. Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see such a good-looking HD Pokemon game. Pretty much. It was very high quality looking. I didn't get into this game, really. I played it for a little bit and I was like, it's a good quality game, but it didn't really hook me. And I think it was the same for a lot of other people. I heard a lot of people say like they didn't really gel with Pokken Tournament. They appreciated it for what it was, but it didn't really mesh well with them. What did you think of Tournament?
I enjoyed it. I played it for a while. I played it online for like a few weeks. It wasn't something I stuck with for ages, but I did enjoy what I played. I guess it kind of feels like it's in that middle ground where it's not like a proper competitive fighter. It's almost like those Dragon Ball spin-offs, you know. Like it's not fine-tuned to like a glimmering sheen, but it's good. One weird thing though was the arcade release kept getting updated with new characters, and the Wii U version never got updated. And the character select screen was this really weird shape with some clear gaps where the characters should be next, and it just never got them. And so the Switch eventually got all the characters and then some, but Wii U's left with this strange, incomplete square.
It's very odd. I think they knew, obviously, like they were like, in a year the Switch is going to be here, so let's not even bother. Because a year and a half later, DX came, where they got everything and then some. You got DLC characters in the Switch version. You got the arcade updated characters in the base roster, and then you got DLC characters, I think exclusive to the Switch version, which was cool. So I think they were just like, let's not even bother, because I don't think really any major 2016 games got updates, you know, like I don't think any of them did. So I think it was just like, let's just put this out and let's just end it there. But yeah, did you get the Shadow Mewtwo card in Europe?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
That was weird.
That's weird. It came with the game. It's one of the only major Pokemon amiibo. There was that and the Detective Pikachu figure, and that was it. And it was just odd because it was like, you can unlock Shadow Mewtwo right away. And I'm like, okay,
yeah.
Like, fine. Why does this have to be an amiibo included with the game? But yeah, there was that. But they had a Nintendo Direct and this month. And this is where they formally announced Star Fox Guard, So Project Guard became Star Fox Guard. And the main takeaway, this was mostly a 3DS Direct, but they announced Paper Mario Color Splash, which this was one of the major controversies of the year. Just the fact that this was kind of where a lot of people just started voicing their, I don't know, just their concern about this game and their utter disgust with it too.
This is how I first found out about Arlo.
Yeah. It was a very, I don't know, it looked beautiful. It looked absolutely gorgeous. They showed off the gameplay very poorly, and either way, but even then, I don't even know if they showed it off poorly. I just don't think it demos well because it just
was
looks
clearly
like
Sticker Star 2. Yeah. It immediately, right from the get-go, it's like you're looking for stickers again. You can see it in the world. It looks beautiful. Clearly it does. But yeah, then it got to combat and everything, and it's just like we hated this beforehand. You're just doing it again.
Yeah.
And like, in fairness, I actually quite like Color Splash.
Oh, I do too. I do too.
Yeah, I don't. It's not like I don't think it's as good as the first two, but it's still it's fine.
I think we'll disagree on Star Fox Zero, but we can agree on Paper Mario. I think it's okay. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough time. In every trailer that came out, there was something new with this game that just did not gel well. That was like, oh, it's just Koopalings. Oh, it's just this. Oh, you did this in Sticker Star. It's not cute anymore. Like the things and all that. I was at least excited because it looked gorgeous. It looked absolutely fantastic. But gameplay-wise, it was kind of a wait and see for me. But a month later, April, I remember being a pretty rough month for a Nintendo fan. It was either late March or early April, but they announced that Zelda Wii U was coming out in 2017. It was also coming to the NX. And it would be the only focus for E3. E3 was only going to focus on Breath of the Wild, pretty much. And around this time was also when Star Fox Zero launched. Star Fox Zero launched alongside Star Fox Guard in a double pack. Yeah. Let me know what you think, because I have thoughts on these ones.
So for me, Star Fox Zero was weirdly flawed. One of the biggest flaws was your reticule on the TV wasn't right. So the one on the gamepad, when you're aiming on the gamepad, you are aiming correctly. If you're aiming on the TV, for some reason it's desynced the reticule, so whatever you're hitting, you're not hitting. So you're forced to use the gamepad cockpit to aim. Once you get past that, I actually quite like Star Fox Zero. I think there's elements that are poor. I think the gyrocopter elements, they're poor. But when you're just in the R-Wing and you're shooting around with the gamepad and you've gotten used to the controls, I do quite like it. It's definitely derivative of 64. It doesn't do much on its own, but I think it can be a lot of fun. I can see you stop making faces during this.
I played it recently. For if that counts for anything. I think this game is inherently flawed, like you said. I don't know. Even if you took out the gamepad controls, I still don't really think I would have gelled with this game. It would have been fine, but it was just, again, it was Star Fox 64 all over again, pretty much. It was just more of the same stuff with Star Fox, and I don't think that's what Star Fox needs. I think Star Fox needs something new, and I don't think it needs a controller gimmick. I think it needs like a reason to exist in the modern day of gaming, because Star Fox is fun, but I don't think it works in 2016 and onwards kind of thing in terms of like its setup of being this was technically a $50 game bundled with a $10 game, which was Guard, but I don't think it works as that, because like it's pretty much like, how long is the campaign? It's like 4 hours pretty much.
If that, if that.
So it's insanely short. Of course, like, you have multiple pathways, but I don't know. It's one of those things where the control setup, it is that thing where you can get used to it, but just the inherent idea of just like, I'm just, like you look at the gamepad and you can control the game well through that manner, but when you look up at the, like you're still going to hit stuff because you have to look up, look down, look up. And that was the Wii U at its worst. Not specifically with Star Fox Zero, but like when the Wii U forced you to do that, where you had to look up, down, down. That was just kind of annoying. It made my neck hurt. It made my neck hurt. I didn't like that. I can definitely see where the gamepad helped with some things, but in my opinion, that felt more like a gimmick, a solution to a problem that they made themselves.
Yeah, sure.
Where like
they really wanted to justify the gamepad in some manner.
Yeah, so they were like, let's make this, let's mess up this aiming and let's make the gamepad solve it. Where it's just like, you don't need to. I understand that, people like you and others are like, yeah, I got used to it and it's a decent time, and I can understand that, but I personally didn't really get a ton out of it, and this was kind of where like after this game came out, I played it and I was just like, why do I like this company? Like I was starting to question my allegiance to Nintendo. Yeah. But Guard came out with it, and Guard was a cute little diversion. It was like, yeah, this is fun.
I like Guard.
Yeah, I think it would have worked a lot better if it was a side mode instead of on its own disc or its own game. Because it would have been something where like, I'm sick of this Star Fox Zero stuff. Let me exit out and that's Star Fox Guard. I can play that. I found it odd that they had it on its own disc here, because that makes it less likely that I have to play it. But it's okay, I guess. I wasn't a big fan of these releases. But later in June, they had E3 and 2 games released on the same day. They pulled a 3D World and Link Between Worlds again, where they had Mario and Sonic and Tokyo Mirage Sessions. So they had them both. But before that, E3 hit, and I oddly liked this E3 a lot more than 2015, and it was a lot more low-key, but they had the game of the show, which they showed off Breath of the Wild. They had the name fully there, and it looked incredible. That trailer just was absolutely just jaw-dropping.
This was ballsy. This was really ballsy too. Like, making your entire E3 mostly just one game. People were very hesitant about that. Like, does Nintendo have nothing to show? Like, is this it? And yet, yeah, kind of it was, but it paid off. Just having nothing but Zelda, like, they clearly they're hedging all their bets on this one game, and it did pay off. I don't think any other game can do that.
No, definitely not. But they still did a couple of announcements outside of this, where they had another trailer for Paper Mario, and they even announced a lot of 3DS stuff, like Rhythm Heaven Megamix came over here in North America for the first time. You also had Mario Amiibo with Mario Party Star Rush. There was a lot of stuff. Pokemon Go was releasing, and Pokemon Sun and Moon was kind of the big thing in 2016 that was keeping Nintendo fans in their seats. But yeah, June was a bigger month in terms of releases. It may not have been for everybody, because we got Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games a couple months after the 3DS version launched, which was strange. But did you play this one?
I played the 3DS one, but not the Wii U one.
Yeah, this one was this was one of the weaker ones, mainly because Mario and Sonic is kind of an okay series at best most of the time. I think the problem is they have all these cool sports, but they're just mini games pretty much. Like, you kind of wish that they were a little more fleshed out. But
it's always the dream events they get me.
Yeah, the problem is this one didn't have any dream events.
Yeah.
So that was the big issue with this one. It had a cool little overworld. You had an overworld where you were on a beach and you were playing as your Mii. That was kind of cute. But visually, this game didn't look that good. It looked okay, but like, they had this CGI cutscene at the beginning, where the Mario and Sonic games originally launched with like really impressive CGI cutscenes, and this one used in-game models, and it looked janky. It looked pretty But yeah, I didn't buy this game immediately because I kind of wish I did, because this game eventually became a bit more expensive. It is one of the more expensive Wii U games, because this launched right alongside Tokyo Mirage Sessions, and I decided to pick up Tokyo Mirage Sessions. And I know, like, that doesn't seem like my game, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to regret it, because this game is going to be hard to find later down the line. It is not one of the harder to find Wii U games. I don't know why. No. I don't know why. It's not like super cheap. It's more so like it holds its value, but it's not above its value. I think it's still like around 50 or so. But yeah, I did play this game a little bit when it came out. And it's good. It's a quality game.
Yeah.
It's quality. I think the gamepad support is really cute in it, where you get text messages.
Oh, the text messages.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Fun. That's cool.
I mean, I'm not into idle culture, but I still enjoyed it. It's a good RPG. It's high quality.
Yeah.
The combat's good too. I love like the combo mechanics you have in the combat system. It's a good game.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more visually appealing just odder Wii U games. It's probably one of the most visually appealing games that released in 2016 for Wii U, outside of like probably Paper Mario. You know, it looks really good. But strangely enough, Mario and Sonic was the harder to get game across this bunch. And I don't know, what did you think of 2016 overall? You know, we're about to wrap up because there wasn't much else that happened outside of waiting for the NX, Paper Mario. How did I forget Mini Mario and Friends Amiibo Challenge? That came out this year too.
How dare you?
Yeah. This was a better variant of Mario vs. Donkey Kong Tipping Stars. At least you got...
It's so similar. It's so similar.
It was better though, even though I barely played it. I know, like, you get specific characters, you get cool little abilities with them. That's kind of cool. That's it. It was free though. It was free to download, and you just download it and you do that. But what did you think about 2016 before we wrap up with 2016? Because there's not much else to say. So we're in the home stretch. Overall, this is probably going to be 5 hours long, so this is going to be interesting. But what did you think of 2016? Because I have a bittersweet feeling towards this year.
It felt a little bit like the Wii U had been hit by a car. Yeah. You just kind of want to put it out of his misery at this point. But there's some good memories before it got hit by a car. Mighty Number 9.
That came out this year. I bought that on Wii U. I played that on Wii U, and there was this fear that it was gonna brick your console. There was like this rumor going on that like if you play Mighty Number 9, it's gonna mess up your Wii U. And I was like, oh my god. And it was like one of those things, like I was contemplating. I was like, I kind of want to play this game, but do I want, because I bought it on Wii U, and I don't. Oh man, that was such. I bought that on launch day. And that is such a cheap game now. And I bought it for like, it was like 30, so it was like,
it's still coming soon for 3DS.
Vita too.
Any day now.
Yeah, it's coming to both any day.
But I had some good times this year. I enjoyed Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I played the entire thing. I enjoyed Twilight Princess HD. I enjoyed Color Splash, and I enjoyed Star Fox Zero. Like, I had some good games to play. But that's like what, like 5 titles for the entire year?
Yeah, I mean, like there was only one more, and we're already in June. You know, like there was only one more game that year, so
so that was pretty much it. You can feel the console's on its way out. I had some good moments, but clearly the lineup wasn't the best. And I don't think many of these games are featured in like top 10 Wii U games, or any of them, for matter of fact.
Yeah, I would say I have a lot of nostalgia for years or moments in gaming where it's kind of like you're kind of making the most out of something, and you're kind of you have a lack of like stuff to really do. 2016 in general for gaming was a bit of an odd year. There wasn't a lot going on. PS4 had a really good like first part where like you had like Ratchet and Clank and Uncharted 4 like back to back. But that was kind of it. I think you had Last Guardian at the end of the year, which was cool, but you know, was a little divisive. But overall, like Xbox didn't have much going on this year. There were, I don't know, it was a bit of a weird year, but I don't know. I have a lot of like back during 2016. I remember being like, this is garbage. What's going on with Nintendo? This is like, my God, like this is like, I'm happy that I was able to live through probably one of the worst years for a Nintendo fan. It was pretty rough, but I actually look back at it, and they did a lot. There was a lot that happened this year. But in terms of the games, it was mostly relegated to a lot of spin-off side game type stuff, especially on 3DS. You had Federation Force, you had Paper Jam, you had Hyrule Warriors Legends, you had Mario Party Star Rush, Super Mario Maker for 3DS. It was a lot of ports, remakes with Twilight Princess HD, just side game spin-offs, and that just, it doesn't feel like a big year. But you look at overall, and like Pokemon Go launched this year, and I think that kind of like carried a lot of this year for Nintendo fans and Nintendo in general, where it's just like, yeah, it wasn't a Nintendo specific thing, but Nintendo was still involved. And it was, that carried the summer for all kinds of people, not even just Nintendo fans. You had Pokemon Sun and Moon. You had the NES Classic Edition. You had Miitomo release, which was Nintendo's big debut on mobile. And then later on, Super Mario Run, which debuted at an Apple press conference. Like, this was a big year for Nintendo. And there was stuff that happened. But it was mainly carried by NX rumors for me, where I was just always like, come on. And in 2015, they said, we're going to announce the NX in 2016. And as early as January, people were like, all right, when do you think this month? Yeah. When do you think they're going to reveal it this month? And every single month, it was like, I think they're going to do it this month. I think they're going to do it, And it just never happened. And it just felt like they just waited to the last possible moment to do it. They waited till like after Color Splash came out. But I do kind of look back at this year with a bit of nostalgia, because there was a lot of excitement. There wasn't a lot of excitement for what was on the horizon, where when the Nintendo Switch was revealed in October, it was this feeling of excitement. There was this feeling of Nintendo was proud of what they were doing. Nintendo was very confident. And that was a good feeling, where like the rest of the year, it didn't really matter that there wasn't any Wii U games, because I think there was enough discussion, at least in like our type of circles, where it's just like, we're thinking always about like, oh man, what about this coming out? What about that coming out? And stuff like that. I think for most people that don't care about that kind of stuff, it was probably a horrible year. But, it was...
it was almost promising in a way, though. Like, NX is on the horizon. There aren't any Wii U games that are coming out now. It's like, well, they've got to be making all these Switch games then. That was kind of... And they were. Like, they had Odyssey on the horizon and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and all these other things. So, in a sense, it was like, okay, it's fine. The Wii U is a dying ship. Let them move on to whatever else. Like, that was kind of the mindset I had then. Like, I knew it wasn't a great lineup, but I was hopeful that it was for a reason, that they were saving the good stuff.
Yeah, so I usually kind of look back a little fondly on years where there's not as many games, but you kind of make the most out of it. Maybe when you have a lower install base. I kind of look back at 2016 a little fondly, even though I know that year was pretty garbage. And 2017, I look back incredibly fondly, even though I think everybody does, with the amount of amazing Nintendo Switch games that released, but also because that was during the first year when you kind of have those new console butterflies, I guess, where it's just cool, where you're playing a lot of games that you may not have played otherwise, because, well, there's not a lot of games coming out for this platform, so I'm going to play... there was at launch, there was Fast RMX, and there was Snipper Clips, and later on, you had all this other stuff where a lot of people bought the original Namco Museum on Switch just because, like, there's not much else to do, so it's just like, there you go, and
everyone bought Puyo Puyo Tetris. Like, that's a good time.
And it was amazing. Yeah. It was absolutely amazing. There's so much stuff. So I look back at those years fondly, even though looking at, like, 2021 or something, or 2022 specifically, like, this is going to be an amazing year. It's already, there's so much stuff. But I feel like I'm still going to look back at, like, 2017 a little more fondly, just because, like, of those like, growing pains. I don't know. There's, like, some kind of weird nostalgia with that. But the last major Wii U game, the last major Wii U exclusive, launched in October, and it was Paper Mario Color Splash. And we've already said, we like this game. I like this game. I felt like the GamePad implementation was kind of dumb, but I think overall it was a very enjoyable time. I never beat Origami King, which was the follow-up, mainly because I felt like while the battle system in that was more just, it was better, I guess. I don't know, like, I felt like it kind of slogged a little bit. It kind of, I don't know. It didn't grab me as much as Color Splash. I felt like Color Splash was a more tight experience, and I felt like they gave you a bit of reason to battle, where you got paint, or hammer scraps after battling, and that filled up your paint meter. I felt like they did a decent enough job. They did the bare minimum, but they did a decent enough job incentivizing you to get into battles. I think that was important. Where Origami King, they got rid of anything like that. You just get kind of confetti after winning a battle. So I think to some extent, Color Splash gives you more of a reason to battle. And I don't know, the writing was fantastic. The writing in Origami King is still great, and I think they do a better job kind of like slowing things down and having a bit more of like a quiet moment or a serious moment. in that game. Color Splash is just like, oh, let's just have jokes and stuff, and I do like that. I think it's still very enjoyable and very charming. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed the game. It is very flawed, but it's a very tight and enjoyable experience in my opinion.
Yeah, it's endearing. I don't like Sticker Star at all. I thought that was just boring. I thought it was just dull. And Color Splash, like, it's cut from the same cloth. It's still the same sort of gameplay, but I think there's just a layer of care in there that isn't in Sticker Star. It's much higher quality, and not just the visuals, but the writing, the locations, everything. And yeah, it is just Toads again, but they do more with them. They have personality to them this time. I didn't really feel like I was just talking to the same character over and over again. It felt properly distinguished. And like, yeah, the combat system still isn't great. Having like disposable moves makes it so like you're always stacking up, and you have to like you're never in danger of losing moves. That's kind of the thing. Like, you have so many cards that you're never going to run out of cards. So like, why are they disposable if we have infinite amount of them pretty much at all times? Like, that feels like a flaw. That said, though, I am like you. I didn't finish Origami King. I feel like I enjoyed Origami King more, but I didn't finish it. So I guess that sort of says something about my actual stance on it.
Yeah, I think it's probably an overall better game, like from a design perspective and whatnot. But still, like, there's less incentive to get into battles in Origami King, in my opinion. I don't know. I just feel like Color Splash, it is incredibly flawed. It is an incredibly flawed game. But I don't know. I think visually it's fantastic. The soundtrack is absolutely great. It is. Oh, yeah. It is one of the best on Wii U. And I don't know. I had a good time with it. I beat it. I know I beat it the day the Nintendo Switch was revealed. So I remember that. I'm like, you know what? I remember. I'm like, that was pretty cool. I'm like, that was a pretty good day for Nintendo related shenanigans for me. But yeah, I did quite like it. And part of me really hopes that they eventually put this on Switch. I don't think they will, but I think that will solve a good amount of their problems, because so much of it was gamepad focused. And I don't know. I kind of feel like if they just took out the battle systems in these games, they'd be a lot better.
I think the reputation's too tarnished. I think Color Splash is good, but it doesn't have a good reputation. Yeah. So even if they ported it, it probably wouldn't do well. But
it would be a better game for it. It would be a better game, because just having everything on the TV, I think, would be very, very beneficial. But I don't understand why they keep pushing the battle system in these Paper Mario games.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't know. Like, you don't need it. Like, if they just kind of made it like a cute little adventure game where, like, you're just solving these puzzles in the overworld. Like, if it was just the part that is just exploring, and you just do regular real-time combat where it's just like, oh, you just hit the Goomba, that's it, pretty much something like that, I think it would be great. But the fact is they keep saying, well, we want to differentiate it because we don't want to be an RPG. I'm like, well, stop doing RPG stuff. RPG.
Yeah,
stop doing it.
Just because it's not traditional combat, it's still turn-based combat. It's still an RPG.
Yeah, so it's just like, I don't understand. But they're not going to stop making Paper Mario games, so... we'll see what they do next with the series. But I'm always going to be interested, but, and I'm not one that's like, oh, I need a 1,000 Year Door 2, because I never beat 1,000 Year Door, I don't have any nostalgia for that game, but I do know that's like the most inherently not flawed, good version of that series, I think that's the main thing. So this was the last major Wii U game. After this, I think, like, other stuff that happened around this time, TurboGrafx 16 was quietly added to Wii U Virtual Console. Okay. Yep. I saw nobody play these games. I have a couple of them on Wii U.
Most don't know they happened.
Yeah.
Whenever you mention this to someone, they're like, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
That's weird. Are you thinking of Wii? Like, no,
it
Wii
did.
U.
Which is why I think there is a chance that they would do something similar to, like, the Nintendo Switch Online Sega Genesis app with TurboGrafx.
I think so.
I think that'll probably happen, but... that came out, and they put out a lot of stuff on it. Like, it was weirdly more supported than some other Virtual Console systems. Like, there was a lot of TurboGrafx 16 titles, but that happened. But like I said, like, even then, like, if you couldn't even get me to really care that much about the N64 games coming to Wii U, I was not really gonna care about these ones, unfortunately. But Yeah, this was around the time that the Nintendo Switch, kind of that hype cycle for the Switch was happening, and this was a good feeling time to be a Nintendo fan. I don't know, how late was the Switch presentation for you? Was it like early in the morning?
Yeah, I didn't actually stay up for it. It was at like 4 in the morning, I think. So I didn't want any spoilers though, so I set a bookmark for the stream page and just clicked on it. I went to no websites, no forums, no social media, just watched it raw. What an amazing presentation that was, though.
Absolutely fantastic. This was the first time that they really did a live press conference in a while, and I think they chose a good time to do it. Even though it had some fun little funky moments where like the translators had a hard time keeping up with like Suda 51. Yeah. I think it was told like he was going off script, and the translator was like,
Yeah, it's like I am making a game with Travis Touchdown, but I don't want to show it to you.
Yeah. So that was like at 11 p.m. at night for me. So it was a strangely late time for a Nintendo presentation, and thankfully they've been a lot more just considerate with their times. When directs usually happen for you? Kind of later at night, I think.
Yeah, like sometimes it's like 7 a.m. Pacific time. So like for me that's like midday. So yeah, they're usually really good hours. It's like usually like 2 p.m. or like at worst it's like 10 p.m. It's fine.
They used to do Nintendo Directs at like 9 in the morning my time, and I was just like, I'm like, now they do them at like about 5 p.m., which I'm EST, which I think most places, most of these companies kind of like schedule things for around the EST time. So mine is usually like 5 p.m., which makes the most amount of sense. But yeah, this was an exciting time. I pre-ordered my Switch immediately, and I remember just seeing Zelda come out at launch. Like they have that big like wait until it says March 3rd. Yeah. And it was really exciting. We're recording this a day before the Switch's anniversary.
Oh, damn.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
This was 5 years ago. It's just time has flown by incredibly quickly, but nothing else happened with the Wii U except for Nintendo held to their promise of Breath of the Wild releasing on Wii U. It released day and date with the Nintendo Switch version. Did you play this version at all at launch? I bought it at launch because I was worried that it was going to be hard to find. I pre-ordered my Switch, and I'm sure I looked like an idiot. I went to the store, I picked it up, and then I went to the back, picked up the Wii U version of Breath of the Wild alongside the Switch version, and I bought it at the counter. And my version is still sealed. I bought it digitally too, so then I could play it. But my version is still sealed. But did you play Breath of the Wild on Wii U? And if you did, like, what did you think of that version? Even though it's not much different.
Yeah, my full playthrough was on Switch, but I also bought the Wii U version. It was mostly for curiosity. I didn't play it for long. I got outside of the Great Plateau. I explored for a bit. It's so similar. The gamepad isn't used at all. The items at the top corner, instead of like the split buttons, there's a D-pad, so that looks a bit different.
Yeah, that does show. If you ever need footage of Breath of the Wild on Wii U, you're screwed. You have to play the Wii U version. You can't just play the Switch version and just cheese it. Yeah, the Wii U version is strangely it runs kind of weird on Wii U. Not runs in terms of performance, but like you have to install data. It's one of the few Wii U games. We forgot about Xenoblade.
Oh no! God.
Yeah, I remember. You have to install data with that. Yeah, it's a cool release. It was pretty cool. It's I don't know. Like it was a massive game, absolutely massive game for Wii U. One of the last major like exclusive like big boy titles for Wii U.
Yeah.
And that released alongside Devil's Third for us over here, like a week before Devil's Third, Xenoblade. But yeah, Breath of the Wild. And when you hit the home button in Breath of the Wild on Wii U, and you got back, it had to load back in. Like it would have a little dial, and it would have to load back in. It was very strange. But I heard in some cases the load times were better on Wii U, at least at launch.
At launch that was the case. Yeah, they updated it on Switch. I think with the Labo VR patch, they improved the load times. So it was better on Wii U at launch, but yeah, Switch stepped things up with Labo. Labo always saves the day.
But I will say, like, I don't think anybody was missing out on much by playing it on Wii U, because a lot of people were just like, I'm just going to buy it on Wii U, and I'm like, that's fair, because it was pretty much the exact same version. I think it would have been awesome to get those gamepad features, but obviously the last major Wii U release, I think they were like, it doesn't matter. People just want to play Breath of the Wild. That's it. And that was it. Nintendo usually likes to act like when they when they release a new console, like, oh, we're gonna support the old one too. Like, no, they were like, no, Breath of the Wild is our last game. We're done. We're done after that. And after this, there was a couple of games here and there. You got a couple more Just Dances. You got a couple of things like that. There was a couple of licensed games, like Cars 3 Driven to Win came out that year. Weirdly enough, I found this very interesting, how Darksiders 2 launched with the Wii U. And then Darksiders War Mastered Edition was one of the final Wii U games in 2017.
Yeah.
So the sequel launched with the Wii U, but then the first game came out, and it kept on getting delayed for Wii U. There was a lot of like third-party support from like oddball companies, like indies would get some releases on Wii U, like Fast Racing Neo got a physical release in your territory. There was a Steam World collection that was pretty cool, and there was a lot of random stuff from like Nordic Games, which eventually became like THQ Nordic. I just know this because I have it. I think I'm up nearly to a complete Wii U set, so woo. It's I think the full nail in the coffin was when Just Dance started coming to the Wii and not the Wii U, which made sense when you come down to it, because you could play the Wii game on the Wii U. I think the final full release was there was Shakedown Hawaii, which got a physical release on Wii U in 2020, and that was pretty much it. I think the last breath from Nintendo was they randomly talked about a Splatoon tournament on Wii U in like their first Nintendo Direct for the Switch in like April. They were like, oh, calling all Splatoon fans, there's a tournament for the Wii U game. But that was it. And what has your experience been with the Wii U post-mortem after its death?
I suppose for me mostly it's access to a Wii with an HDMI port. I use it a lot just for. I mean, the Wii's one of my favorite consoles, so I use it a lot just to play Wii games. But I do like the Wii U. I mean, a lot of its games live on through the Switch, but there's specific ones that I enjoy playing on Wii U, like Fatal Frame, or Project Zero as it's known here.
God damn it, we forgot that one too. My God.
Well, anyway, that has Zelda and Samus costumes in the Wii U version. The new ones don't. All the PS4, the Switch, Xbox ports, they're garbage. They don't have Samus and Zelda costumes.
Our North American version was free to play, and you had to buy the rest of it. You got the first hour, and that was during Nintendo's weird era where like investors were like, "We want free to play games," and they were like, "Fine." So they did Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. Cool game. I only played like the demo pretty much, but I do have the physical release of Project Zero, so that's my ace up my sleeve. But okay. If we forgot Fatal Frame and Xenoblade, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
We covered pretty much most of the other ones, but. Yeah, I'm very much the same way. I think the Wii U still has a lot of value. Me and my friends still play Game & Wario from time to time. Nintendo Land is still a great thing to go back to. And even then, Wii U versions of games. We played Mario Maker recently just to be like, hey, try to make a level and then we'll try to beat it kind of thing. And that's way more fun to do on Wii U because you can see the level as it's being made and it's easier to do it. I think it's very easy to see where the Wii U faltered. But overall, I do have a lot of nostalgia for this era. I look back at it with a lot of love and a lot of just thinking like it was kind of fun to just have to just be kind of in the dumps with Nintendo to some extent because it made everything feel a little more important when it got announced. When a Wii U game got announced, it was really important. Now Nintendo just throws out a Switch game every 2 seconds. Like they have a brand new game like every other moment in a Nintendo Direct, and Nintendo Directs always kind of felt like they were always 3DS focused with like 2 Wii U announcements, and then you have to wait for E3.
It was a very tight community. Like everyone was kind of playing the same thing.
Yeah.
Like everyone bought Mario Kart. Not everyone bought Tropical Freeze, but if you did, then
bless you.
Everyone was sort of
bless you.
Yeah. And it felt good, to be a Nintendo fan. Like we were struggling, obviously, but we were also sort of struggling together, and that was kind of a weird, I guess, camaraderie about it. It was a strange time, but I do kind of miss it.
Yeah, I am the same way, where the Switch was undoubtedly better. 2017 was such a fun time, not only to be a Nintendo fan, but just a video game fan in general, with how much good quality stuff came out that year. It was just always just nonstop, like, just even like Sonic Mania, just that. And then you get like Horizon just a week before Zelda, and
yeah, it's like Persona and Nier, and yeah, there's so
just
much.
so much stuff. It was such an exciting time. And 2013 was kind of that as well, where you got a lot of good stuff on Wii U, but then that was another big year for gaming. And I'm hoping this year, 2022, it's going to be the same way. By the time people see this, it's not going to be 2022 anymore. But I think overall, I have a lot of nostalgia for this era, and I use my Wii U still a ton. Mainly for Wii, but you know, with what I do, I think it's fair. You know, like if I wasn't doing this, probably not a lot of Wii U stuff. I just played the Switch versions of a lot of these things. But I don't know. There's still some value to a lot of these Wii U versions. The Switch versions of a lot of the Switch ports of a lot of Wii U games, which a lot of Wii U games live on the Switch, which is great. But you know, I think there's still some value in playing Smash Wii U. I think there's some value in playing the original version of Mario Kart 8. There's still versions to play these games. There's no reason to play the original Tropical Freeze because it's the exact same game, but still.
Like Pikmin 3 as well, like Wii Remote controls, I think they're better. I'd rather play Pikmin 3
100%. I played Pikmin 3 on Wii U just a couple days ago, and yeah, I'm like, God, this is so much better. It's so much better. But yeah, I think like in the Animal Crossing Welcome Amiibo update, they had like the Wii U you could get the Wii U console, and they said like great artists were not appreciated in their time. And I think to some extent that is true. I think to some extent that is true. I think to another extent the Wii U kind of deserved what it got, because there's some stuff that was like, yeah, like come on guys, like why did you put that into production instead of this? But I think from the start the gimmick was flawed. But for Nintendo fans, there's a lot to love about the Wii U, and it gave us the Nintendo Switch, which is going to be Nintendo's most successful console of all time. So I think overall this is a system that I will continue to play for God knows however long. Even though they're taking the eShop away, I will still find a way to play this thing.